Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
There is a red aura exuding from the outside of the box, and red patterns spread on this box. They kept appearing from various places, and the patterns seemed to reflect a vaguely opening eye. Carlos smiled. Was this box something Dumbledore gave him? Looking up at Dumbledore in front of him, Carlos asked slowly, "Are you sure this thing can create the legendary magic potion?" "Carlos, I know that your modeling talent is no worse than Hermione's. If we say Hermione is a genius in creating and imagining models, then you should be considered a method memory type. You can copy the magic in all books and ancient books. This is your most powerful ability. As your principal, I only ask for one thing. If you can really produce 2 or more bottles of divine blood potion one day, then I am willing to purchase 1 bottle." Carlos nodded. What's inside this box is the legendary dead tree. The most terrifying thing about seeing eyes from dead trees is that they are not human eyes. It's the eyes of the tree that grew up from all kinds of blood. Of course, many people will be surprised. How can a tree grow eyes? However, this is the fact. That 10,000 blood vine tree has grown an eye, and that eye must be a big tree that needs more than 10,000 kinds of blood to grow. Until that big tree slowly begins to wither, the eyes have reached the mature stage. At this time, the eyes can see almost everything with a wide range of experiences. This eye is also said to be the eye of God. Be careful, this eye is not as easy to deal with as you think. There is no foolproof guarantee, so try not to put it out first. Carlos nodded and walked outside. Dumbledore turned his head and glanced at the dark shadow next to him. Then he reached out his hand and posted the notice he had prepared on the wall. The above very simple paragraph, "Start learning from now on," does not prohibit students from learning other black magic besides the 3 unforgivables. However, the college still prohibits any students from using black magic to kill each other. Once any student is found to have used the 3 unforgivable magics, the college will expel them from Hogwarts College. Once it is discovered that the student has used the 3 unforgivable magics, it will be used on other students. Then the Academy, Banhui Nanjai, will be handed over to magic to conduct the court trial. A few short sentences explained Hogwarts' determination to change at this moment. Principal Dumbledore actually already had this idea. However, in the magical world, he belongs to the magic of justice. People who have been hit by the 3 unforgivable spells have almost no way to survive. For example, Avada Kedavra, the leader of the 3 unforgivable magics, is one of them. Once hit by Avada Kedavra, life will be devoured by magic because of the power generated by Avada Kedavra. Being cursed by darkness, followed by direct death, is a very terrible magic. Of course, there must be a way to prevent Avada Kedavra. For example, like Carlos, he knew that Avada Kedavra could use entities for defense, which was the legendary physical defense. This kind of defense ability can reduce Avada Kedavra to a great extent and weaken the power of attacks against people. Of course, there must be one thing, that is, the physical defense's defensive ability is strong enough and terrifying enough. Only then can you truly defend yourself, otherwise you can only dodge. Apart from this, other methods are almost impossible for ordinary magicians to find. So Carlos knows that once the enemy uses Wawa's life, you'd better add an acceleration magic to yourself. Under his own feet, try to avoid Avada Kedavra. Of course, Carlos knows that there is no way to escape every magic in magic. No matter how scary any magic you see is, such as a certain black magic. Its intensity is very shocking, and it is a magic that can kill everyone in the world. But if you want him to not be so easy to kill others and not so terrible, then you must understand it, study it, and finally find a solution. It's a fight between magicians and magicians. There is never a way to solve problems by escaping. If you want to evolve, you must face problems. This was Carlos's idea, and the decision made by Hogwarts also caused people in society around the world to feel panic for a while. In the world of magicians, no one does not know how terrifying this black magic is. There is no one who doesn't know that black magic is magic created by corpse eaters. But Hogwarts, as the leading force among magicians, is the leading academy. He actually took the lead in public and said that he could learn black magic. Of course, the 3 major magics cannot be learned, although only senior students can learn black magic. However, this also means that Hogwarts is making changes. Similarly, other colleges named after Hogwarts have also begun to make changes. When Carlos received a letter from his father, only then did Carlos realize that an unprecedented conflict was erupting in his family at this moment. Because of what Carlos said in the Hogwarts Inquisition. At this moment, the Lucifer family is also discussing whether to withdraw the identity of the main line of the Carlos family. They believe that Carlos's approach is retrograde. He actually wants to change the current state of the magical world, and he actually wants to change the inherent impression of black magic in people's minds. This is a big threat to their Luciferian family. Therefore, in the Lucifer family at this moment, the meeting being held indicates that the main line of inheritance of this family will be removed. He wanted to withdraw from Carlos' family identity, but Carlos smiled slightly. In the letter to his father, he said that there was no need to worry about this. Let them read more about the announcements in Hogwarts and understand. Some things cannot be made black even if they are black, and they cannot be made white even if they are white. If they really want to withdraw the main line of inheritance, let them withdraw Zhu. After all, once this inheritance comes, it not only doesn't have much say, it even has to be imprisoned by everyone. In Carlos's view, this so-called inheritance of the main line is just acting as the boss to protect others. He doesn't want to be the king of a thankless job. At this moment, in the Lucifer family, Delia slapped the letter in his hand in front of everyone. Then, looking at their confused eyes, this meeting was supposed to continue to denounce Carlos's remarks in the academy. Send Carlos to hell as an unjust person. But in fact, they just want to get some benefits from Carlos, that is, from their family. Since you have accepted the inheritance of the main vein, you must protect his brothers and sisters. This is what the main vein should do. Then what they didn't expect was that Carlos would be so tough. He said that if you want to withdraw, just withdraw, he doesn't care. Like this thankless thing, he never wants to beg others. This is also Carlos's truest thought. Delia smiled and took back the letter in his hand and then slowly asked again. So everyone who has anything else to say, just do whatever you want to do. Our family recognizes everything. As for whether you want to remove the main lineage of our family, it doesn't matter. Our 247 family never cares about everyone's thoughts. As he said, Deali slowly put away the envelope in his hand and walked away. It was precisely because of Deali and Carlos's fearless look at this moment that everyone in front of him felt anxious. Why didn't they think that they raised their hands to rebel collectively, and the result they got in the end was actually like this? But what can they do now? The purpose of the collective protest is just to get some benefits from Carlos and their family. They don't really want to take Deali. A kick was given to expel the Lucifer family. For them, Deali can become the representative of the Lucifer family. It can be regarded as a shot of heart for their family. If the Deali family no longer represents the family, then at this moment they will not protect their other neighbors. For many people, it is a big blow. However, now that they are here, it is too late to say anything. There is no way. Who asked them to be too rigid? If you can't get on the stage, you can't get off the stage. But some thick-skinned people reacted quickly and they picked up their luggage. Then they walked slowly outside and said hurriedly, I just remembered that my daughter is going to prepare for the wedding these 2 days, so I have to go there as soon as possible. Some people left, some stayed, and time passed by little by little. There was only one person left, or 2 people. In the dormitory, Carlos looked at his father's reply and shook his head slightly. Is this world really such a good world? Although the members of those families are not very smart. But at least they can distinguish the situation clearly. Of course, even if they can't distinguish the situation, they will at least choose to wait and see. And now this kind of counterattack looks like someone is deliberately planning something. Like a big hand, it pushed their bodies towards Carlos. He shook his head, then looked at the content of the letter in front of him. The content was very simple. In the end, his father left the venue, and everything turned out to be just a few minutes after the meeting, and such a thing happened. Someone is behind me, trying to use the hands of these Wei family members to overthrow me. The only family that I can think of that has a grudge against me is the Lonia family. However, will the Lonia family really be willing to trip me up with a small, ridiculous idea? Are they really willing to make enemies? Carlos burned the envelope that he had just read in his hand bit by bit. Then he wrote a new letter and sent it back. He needed to tell his father that he didn't need to be anxious or take any action at this moment. His safety in the academy can be guaranteed. So he needed Deali to do one thing, that is, to remain unchanged in the face of changes. If the Ronia family really wants to overthrow him, then they will make a move again. Unless this whole thing is not done by the non-Near family, but by the will of Miss Ronia. At this moment, what Carlos has to do is very simple, just don't move. Waiting for others to take the initiative is the best choice. Sometimes the game between the two sides is like this. Try to make sure you don't make mistakes, and then wait for others to make mistakes and be quiet and calm. After delivering the envelope to the owl's feet, Carlos stretched. Feeling the flow of magic in his body, it seems that a change is gradually taking place. Although Defera's potion was used before, But it must be said that even if the power of the potion is used, changing the blood in his body, he still can't bear the damage and courage brought by the potion. Carlos rubbed his body, pain, real pain. Unable to help when Carlos thought so, suddenly a beam of light came from the front. It hit Carlos's window hard and a bang sounded. Due to Carlos' recent situation, the window was changed, so the figure did not break the window. Carlos looked at Harry walking on the glass in front of him with a little strangeness. "Why do you have a special liking for glass recently?" Harry waved his hand, indicating that it was not the case. "I just feel that my speed can be increased a little bit, so I flew over here." "Carlos, can you help me make a potion that can make me faster?" Carlos shook his head and sighed, since he used potions to defeat the two ultimate magicians last time. It seems that many people in the school know that there is a genius Hermione and a potion master Carlos in this class. Hermione is a potion genius recognized by everyone. She can create all kinds of potions by herself. Relying on her own imagination and experience, Carlos is different. Carlos is a real potion master. As long as it is a potion made by others, he can make it as long as it is copied. Through the control of dosage and senses, he can control the dosage of each abrasive material very well. It also leads to the fact that many people come to Carlos to make potions at this stage. Carlos looked at Harry helplessly. "I'm talking about you, Harry. Don't you think you don't have a long memory? Last time in that secret room, you saw those 2 bottles of magic potion. Although it was said that Xyluo did it, even though Xyluo was not that strong in making potions. But you have also seen that magic potion is very scary, and it is not as easy to use as you think. Remember what I told you earlier? To me, potions are like black magic. In the hands of people with evil intentions, magic medicine is evil medicine. In the hands of a person with a pure mind, magic potion is a powerful help. So Harry, you can't care too much and rely on potions." Harry nodded. Of course he knew the answer, and of course he knew Carlos would say that. He came here this time just to invite Carlos to train with him. Okay, since you said so, Carlos, let's go out and play. I found a fox in the training ground. Do you want to go and see it together?" Carlos was stunned. The fox training ground was a place he had been to so many times. How can foxes exist? Foxes are social animals. Generally speaking, finding a fox means that there must be a group of foxes nearby, that is, a nest of foxes. But when I was practicing at the training ground, I didn't notice any foxes in my idle time. Carlos, how did you find out? However, when Carlos arrived at the training ground, he discovered that besides Panley, Hermione, and Ronald, next to them is Lily. It seems that Lily will be Harry's wife in the future. To be honest, Carlos feels that Lily is more suitable for the protagonist than Hermione. Although in the novel, Lily appears in quite a few scenes. However, because too many scenes were deleted from the movie, Lily did not appear much in Harry's world. However, don't underestimate the relationship between the two of them, and between them is a white fox. The hair on the pure white fox seemed dirty, as if it had rolled in the mud. Carlos looked at the dirty-haired fox in front of him. Then he looked over there, at the swamp that had not been restored by himself. Carlos finally reacted, although the swamp would gradually turn into real mud without suitable circumstances. But as the past few days have passed, the swamp does not seem to have completely turned into solid ground, but has turned into mud. Hermione turned to look at Carlos with a strange expression on his face. Okay, I admit it's my fault, but there was no way. At that time my body had reached its ultimate limit and there was no time to restore the swamp. In Hogwarts Academy, the only people who knew about the swamp magic created by Carlos were these people and Principal Dumbledore. So as of now, no one else will know. The injuries on this fox were all caused indirectly by Carlos. He shook his head, then took out a bottle of magic potion from behind himself and walked towards the fox. The fox looked at Carlos in front of him, his eyes full of vigilance. It seemed as if he was examining the identity of the man in front of him. Carlos in front of him, however, didn't care at all and placed his hand on the white fox in front of him. Then he gently poured the potion in his hand on its hair. The potion flowed into his wound little by little along its hair. After a while, the pain seemed to be relieved in the white fox. The power of the potion seemed to be gradually changing its flesh and blood. It made its flesh and blood merge and recover faster. Looking at the rapid healing speed of the wound, Lily next to him shouted with confusion and surprise. "Restored appearance." Well, at first glance, this is the result of not paying attention in class. How could this be a recovery potion? Recovery potions, generally speaking, restore the incomplete parts of food. And the one that can restore the wound of the white fox in front of him is definitely a resurrection potion. Lily, this is the resurrection potion. Only the resurrection potion can heal the wounds of life so quickly. But what I didn't expect is that, Carlos, you can actually mix such a powerful protective potion. No, this is not mixed by me. It is recorded in ancient books that the strength of the potion can be enhanced by distributing it as evenly as possible. I just calculated the dosage of each portion, and then distributed it in the same year and the same ratio, and the enhancement was great. The white fox seemed to feel that the pain in his body had decreased a lot. His vigilant eyes also relaxed. Then he lay on the ground silently, looking very uncomfortable, and Carlos smiled and said, "So, how did this white fox run out of the magical forest?" "That's right, the magic power in the body of this white fox. Only creatures with magic power can escape the shackles of the mud just now. After all, the mud is also wrapped in magic power. I don't know, maybe there is a white fox's nest nearby." Hanny, Ronald, and Carlos stepped aside silently. There are two girls taking care of the white fox there. Today is a day off and they need to go to school tomorrow. So Carlos decided to send the white fox to teacher Hagrid. The other two nodded. Indeed, this method is the most appropriate. After all, in their cognition, Hagrid is the only one in the entire Hogwarts Academy who loves magical animals the most. And handing it over to Hagrid is also the most appropriate choice. I remember that there seems to be no class for High tomorrow. How should we hand it over to him? Well, this time we got to the key point. Yes, there is no class for Hagrid tomorrow, so what should they do? This white fox is handed over to Brother High. The three looked at each other and then Carlos said, "Wait a minute, I'll go to the magical forest, you guys are shitting outside." "Don't worry, with my strength, I can still protect myself in the magical forest." "Carlos, don't try to persuade me, I've made up my mind." "No, I'm not trying to persuade you anymore. I just want to say that you should report this matter to Dumbledore first. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble again. After all, the magic forest is not for students in the elementary class to enter." Carlos was speechless. "Well, I questioned your kindness, sir." On this day, Carlos handed the white fox to Hagrid in order to enter the magical forest. So he went to find Dumbledore, and it was exactly as Harry said. Yeo still had to inform Principal Dumbledore about this matter first. After all, the magical forest is different from other places. It was a dangerous place, even though Carlos had been there many times. But this time it was different. This time he went to the magical forest in public, under the watchful eyes of others. So Carlos couldn't mess around with things. At this moment, Dumbledore saw Carlos appearing in front of him. Just smiling slightly, he made a cup of coffee for Carlos. Smelling the strong, bitter taste of the coffee, Carlos shook his head. He didn't really like 497 cool. Perhaps suffering can bring people an inspiring spirit of struggle to move forward, but suffering can also bring people a narrow sense of sadness and indignation. Carlos put the coffee on the table and then slowly told the purpose of his visit. When he heard Carlos tell him the purpose of his visit, the calm-faced Principal Dumbledore smiled and then spoke slowly. "I see you want to go to the magical forest, right? Then go, you've been there often. What else do you need to report to me?" Good guy, Carlos knows that this guy really has that kind of ability to peek into magic in various places. I don't know why, Carlos just feels a little envious. Moreover, he usually pays close attention to the protagonist group and the others. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way that he would know that when he was free, he would go directly to the magical forest to find the high-level medicinal materials he needed. Yes, although Carlos is very smart, no matter how smart a person is. If you want to make the magic potion you need, it is difficult to do it without high-grade medicinal materials and materials. So often, Carlos would go directly to the forest to find some needed materials. And when Carlos revealed his purpose of going to the magical creatures, only then did Principal Dumbledore understand why Carlos informed him first. "It seems that your whereabouts are being monitored. Well, let me tell you first, except for me, I don't agree with anyone monitoring your whereabouts, because you are safe with me but you are in danger with others. However, if you want to go to the magical forest, I don't recommend that you go. Of course, based on your purpose, I am willing to help you and give this white fox to Hagrid. Let him take care of him." As the guardian of the magical forest, Hagrid's strength and abilities are very sufficient. I believe that he can help this white tiger find the group it was in before. However, if you insist on going, I still need to remind you that Quirrell is missing. Carlos frowned slightly again. Zillow, this guy seems to have really not appeared for a long time recently. After thinking about it, Carlos realized that since the last flame murder case ended, Luo seemed to appear less and less often, as if he had hidden his whereabouts in this academy. Can't you even find him? Yes, even I can't find him. Don't underestimate Luo. I believe you also understand how powerful Luo is. Just because he is a teacher of the Defense Against Dark Arts course, he knows more black magic and magic than ordinary people. So you should understand that Chi Luo's strength and ability are definitely more powerful than others. He disappeared, but based on the last incident you reported to me, I believe it was definitely not accidental. I'm afraid it's Voldemort. That guy might show up again. Voldemort as the most terrifying enemy in the ancient magician society. The same goes for Dumbledore, an enemy I'm more worried about. Once this enemy is allowed to invade Hogwarts Academy, then not even Dumbledore can guarantee that he will not cause any damage in Hogwarts. After all, Hogwarts was once destroyed and torn down and then rebuilt again. It was different now. Dumbledore knew, once Zerl formed a bond with Voldemort. If Voldemort appears in this world again, then the modern magician society may encounter a catastrophe. Principal, are you worried that he might be in the magic forest? I'm not worried he's in the magical forest, I'm just worried that he is the one spying on you. What if you go to the magical forest to act alone and are caught by him alone? Well, I'm afraid the odds are stacked against me, even though you told me last time that you defeated Chi Luo. But according to the description you gave that time, Killua was not defeated by your strength. He was just careless and was defeated by you. In addition, his situation at the time must have been very bad, because under Voldemort's control, his magic power seemed to have been exhausted to the extreme. So I can tell that he must not have lost his strength to you at that time. Of course, I know that the reason why he lost to me was because of my unexpected speed. In addition, his own magic power was almost exhausted. But it doesn't matter, he is not the only one who exists in the magical forest. And I just went to the outskirts of the magical forest and handed the white fox to Brother Hai. Well, if you insist on doing so, go over there. Carlos smiled, then nodded, put on his equipment, picked up the white fox and walked towards the magical 4.2 forest. Although he was indeed worried about Quirrell's appearance during this trip, but at the same time, he had some expectations that Killua would appear in front of him. After all, I have now left the protagonist's team and acted alone. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, to be honest, Carlos would look down on him. As Carlos walked towards Hagrid's hut, a surveillance force suddenly appeared around and around him again. It seemed to be a sharp eye looking down at him from high in the sky. Carlos suddenly raised his head and looked high in the sky, his eyes slightly paying attention. There is no flying animal above. So if it's not an animal, then what is chasing me? On top of the big tree, a snake spit out its own message and was constantly staring at Carlos, who was walking towards Hagrid's cabin. This red snake seems to have various blood-red colors on its body. The poison mark on its body seems to be completely created by the color of its body. It stared at Carlos's walking back, watched his footsteps, and walked on this land. Your eyes are on alert as if there is someone around you. And at the same time, not only this snake, but many snakes began to wander around the entire Hogwarts school. One after another, the red snakes were swimming crazily. Their eyes stared around, looking at the figures of students one after another. What actions were they going to take? When Carlos noticed a certain figure in the dark, he realized that he was really acting alone. The figure immediately laughed, and only the corners of his grinning mouth showed a happy smile. Carlos walked, and soon he discovered something was wrong. Although my control over space is not strong. However, my sensitivity to time still exists. This is due to the fact that I often make precise calculations of time when making potions. In that period of time, I entered the periphery of the magical forest. Then keep going to this section of Hagrid Forest. It's equivalent to walking for almost 2 hours, but during these 2 hours, don't say that you didn't even see Brother Hai's hut. I didn't even see the trees around the hut. How could that be possible? 2 hours are enough for him to fly over half of Hogwarts with his own wand. The reason why Carlos didn't bring the broom this time was simple. Because whether it is a sudden attack or any surveillance, it must be difficult to do it in such an environment with lush forests and weeds. If he was suddenly attacked in the air, Carlos felt that there would be no way for him to control his body shape well and then fall down safely. On the other side in Hagrid's cabin, Hagrid, sitting on his recliner, raised his head and looked at the sunshine in the sky. The sun shone through half of Hogwarts and onto his body. It brought light like dawn. He took a deep breath gently and then exhaled. After feeling the comfort brought by this ray of light, I suddenly opened my eyes. Something's wrong, there seems to be magic shaking in the light. Then he immediately turned his head and looked at the back of his hut. Behind that hut was there a straight path leading to Hogwarts. Around the path, the trees one after another are not dense, because those trees were planted by themselves. In order to be able to keep myself on the periphery, it looks similar to the inside of the magical forest. That's why Hagrid planted so many trees on the outside. Otherwise, there would just be some weeds which would look incompatible with the magical forest. But it's completely different there today. On that path, there are traces of magic flowing out just like water. You know, this is the outskirts of the magical forest. If it were just ordinary magic, it would be impossible for such a large amount of magic to flow. Hagrid opened his eyes and looked at that person, and then saw him slowly stretching out his hand. The next moment, a magical animal like a hunting dog ran out of the darkness and slowly came to Brother High's side. The eyes of this magical animal were quietly looking at the road over there. It seems that through the eyes one can see the truth of the road. However, the hunting dog Yaya slowly and decadently raised his head and turned to look at Hagrid. The look in his eyes seemed to say no problem was found. That's right, hunting dog Yaya, although he can see relatively common magic traps. But to be honest, it has no way of seeing the truth in such a huge magic flow trap. Hagrid shook his head, smiled softly, and first comforted the hunting dog in front of him. Then he turned his head and looked to the side. There was nothing he could do. Although he had a few animals, they all went deep into the magical forest at this moment. Not beside him, Song Yaya, the hunting dog, is with him. There is nothing he can do to help the magician who is outside the magical forest at the moment. Who would suddenly come to me at this time? Who would be attacked by the enemy at this time? In this Waz College, the enemy was also attacked. Just as Hagrid was thinking this, a gust of wind suddenly came from the sky, followed by a muffled sound. This familiar voice, coupled with the change in the flow of magic power around it, instantly reminded Hagrid of a little guy. Carlos, is that you, Lucifer? Brother High's voice sounded outside magic, but Carlos was inside at the moment when he heard this voice. It was immediately understood that Hagrid knew that he was trapped, or in other words, it was immediately understood that Hagrid knew that he was here. Now that Brother High knows that he is here. Then there is a question that Carlos can immediately think of with 250. That is, the whole place where I was trapped by magic. The flow of magic still exists here, but the confinement of magic is not strong. This is equivalent to saying that the magical confinement he used is very weak. The weakness of the barrier means that the flow of magic is weak, because I can hear Hagrid's voice if I can't hear Hagrid's voice. Then the flow of magic power here has reached a very terrifying level, which can isolate any sound from the outside world. It's really ridiculous. You actually want to use such a little trap to trap yourself. I don't know how Xyluo was taught by Voldemort. Could it be that Voldemort didn't tell you? Magic and magic have never coexisted with each other. They just influence each other and devour each other. At this moment, Chi Luo, observing the scene with snake eyes, smiled slightly. Of course he knew what Carlos meant, but he was not in a hurry. The ultimate purpose of setting this trap for Carlos was not like this. It seems that you have thought of some way to drive those little guys out of Hogwarts Academy. Come on, kill Harry and then I can reappear in the world. Voldemort's voice sounded behind Chi Luo. Of course, Zillo was not in a hurry to listen to Voldemort's words. To kill Harry, you have to wait for the right time. Now almost all the little snakes have gone to Hogwarts. Soon there will be chaos in Hogwarts, and then will be their most important opportunity. Harry, if Carlos wasn't here, you would be just a little bug, a bug that can be crushed to death by me. For a bug like you, it is very easy to kill it. I only saw Chi Luo laughing. He was laughing wildly, he was laughing crazily. His laughter seemed to have spread far, far away. Carlos on the other side slowly raised the staff in his hand. The moment he raised the staff, a black light began to slowly bloom. This time he used Avada Kedavra, which he struck with all his strength. Avada Kedavra. The moment the words fell, black flashes accompanied by flames hit the void space fiercely. Avada Kedavra was like a sharp sword that penetrated space and time, slamming into the void world in front of him. Zyro looked at Avada Kedavra and disappeared in front of him in an instant. Yes, it just disappeared, as if it suddenly became invisible and left its sight. However, Carlos knew that he did not disappear next to him, but hidden by the huge flow of magic power around it. Xyluo did not hesitate, and then released it again, Avada Kedavra. Using magic power to influence magic power is the most useful way. If it were Harry and the others, they might have brute force and directly try to break through the magic flowing around them. However, if the situation is wrong, it can be solved. Released Avada Kedavra again, Carlos felt that the magic power in his body was rapidly draining away. Avada Kedavra, who struck with all his strength, was so powerful that even Carlos himself had never seen it. But this time in Avada Kedavra, Carlos shot towards the same place. With a bang, like a precise trajectory, 2 Avada Kedavra hit the same place. Immediately afterwards, Carlos felt that the flow of magic power around him was fluctuating. And in the next moment, Hagrid in Hagrid's cabin suddenly reacted. The hunting dog Yaya also suddenly opened his eyes wide open. His eyes looked at the flowing magic area on the other side and his body arched. Then with a sudden pounce, Hagrid didn't hesitate at all. His huge body slowly walked over with the hunting dog Yaya. One person and one dog came to a raised earthen bun. The next moment, white light emitted from the eyes of the hunting dog Yaya. Hagrid also suddenly saw a dent in the place where the magic flowed in front of him. It was as if a hand was really going to penetrate the barrier and was about to come out through the curtain. If there is an impact from the outside, the curtain may be directly torn. Without hesitation, Hagrid also raised the staff in his hand. Strange water technique. The flowing ripples of water hit the raised place on that side. When the two forces collided, one inside and one outside, in an instant, a hole was torn open in the magic envelope. There was a stabbing sound, and a black flash of light shot towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding magic disappeared. Hagrid looked at Carlos, who was holding the white fox in the middle, and smiled slightly. "Little guy, it seems that your strength has become much stronger. Not bad, not bad. The Lucifer family should be proud of you." "It's nothing, Teacher Hagrid. I may have to rush back. Some guys want to attack Harry and the others while I'm away. Although I know that Harry and the others can solve it, I still want to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I'll leave this white fox to you, and there's one more thing." Mr. Carlos handed the white fox in his hand to Hagrid. Then he took out a bottle of magic potion from behind him. There seemed to be red dots of blood on the dark potion. "I will also give this potion to you, Teacher Hagrid. If Harry and the others are in danger in the future, please help them. This bottle of magic potion can increase your magic power by 10 times in an instant, of course only for 2 seconds. The side effect is that you will lie in bed for a month. I hope you can protect your own safety." The reason why Carlos gave the teacher Hagrid the potion in front of him was simple. The magical forest is the most famous place in Hogwarts. It is also the most inviolable place. If some people with gangster intentions enter the magical forest, then it is unknown what he was doing in the magical forest. At this time, Hagrid, the guardian in the magical forest, needs to appear. Carlos doesn't want the magical forest to fall into the hands of other evil people. Seeing Carlos's smile, Hagrid nodded and agreed. Immediately afterwards, Carlos did not hesitate and stayed with the sleight of hand village for a while. A broom slowly flew out of a certain dormitory. The speed of the broom became faster and faster until it was in front of Carlos in a moment. The floating broom slowly turned a corner. After Carlos got on the broom, he turned his head and took another look at what Teacher Hagrid said. "I hope that all people in this world are kind, but obviously this wish cannot be realized. So good Nano, I hope there is more kindness and less evil in this world. Teacher Hagrid, thank you." There was a whoosh, and Carlos's figure disappeared from the place in an instant. He crossed the sky and suddenly ran towards Hogwarts Academy. At this moment, terrible things are happening in Hogwarts College. Countless snakes are pouring into the academy crazily. One after another, the red snakes seem to be showing their temper and showing their human eyes. If you look carefully, you will find that the eyes of these snakes and Voldemort's eyes often look like shops. No. You can't say they are similar, you can say they are exactly the same. Carlos, on the other hand, had already reached the high altitude of the school and jumped directly. He landed directly on the ground, stepped on the ground, and then turned his head to look around. Something's wrong, why can't I feel the magic of the academy anymore? Carlos' head turned slowly and his eyes slowly looked around. Yes, he can't sense the school's magic power. How is that possible? Has the magic power here been exhausted? What's wrong is not the exhaustion of magic power, but the disappearance of magic power, which seems to have reached a very, very small level. At this moment, Carlos felt as if his body was at the center of the entire academy. But in the entire academy, there was no one who was empty. Moreover, there is no magic power in the academy, and even Harry's magic power has disappeared. Has it been hidden? Carlos muttered, but then he realized something was wrong. It's not that their bodies are hidden, but their senselessness and senses are hidden. Yes, use magic power to cover up your own insensitivity. Make yourself unable to see the students and teachers in this college. Although the school looks empty at this moment, it is actually oneself who is not hidden. It's just that they can't see themselves and they can't see them. It's like I'm in a void space. 340, the corner of Carlos's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this the same as the situation in the woods outside the magical forest? Outside in the woods, Carlos was enveloped by a magical power and couldn't see the outside, and he couldn't see himself outside. If he hadn't used Avada Kedavra and opened a passage, then it is impossible for him to leave that place. So, it means that my current situation is the same as the situation at that time. There was a hint of weirdness in Carlos's eyes, and the most important thing was, if you use Avada Kedavra at this moment, then you will open the entire channel, after opening this hidden void space. Immediately afterwards, he might expose his own strength to the eyes of the whole school, especially his proficiency in Avada Kedavra. So it turns out that this means that Zai Luo wants to expose his control over black magic in advance. Although it is said that learning black magic is not prohibited in the academy, it is prohibited to learn the 3 unforgivable magics. Similarly, it is also forbidden to use black magic to hurt people. I was outside the magical forest at that time, so I dared to use Avada Kedavra. One of the reasons for breaking the flow of magic power is that the place is very vast. Even if he uses Avada Kedavra, no one will see him, and he will not hurt anyone else. Secondly, it was because Hagrid was outside, even if Hagrid saw that he would use this thing. He won't say anything and may even help himself hide it. But it was different here. Carlos was not sure whether there were many students around him where he was at the moment. It was as if he was caught in a dilemma. Using Avada Kedavra was tantamount to exposing himself. If you don't use Avada Kedavra, it's possible to stay here forever. Until Harry, when they might be killed, it was finally a matter of choosing one. Carlos shook his head. In the end, these 2 options were given up by himself. Really? 2 choices? Then I will choose one of the other 2 choices. Carlos never liked to follow other people's paths or act according to other people's expectations. For him, he is himself, even if the actions of others are beyond his expectations. He could also follow his own ideas, and then he saw Carlos slowly raise his hand. Then he took out a medicine bottle from his satchel. Bright red, the light emanating from the medicine bottle is shining. When I dealt with those 2 guys, I used this, Drawfa's potion. However, Carlos knew that only Dumbledore and a few people might know about this stuff. Apart from this, no one else knows, so it means that Chi Luo doesn't know that he has this thing. This means that Chi Luo did not expect such a method at all. What a pity. If you had known I had this thing earlier, you wouldn't have been able to use this crappy thing. Ridiculous ways to trap me and embarrass me, but you definitely don't know. At this moment outside, one red snake after another was moving towards the school. One after another, the snakes are turning, driving away, and constantly chasing students one after another. They seem to want to tear these students' bodies apart here. Use their lives to stay here, and then if you are a caring person, you will definitely be able to find it. These red snakes, one after another, although they seem to be aimless and disorganized. Although they seem to be moving randomly, they are actually not rushing in the same direction. That's right, they seem to be driving the countless students and teachers in front of them in one and only direction, which was the arena of Hogwarts. Of course, in this college, there are teachers and senior students. It is relatively easy to deal with these snakes, and they are relatively handy, but those lower grade students are not like this. Many students finally gathered in the direction of the arena. These students seem to have formed a dense circle around the arena, blocking the progress of these people. All these figures were blocked in place. And Carlos is in this space at the moment. Being in the flow of magic power, he slowly took out Drawfa's potion. He drank it all in one gulp and poured the potion into his stomach. At that moment, he only felt that the magic power in his body was constantly erupting and rising. This potion is completely different from the potion I gave to Brother Hai. The potion and magic power in this bottle of potion are more ferocious and terrifying than the other one. Similarly, the side effects are equally terrible. If the side effects of Hagrid's bottle of medicine are just pain for 2 or 3 days, then it is very likely that I will lie down for a week under the side effects of this bottle of medicine. Just like last time, he exhaled softly, and then Carlos slowly raised his head. He looked at the place where the magic flowed in front of him and then stretched out his hand little by little, pointing the wand in his hand above himself. Although I have only seen them use it, I have never used it once. However, I am very confident and can use it to pieces. Shattered to pieces. The yellow light carried by the broken body and the surroundings flashed away and slowly appeared on the staff. Carlos smiled. He looked at the empty ground in front of him but couldn't help but shake his head. It was so embarrassing. I don't know why he didn't use it. Just now he said so confidently that he thought he could use it to smash his body to pieces. But looking at it this way, I am still a little too young. Carlos sighed softly. The magic power in his body was still expanding. Since there is no way to use shattered bones, then it is better to use magic attack directly. I could only see the magic power in Carlos's body slowly gathering. Carlos's eyes flickered slowly. To be shattered into pieces requires the corresponding sequence of magic power and spells tilde to be able to be cast. But he had no choice but to break his body into pieces and release the original order. Then you can only create a magic different from being shattered into pieces. The transformation of magic power, the surge of magic power, and the changes in the surrounding space. The burning of oxygen is likely to turn this place into a vacuum environment. Carlos knew that he definitely couldn't use fire magic. Avada Kedavra uses the black element in magic to gather and collide magic. So why don't you try using the ordinary Kwang method of impact? There is no wind in the sky. The fire that flickered from the staff flashed away, and the moment it hit the space in front of him, only then did Carlos realize that the collision and gathering of magic power were obviously different from Avada Kedavra. He knew that if it was magic gathered using ordinary magic, compared with black magic, this kind of magic power is smaller and less powerful. But because of the Dropha potion, Carlos only felt that his attack was extremely terrifying. This light rushed directly towards the invisible barrier in front of it. There was a crackling sound, and the speed of light passed through the barrier in the blink of an eye. The entire barrier was constantly distorted by the disturbance of magic power at that moment. The magic power in the sky suddenly became extremely powerful and chaotic at this moment. At this moment, the figures of the students who were on the stage were constantly resisting the attacks of the red snakes around them. Suddenly, I saw a flash of light which flashed away and hit the sky. Immediately afterwards, this light became higher and higher, higher and higher. When they looked down, they found a figure standing in front of them. Some people feel that a figure is very familiar, while others feel that this figure is very strange. Those who feel familiar are those who have seen Carlos in the ring before, while those who feel unfamiliar are those who do not know Carlos. Carlos looked at the wand in his hand, then looked around, and it was exactly what he thought. That guy Chi Luo forced himself into this state, just so that he could use Avada Kedavra to randomly injure someone. Once Avatar Kedavra himself accidentally hurt any of his classmates, it is very likely that he will be deprived of his status as a Hogwarts student. At that time, even your own life may be threatened. Carlos smiled softly. These guys really did everything they could to expel him from Hogwarts Academy. However, Carlos didn't understand that Ava's death under his control would only hit the sky. How could he possibly hurt the classmates around him? One of the classmates shouted immediately after seeing Carlos, "Carlos, why are you here?" He was a classmate in the same class. Carlos smiled softly, and then while looking at the countless red snakes around him, he muttered a few words and said, "What a bunch of ridiculous little guys. So those guys, do you think they just like to do these little tricks?" Carlos shook his head and looked around him. I'm sorry, I was accidentally locked in here by someone just now and couldn't get out. I just tried it and found that I can use magic to break this barrier. By the way, where are Harry and Hermione?" Declan blinked, and at this moment he suddenly realized, it seems that I haven't seen Harry and the others from the beginning. Ever since these snakes entered the school, Hanny and the others disappeared. 0. I don't know, they seem to have run away from us just now, I don't know where they went. Carlos nodded, damn it. If he had known this situation earlier, he should not have gone to the forest to give Hagrid the white fox. Although I had expected that Xyluo, that guy would definitely cause trouble. But Carlos didn't expect that the guy would grab it with both hands. It seems that being too confident is not a good thing for yourself. The reason Carlos did this was because he was confident that Zillo could only hold one hand. However, what Carlos didn't expect was that Zillo would hinder him and seduce Harry and the others. Carlos knew Harry that they had gone to another place at this moment. Just like the last time in the secret room, Carlos shook his head and stopped thinking so much. In the plot, even without him, Harry can defeat Voldemort's first clone, Zyro. It was the same now, so Carlos wasn't worried about his safety at all. It's just that there are so many small snakes in front of us, which seem to be densely rolled up at one end. It's like a slippery, disgusting thing, and Carlos can't stand it anymore. He slowly took out a small medicine bottle from behind himself. Everyone stepped back. After hearing Carlos's voice, the crowd in front slowly retreated to the side. Immediately afterwards, I saw the medicine bottle in Carlos' hand suddenly smashing towards the ground. When the medicine bottle fell on the ground and shattered, countless white smoke began to spread around him. The white liquid inside appeared instantly, and the moment the white smoke spread towards the surroundings, those snakes suddenly seemed to feel some power entering their minds and bodies. Let their bodies become a little weird. The bodies of these snakes are constantly beating and dancing in place. Their bodies were as drunk as drinking, and they felt like they were going to fall down in the next moment. Carlos turned to look at the other students and said, "Just take advantage of now and let them lose the land." The inventors of potions usually like to name potions after themselves. Of course, this is just a common situation. In many cases, the inventors of potions are still very normal and give their potions a normal name. For example, Dropha's potion has such an abnormal name just to show off to the world how powerful his potion talent is. At this moment, the white mist blooming from the bottle of white potion in Carlos's hand has a very simple effect. He can hypnotize the souls and consciousness of magical animals to a certain extent. For example, there are countless snakes like before. Although these snakes are very scary and every snake and pig is very disgusting, But after all, these snakes are all magical animals. Just take a bottle of white magic potion. Then 963, these magical animals will be directly confused. Just like Carlos said, he looked at the red snake in front of him as if he was drunk. One figure after another around them looked at each other. Then one figure after another raised their staff and unleashed their powerful magic on the red snakes one after another. For a moment, the entire scene became a mess, and all kinds of magic continued to bloom here. Various and colorful atmospheres are constantly flowing in it. For example, it could be Expelliarmus, it could be shattered to pieces, or it could be all petrified. All kinds of magic were released on these snakes, which immediately aroused a burst of excitement among the students. Carlos, on the other hand, walked towards the distance following the silhouettes of these snakes. He needed to find Harry as soon as possible, although he was sure that Harry alone could indeed defeat Zillow. But similarly, Carlos is not sure whether his arrival will bring butterflies to the world. He felt that his arrival might have some terrible effects on the world. For example, the material magic created by oneself. You know, this kind of magic existed in this world in the past. Even in Hogwarts, it has never appeared. I am still the first person to find or create this magic. In the same way, this means that in this world, there are variables in the originally prescribed trajectory. Carlos first ran towards Dumbledore's headmaster's office. At this time, the Polydor tank was no longer in the principal's office. When Carlos arrived at the principal's market, he found that the entire principal's office was empty. He shook his head and immediately ran towards the corner of the principal's office, where a passage was hidden. At this moment on the other side, Harry slowly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes bit by bit and looked around. Min and the others who were originally next to him have disappeared at this moment. Next to him, there was only a familiar-looking figure left. On that familiar figure, the familiar face looked full of viciousness. Then that face gave Harry no fear at all. That was Xyluo, yes, when he saw this figure, Harry didn't show any expression, anger, sadness, nothing. Instead, he felt relaxed and calm for a while. After all, he had been mentally prepared for it. Regarding the appearance of Luo, he just sighed slightly. Harry, it seems you have guessed it a long time ago. I will wait for you here. I am so powerful. Luo saw that Harry seemed to be radiating magic. And with the calm expression on his face, Luo couldn't help but feel jealous for some reason. Harry, this guy is young, but he has such a strong determination, and his strength is still so strong. Coupled with his talent, Harry will surely become the top figure in the entire Hogsmeade at some point in the future. Zyro shook his head and stopped thinking so much, based on what Voldemort said to him later. He had to kill Harry in front of him as soon as possible, but Harry smiled slightly. The next moment I saw him slowly stretching out his hand, with the staff dancing in his hand. Expelliarmus. There was a flash of light, and when it hit him, only Harry was seen behind him, raising his hand again and hitting it in front of him. There are many obstacles. I have to say that Harry's talent is truly more terrifying than anyone else's. He can learn any magic almost completely after watching it once or twice. In the past, it was like being broken into pieces and there were so many obstacles. These two magics have been recreated once in his hands and in his eyes. So this time, he was still able to use the processing weapon, and the light it brought hit Luo's hand hard. Jean Zillow's hand holding the staff trembled slightly. The many obstacles that stood in front of Zillow became an obstacle. Harry didn't hesitate at all and released after all the obstacles. He immediately ran towards the back. He needed to hurry up and get to that college. Otherwise, it is only possible to be killed by Xylo here. After all, Harry was self-aware, and Carlos had told him many times when he was normal. Carlos will win actually because Carlos caught Zillow off luard. The magic in Luo's body was almost exhausted, but this time it was different. Looking at it this way, it seems that the magic in Luo's body has not been lost at all. Luo just stood there looking at Harry's current appearance in front of him and smiled slightly. 0.2. I saw him slowly raising his hand, and the black wand flashed out. Immediately afterwards, the black demon flashed a dark light, and in the dark light there seemed to be a dark flame burning gently. Avada Kedavra. That's right, this time, Zillow directly used Avada Kedavra to seal these things in front of him. But when his Avada Kedavra was about to hit the figure on the opposite side, Harry suddenly jumped to the side. While jumping high, the staff in his hand slowly stretched towards Luo behind him. Shattered to pieces. There was a thud, and when the body was shattered into pieces, it was time to get out. The surrounding space and the smell of death also began to change. What Luo really didn't expect was that Harry could actually use shattered bones. Harry's mouth opened slightly. Only then did he finally feel that Luo's strength in front of him was really powerful. When Carlos fought with Luo, he had to endure such great pressure before he could fight him back and forth. Now when I was fighting Chi Luo, it was so difficult to face him. The white light brought out by the shattered body rushed directly towards Chi Luo. Chi Luo, on the other hand, reached out his hand without any haste, raised his staff and dodged to the side at the same time. The light smashed toward the stone behind him, and the whole stone fell into pieces. After that, the staff in Chi Luo's hand was also raised fiercely towards that Harry. Avada Kedavra. This time, Avada Kedavra is different from the last time. If Avada Sony only had elementary magic last time, then this time it was intermediate magic. The spinning light intersects with the darkness. Then he hit Harry on the other side, and then 3 heard a bang. The black magic hit Harry, but it did not cause much damage from the black magic. Harry's body was just smashed away by the power of black magic. With a bang, Harry's body fell precariously to the ground, feeling the pain. At this moment, a face slowly appeared on the back of Chi Luo's old head, and he spoke slowly. It's true, B*******D, B******D, Harry is indeed my nemesis. Come on, kill him quickly. As long as you kill him, no one in this world will ever be able to deal with me. Zillow nodded. This time, he was going to use regular magic to kill Harry. After all, Harry didn't actually have much to worry about when facing dark magic, but conventional magic is different. Just look at Chi Luo in front of him, slowly extending his hand. Immediately afterwards, the light on the staff was white and dazzling. It was the light that bloomed before the body was shattered into pieces and released. And you must know that this ray of light is very dazzling, and it seems to blind people's eyes. Yes, this is the intermediate level of being shattered to pieces. So goodbye, Harry. Zillow's voice sounded, just when he was about to release the shattered bones, directly breaking Harry into pieces. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past from the darkness. This shadow grabbed Harry's body and followed him out. Then he raised his staff and hit him with the same Avada Kedavra. 2 rays of light flashed and collided together. Black and white intertwined and lit up directly in the entire hidden passage. The light illuminates the entire passage and gradually appears. Carlos slowly raised his head and looked at the group of people in front of him and at Chi Luo over there. Then he looked behind him at Harry, who looked weak. I knew that Zai Luo must have been preparing for some evil things these days when you disappeared, but what I didn't expect was that you were so greedy. While trying to ruin my reputation, I also want to engage in profit-making. The staff in Carlo's hand is filled with white fluorescence, and the light echoes the patterns on the staff. A dragon-like pattern is slowly blooming. The power that belonged to him and the magic power that belonged to Carlos were gradually beginning to gather together. Because he just drank Dilopha's potion, at this moment, the magic power in Carlo's body is still as huge and terrifying as usual. Voldemort, who was currently on the back of Xylo's head, was slightly startled. He didn't expect that things had reached the final stage. Actually, there was another troublemaker at this moment. Damn it, Carlos was very angry at this moment. With an angry face that was almost gloomy, he looked at Carlos and Harry in front of him. Then, I heard constant low sounds coming from his mouth. There was a buzzing sound around, surging crazily at the same time. Because one after another, the whispering sound like a curse sounded at the same time. Chi Luo, who was in front of him, could only feel that the power entering his mind was jumping crazily into his thoughts. This force, like breath, constantly controls one's consciousness. Let your soul and magic power begin to expand extremely in an instant. Ava's death. Very quickly, Zillow's staff hit Carlos directly. And Carlos used the same magic and hit Kiluo fiercely. The 2 Avada Kedavra smashed together, shining in the darkness and hitting the surrounding land. A small, scorched black hole appeared, but Carlos stared straight at the concave and convex face in front of him that was vaguely visible in the darkness. That face was that of Voldemort. Harry slowly stood up from the ground. Then he also ran to Carlos's side. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, and Carlos said, "You attack him and I will assist you from the side. If there is no other way, kill this Voldemort clone." Then there was no way to kill Zillow in front of him. Carlos understood this, so he had to make a choice. One of him and Harry must stay in front and show it to attract his attention. Zillow nodded. He trusted Carlos very much, so naturally he had no doubts. Carlos smiled, then turned around and ran towards Obu. Zillow's eyes, however, turned slightly, following the figure of Carlos. Just when he was about to stop Carlos, he suddenly heard another roaring and low voice. Avada Kedavra. This low voice did not come from Carlos, but from Harry. There was no way, even at this moment, Harry had just learned Avada Kedavra. The level of Avada Kedavra is not high, but in the final analysis, it is a black magic. The power of black magic lies in its complete inability to seek knowledge based on common sense. So at this moment, Zillow could only give up on Carlos, who was constantly running behind him. Then he went to face Harry in front of him and looked at the black magic coming towards him. At the moment when Avada was killing him, he only saw Killua also raising his staff and roaring fiercely. Avada Kedavra. The intermediate Avada Kedavra collides with the junior Avada Kedavra. It's like a collision between energy and energy. Generally speaking, the better the quality and the higher the grade, the higher the probability of winning in the end. For example now, the almost intermediate Avada Kedavra is facing off against the junior Avada Kedavra. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he directly pushed away the junior Avada Kedavra and then rushed straight towards Harry. At the same time, in an area of Nordland's mountains on the outskirts of the magical forest, there was a narrow road leading into the magical forest. This narrow passage is only 100 meters apart from the left and right. Even though it is only such a small distance, you can directly enter the magical forest from the other end. Then from inside the magical forest to Hogwarts. However, for thousands of years, until now, no one has truly stepped into the magical forest from the outside of the Nordlands mountains. The reason for this is actually very simple. First, there is actually a bottomless chasm outside this mountain range. This natural moat can be said to extend directly from above to below. Although I don't know where the chasm formed by this crack came from. But because of the existence of this natural chasm, no one has passed through it until now. Of course, this is only one of the reasons, and the second reason is because of the magical forest. Because even if someone wants to enter Hogwarts College and cause trouble, but you must first pass through the magical forest range. But inside the magical forest, it's not just a forest, it's that simple. The various dangers hidden here are even more terrifying than the world outside Hogwarts. As a result, this natural chasm has become 2 obstacles that prevent outsiders from entering Hogwarts Academy. However, is the fact really like this? At this moment, outside this mountain range, that is, outside Tianduan, one after another, figures were walking slowly forward and their footsteps seemed to be heading towards the chasm bit by bit. Their eyes were firm, and they seemed not to be confused at all. In their view, the natural chasm in front of them is not considered any difficulty at all, and crossing here is simply a piece of cake for them. And when this group of people slowly walked to the side of the moat, among the crowd, a female voice rang out. Mandaras, are you sure that there really is a way to enter the magical forest that you mentioned? Don't fool me, you know, this thing has been here for thousands of years. But so far, I have never heard that there is a bridge that can go to the opposite side of this natural moat. Looking at the distance from his side to the opposite side, it is only a few hundred meters. But it seems like the horizon is blocking anyone's way. When she looked down from above, the deep chasm and the dark bottom seemed to be a place where hell screamed and wandering innocent souls. After the female voice sounded, the figure who took the lead smiled slightly, then he pointed to the opposite side of the chasm and said, "Don't worry, I have been prepared for a long time. If I dare to call you over, I naturally have my plan and my courage." In the next lesson, I saw him slowly raising his staff and pointing it at the mountain next to him bit by bit. Shattered to pieces. A ray of magic hit the top of the mountain hard. There seemed to be a strange stone that slowly lit up with white light. As the light flickered, a line of light stretched from one end of the chasm to the other, forming little by little in the middle. Immediately afterwards, the handle, like a bridge leading over there, appeared in front of everyone. Mandras smiled and continued to enter the natural chasm road of Hkai little by little. He didn't hesitate at all, as if he had expected that this path would always exist. And when he walked to the bridge, his body seemed to be floating in the air, walking towards the opposite side step by step. When the other people behind him saw this scene in front of them, they followed Mandra's figure and walked forward without any hesitation. The figures of the 5 people slowly walked towards the other end of the chasm. And their destination is inside the magical forest opposite Waihua. That's right, they have no intention of going to Hogwarts and causing trouble. After all, the danger of going there is extremely high, and the danger is not proportional to the reward. Naturally, they would not make such a plan. Therefore, the purpose of their trip was just to go to the magical forest. Just go to the forest to visit the tomb instead of going inside Hogwarts. In this case, the risk is much smaller. After all, if you want to cause trouble in Hogwarts, you must face the threats from both the magic forest and Hogwarts at the same time. But at this moment, they only need to think about how to face the dangers in this magical forest. When a group of 5 people slowly stepped onto the road to the natural moat and walked through the 100-meter-long corridor on the other side. Then, after walking through the abyss, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Letter 3005 Look, I said it, if I didn't have absolute certainty, I wouldn't be able to bring you here, so you have to believe it. The other 4 people looked at each other, and the woman nodded slightly. Now that they are really here, there is nothing to say. They can just start their mission as soon as possible. Then, I saw a few people entering the inner area of the magical forest. After they entered the inner area of the magical forest, they discovered that the inside of the magical forest was actually no different from the outside world. In other forests, there are also some very scary magical animals. There are also magical animals here, but there are more magical animals in the magical forest than outside. Wherever you look, you can see several magical animals at a casual glance, and they lilies are constantly moving next to them. What's even weirder is that you can see several magical animals like sheep living in the magical forest. But you must know that animals like sheep should live on grass, right? How could they live in the forest? Then, a few pairs of eyes stared directly at the sheep and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, they found that the sheep that had a docile face suddenly opened its big mouth and bit the hunting dog next to them. That's right, a hunting dog magical animal, without noticing the sheep at all, was bitten by the sheep's sharp teeth. In an instant, blood continued to overflow the moment the blood overflowed. The sheep also slowly began to devour the flesh and blood of the hunting dog. This scene appeared in front of everyone and they were immediately shocked. Be careful if you get bitten by this sheep. I can't guarantee whether that person's life will still exist. Mandras, who took the lead, held the staff tightly in his hand and his eyes stared at the surroundings. He said slowly in his mouth, he was vigilant and could not relax at all about anything. However, his words made the group of people behind him feel nervous, especially the woman wearing the same clothes. Don't these sheep eat grass? When have you ever seen a magical animal? Does it eat grass? Don't use outside knowledge to summarize this place. The magical animals here are completely different from the animals outside. And at the next moment, Mandras suddenly waved his hand. He slowly pressed down several other teammates behind him. The other 4 teammates glanced at the direction of Mandras' finger. Then, a monster with red blood all over its body appeared in their sight. This strange bird has its body covered with hair, its beak is sharp, and its eyes move around. The red colors on his body are like the flow of blood. It crawled on the ground little by little, its body 40, it was almost as tall as 2 adults. Of course, after he crawled down, his body looked a little smaller. Keto bird, this thing is not easy to deal with. We have to take a long way to our destination. With that said, Mandras moved in the opposite direction of the Keto bird next to him, and then moved forward again. And Keduo bird did slowly open his eyes after the 5 people in front of him left. It seemed to be aware of the presence of these 5 people, and its eyes were full of smiles. He seemed to be turning his pupils gurglingly, looking at the backs of the 5 people leaving. The next moment, he stood up slowly and began to spread his wings bit by bit. The wings seemed to have countless feathers forming bones flying in the air. It shook its body and then began to walk in the direction of the 5 people little by little. This is not over yet. When the 5 people left the sphere of influence of Keto bird, they came to an area with more Ryuatu. There seemed to be a lot of stones here, as if something had specially moved the stones from outside. And inside those stones, something seemed to be moving slowly. These stones are not small. Each stone is almost several meters in size. It looks like 2 people are the same height. Those stones were placed on the ground like this, and Howdras couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He never thought that once he entered the magical forest, his luck would be so bad. First of all, forget it, I just met the Keto bird, but I actually met such a scary baby mouse. Damn it, we have to go around again. Why is there nothing in front of you? Why do you feel so scared? Tajax, don't you think this is a scene like this? Isn't it very strange to appear in the forest? I once saw in books that there were patches of stones like this in places like forests. It means that under the rocks there seem to be some animals that are so scary that they will kill you. This time it was not Branio who spoke, but the woman next to him who spoke. She once read the scene in front of her in a book. Densely packed stones covered the ground, and under the stones, one could hear the sound of turning and shaking stones. Yes, this means that there is actually a kind of mouse home under the stone. Although this type of mouse does not look scary individually, there are extremely many of them. In almost every hole, there are 1 or 2 rats like this. Yes, Miss Melillo Advk is right, we have to go around again. The name of the rat under the stone is called forest rat. The young rat is about 20 centimeters long. An adult forest rat should be more than 80 centimeters tall. The moment he saw this scene, Mandras reacted directly. Prepare to directly bypass these countless stones and head towards the distance. To him, this scene was like encountering something completely unmatched in the forest. But just as Mandela led several teammates behind him to go around behind. But he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps one after another. The sound of footsteps seemed to come from behind him, coming towards him bit by bit. The sound is not loud, but you can hear the slight sound of friction on the ground. Mandras' face changed slightly. He suddenly turned around and found a familiar figure 100 meters away, quietly staring at him. That familiar figure with its red aura and skin looked like it was completely dyed red by blood. There seemed to be a little fluid in his mouth, and blood was slowly flowing down. In his eyes, he was just staring at Mandras and others sticking out their tongues bit by bit. That's right, this monster was the dock bird we saw at that time. Damn it, why are these things chasing us? Run one by one as long as they can. Don't think about the mission now, survival is the most important thing. As he said that, he saw Mandela taking the lead and rushing directly towards the territory of this group of forest rats. The dock bird behind seemed to be aware of his whereabouts and was exposed. He immediately spread his wings, and after the huge wings danced in the air for a moment, his body was still able to float. But following the flow of his body and airflow, his speed suddenly increased in an instant, and he fiercely grabbed the 5 people. The sharp mouth suddenly entered the back of a person who had no time to escape. There was a stabbing sound and the man felt a pain in his back. It was as if a fist suddenly hit his body hard. The pain, which was bleeding, was shaking in and out crazily. Immediately afterwards, I saw Doc Bird slowly raising its claws and beak. He flew his body high into the air, then let go and grabbed this person's body. There was a bang, and the man felt his body fall from high in the air and then hit the ground. Although this is in the forest, because there are big trees as a buffer, so he doesn't have much to do. But this kind of torture made him feel that life was worse than death for a while. Compared to this kind of torture that makes life worse than death, to be honest, he prefers to let the other party give him a good time, just quietly watching death approaching. The feeling of wanting to die but not being able to, but about to die is so helpless and painful. Just like this, Doc Bird slowly took the half-dead body in front of him into his mouth. Then he took a gulp and swallowed it directly into his abdomen. That's right, you don't even need to chew. This is the scariest thing about their kind of bird. Their throats are like snakes. They only need to draw food into their bellies bit by bit. In their eyes, food is just food. The body of a 1-meter-long person directly entered the body of a 3-meter-long dock bird. On the other side, the 4 running people were frantically intruding into the territory of the forest rat. On the ground, one stone after another is shaking slightly. It was the sound of forest rats constantly burrowing under rocks. When the feet of these 4 people stepped on the land of the forest rat, the shaking sound also slowly stopped. The forest rats underground seemed to feel something. Their bodies slowly crawled out of the ground bit by bit. They opened a small crack on the side of the stone, then gradually open a hole between the seams and get out of the hole. The forest rats, each about 70 centimeters tall, stood in front of everyone. The size of each one is almost around 70 centimeters. The eyes of every forest rat were turning gurglingly. They looked at the 4 people who kept running from their territory. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the next moment, a vibrating sound came from behind. Mandras never expected that the group of forest rats behind him would be so fast. Of course, this is not only about the speed at which they climbed out of the ground, but also the speed at which they reacted and gathered together. Countless forest rats were frantically chasing the footsteps of these 4 people, continuously heading towards the center of the forest, while the 4 people were running crazily in the forest. Indeed, if they were a little slower, the 4 of them might be directly surrounded by forest rats, and in the end, they might die without even a few bones left. The speed of the forest rat is faster than that of other animals. In this magical forest, if it is slow, it is cool. I don't know why, at this moment, Mandras suddenly regretted passing by the forest rat's territory. Damn it, why do you feel like there are more and more forest rats in the back? Yes, although the area where forest rats gather is the largest. But it doesn't mean that the only piece of forest must be their territory. In various places in the forest, there are actually many gathering places belonging to the forest in every corner. They are just not so obvious on the surface. Moreover, those gathering places, large and small, are all very different from the first gathering place. However, when they gathered together from a small number into a large number, the forest rats actually followed them from about 200 to 300 at the beginning to 500 or 600 now. For a moment, the 4 people in front of them didn't dare to stop running. Time passed bit by bit as the 4 people fled frantically. They stopped unconsciously because they felt that the movement behind them had stopped at this moment. The still atmosphere suddenly spread around. That dark feeling seemed to make the 4 of them feel confused and uneasy. Only Mandras was seen, slowly turning his head to look behind him. At this moment, more than 600 forest rats can still be seen behind them, but they didn't and continued to chase the 4 of them. Instead, he stopped where he was and looked at them from a distance. His eyes seemed to contain pity for the 4 of them. Or in the eyes of the forest rats, compared to being devoured by them, entering such a place is the real point of no return. The next moment, the 4 of them looked at the countless forest rats hiding behind them with confusion on their faces. A ray of light appeared slowly from the front. It seemed to be the magic of light. Of course, compared to the light magic blooming with the staff, this light magic seems to appear smaller. Please give me flowers 0. Light magic, could it be that there are still people in this forest? Could it be that we have escaped from the magical forest? Mandras turned his head and looked around him with confusion on his face. However, there was no one around him who could answer him. Just as Mandras looked at the front with a strange face, the light slowly lit up and walked towards him. Suddenly, the woman next to him grabbed his shoulder and said with a slightly trembling mouth, "I am no match for that opportunity. Run quickly, we must escape from here. I would rather be swallowed by rats than be swallowed by these rats." Mandras was about to ask him what was going on. Suddenly, several people saw a ferocious shadow slowly emerging from the light ahead. That light is like the light of hell that lures people into the river on the other side. He held a lantern, and little by little a figure came out, his whole body shrouded in darkness and a robe underneath. Looking from the front, you can't even tell what he looks like. He just slowly held a lantern with light. Yes, it was not a magic lantern, but a real lantern. Inside the lantern, there is a faint white candlelight, and the lit candlelight seems to be like a bright beacon guiding the road ahead. However, the moment the figure wearing a bamboo hat raised his head, a skull, covered with countless insects, slowly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the skull with a skull slowly stretched out his hand, and a staff appeared in his hand. "No, we have to shoot this thing quickly. This thing is not something we can deal with. If he catches it, we will be in trouble." "What the hell is he?" "It is the soul body that exists in this matter in the form of bones, the soul mage. We have to move quickly. If he catches us, he will invade your mind. It invades your bone marrow and then takes over your body. At that time, your soul will accompany him to suffer the flames of hell. I have read about this kind of pain in books. It is very terrifying. What's going on? Why is there such a thing in the magical forest? This kind of thing shouldn't appear here." It can be seen that the woman's expression at this moment is filled with fear. She had seen the horror of this thing in books. He also understood how crazy this thing was after the woman took a hesitant look. Then he turned around and ran in the direction of the group of forest rats. Mandras, on the other hand, just stayed there quietly, watching quietly. The IQ of forest rats is actually quite high. They want to see the group of enemies in front of them who pass through these territories die without a burial place before leaving with peace of mind. However, what they didn't expect was that disaster was about to come. I have to say that Mandras was very smart. He first glanced at the 643 female team member who kept running behind him. Then he turned around and looked at the terrifying monster in front of him. He could see how terrifying this thing was from the female team members. But it is precisely because this thing is so scary that you have to try your best to calm down your heart. Don't panic when you encounter danger. If you panic, something may happen. He just watched quietly, watching, and then his body slowly began to retreat toward the back. And at the next moment, the monster in front of him quickly rushed towards Mandras. Hell, isn't this a magician? If he does this, does he still want to penetrate me directly? Seeing the soul magician rushing toward him, Mandras immediately thought of many ways to deal with it. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and suddenly raised his hand. The staff was in his hand. There are many obstacles. Group after group of stones were continuously produced from the void in front of them. The soul magician in front of him quickly rushed towards the place where there were many obstacles. Seeing this scene in front of him, Mandras immediately retreated behind him. Without any hesitation, he headed directly in the direction of the forest rat on the other side. On the other side, the woman had also moved directly in front of the forest rat. At this moment, his body was suddenly violently R*****D by a forest rat. The forest rat lay directly on her body and bit her neck fiercely at that moment. The pain and fear of death surged from his body in an instant. At the last moment before death, she even saw countless rats pounced on her body. The teeth of those forest rats were tearing at him crazily. Perhaps in just a moment, her body would be torn to pieces. The road to death can be so surprising sometimes. He was not killed by the demonic soul mage behind him, but was killed by the countless forest fragments in front of him. The forest rat, who had apparently escaped the pursuit, died in the teeth of the forest rat in the end. Seeing this scene, several other people also started running towards the surrounding area crazily. But that one Mandras suddenly ran towards the forest rat. The moment his body was about to come into contact with a mouse, he suddenly jumped up, his whole body jumping high at the same time. Suddenly, he took out a stone from his pocket. The stone was thrown directly in the direction of the forest rat. The next moment, the white light from the staff hit it hard. A burst of expanding power was formed, suppressing it crazily. Get big fast. The magic power is going crazy, blessing this stone. Although it usually looks like a stone that can't be grasped by one hand, at this moment it has turned into a boulder weighing almost more than 100 kilograms. The boulder fell to the ground hard, almost 1,000 times bigger than before. Mandras felt that the magic power in his body had been completely exhausted. The feeling of weakness and powerlessness is constantly flowing through my body. But at this moment, he couldn't stop because he knew that once he stopped, the final result would most likely be dinner for the mice in front of him. Or he was chased by the magician of the soul behind him. Everything is death, so it is better to choose your own path forward. When Mandras stepped on the larger stone, the surrounding forest rats kept crawling around and then jumped up in one fell swoop, seemingly trying to bite Regax's body. And Mandras immediately followed, stepped his foot again. The whole body, with the help of the power of jumping, rises high like a rock with spread wings. Of course, if you look carefully, you will find that it is not flying. He just jumped too high in the air, and then when he fell down, he used his own magic as a boost, making it look like he was gliding in the air. Mandras, without any hesitation, quickly glided forward with his whole body. He wanted to get away from this weird place as soon as possible. But at this moment, the figure of the soul magician suddenly appeared in front of him. Appearing in the high sky, Mandras looked at the scene in front of him with shock. He saw that the soul magician in front of him had stretched out his hand. The staff was in his hand, pulling out a ray of fire. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly pointed the staff made by his hand at Mandras in front of him. The next moment, the light produced by the staff became deeper and deeper. There was a bang, and Mandras felt his body being violently flew out. 2.0, but at the next moment, he suddenly aimed the staff in his hand and smashed the huge boulder on the ground. Shattered to pieces. To be honest, it can be considered as his most powerful move. Normally, it would be impossible to use this light after it hit the boulder in the distance. The stone turned into powder in an instant, and the soul magician, who was slowly falling from high in the sky, suddenly glanced down. Then his body landed on the ground like this, among the countless forest rats. The forest rats saw such a terrifying thing. The moment it appeared in front of them, they were instantly frightened. Then they all fled around, fearing that they would be caught in the next second and killed directly. All the forest rats looked at the skeletal monster that fell from above with horror on their faces. On his skeletal face and inside the skull's eye sockets, a faint black-green fire was burning continuously. And the moment this soul magician fell into the middle of the forest rats, the flame belonging to his soul suddenly spread towards the surroundings. The staff in his hand was slightly raised, and the next moment he saw countless black flames on his body, spreading towards the surroundings. Avada Kedavra bloomed, and with a bang, the bodies of countless forest rats were directly taken away by Avada Kedavra. The flames constantly left traces on their bodies. Burn, burn, burn their bodies to nothing. These forest rats seemed to feel the terror of the soul mage in front of them. Immediately, their faces were full of panic. Some of the forest rats that had been running away around them suddenly turned around when they sensed the danger. Then some of the forest rats began to rush towards the body of a soul mage. Perhaps what these forest rats did not expect was that, watching the excitement, three eventually eating themselves, they would actually become one of the ones being eaten. Seeing this scene in front of him, Mandras reacted quickly and began to retreat towards the back. He understood that this moment was his best chance to escape. As long as these mice can hold on, then they have a chance to stay away from this monster. But what he didn't imagine at all was, the speed of the soul mage is also very fast. It cleared away the forest rats around here, almost all of them in less than a few minutes. At this moment, Mandras had run almost a kilometer away. He actually heard another round of rustling sounds coming from behind. That sound seemed to tell me that death was getting closer and closer to me. The next moment, Mandras' face changed slightly. He once again stretched out his staff and picked it up towards the wolf in front of him. Since you won't let me go, then let's not live in peace. Even if I die, I will drag you into the water. This time, it is basically the method used when the final despair comes. For Mandras, he did not want to use such an approach. If you do this, the final result will be the same as dying together. But what can he do? It is better to die together than to die on his own. As a result, Mandalay was shattered into pieces and crashed into the forest in front of him. One roar after another resounded throughout the forest. There seemed to be a figure, and the forest suddenly began to stir. Just now, Mandras discovered that he was almost arriving at the center of the magical forest. He thought of such a way. After all, he had no way to deal with the soul mage. Naturally, there were others who could deal with his existence. It was just like he thought in this magical forest. There seemed to be many magical animals sleeping in the darkness. They seemed to crawl out slowly after hearing the sound. Countless animals slowly walked out of the forest. One of them, a tiger whose face looked full of yellow and bloody scars, looked around bit by bit. His eyes first stared at Mandras in front of him, and then turned his head to look at the soul mage chasing Mandras far behind. The soul mage seemed to have seen the tiger with scars all over its body. In the hollow eye sockets, the flame under the dark green flickered slightly. Then his body suddenly stepped back. The next moment, Gyoya's staff stretched out to the tiger. It must be said that the IQ of this soul mage is still very high. Facing the current situation, he can only make the most correct choice for himself. That's right, first of all, this tiger, in his opinion, is more terrible than the human who is constantly running away in front of him. This magical animal is more terrifying. The tiger glanced at the two figures in front of him. Then his eyes stared straight at the soul mage over there. In his opinion, the threat of the soul mage seems to be a little greater. So the two overlords in the magical forest met. The moment the staff was raised, a black and green light hit the body of the tiger fiercely. That was the light of Avada Kedavra. When Avada Kedavra hit the tiger immediately moved to his side. After dodging Avada Kedavra, the tiger rushed towards the soul mage again. Yes, it must be said that the tiger's reaction speed was very fast. It was so fast that no one could react for a while. When the body of the magical tiger rushed towards the body of the soul mage, the soul mage suddenly retreated to the back and raised the staff again. Petrified, the magic on the staff hit the tiger in front of it, and the tiger's body felt stiff. It seemed that there was a force that continued to spread and generate in this body. But soon, the blood in his body continued to flow in his skin, blood vessels, and flesh. That force broke the magic of petrification in his body in an instant. Then, the 29th machine rushed towards the soul mage in front of him again. At the moment when the foot of this magical tiger stepped on the place where the soul mage had just been, a ray of light shot up into the sky, and a huge magic slowly formed from the ground. This magic was a dark black magic that formed autonomously, Call of the Corpse Eaters. One after another, the skeleton corpses that looked full of stench and decay slowly appeared around. They were seen rushing towards the magical tiger in front of them little by little. The corpses of these corpse eaters were full of vicious curses. When they rushed towards this tiger, they also brought the curse to his body. Similarly, for a while, the soul mage who retreated to the back raised his staff and smashed it directly at the tiger in front of him. Avada Kedavra. With a bang, the black magic smashed at the tiger. It also destroyed the corpses of the corpse eaters around one by one. Their bodies were directly beaten into powder. Mandras, who saw this scene from a distance, immediately changed his face. He didn't expect that the strength and IQ of the soul mage in front of him would be so high. He actually killed the tiger in front of him. Mandras' face became very ugly. To be honest, he never thought he would escape. He just wanted to die together with the soul mage in front of him. Between escaping and dying together, he chose to die together. It was because he was determined to die, but he didn't expect that he was so determined to die. It was so unsatisfactory, so damning, Mandras slapped him hard on the big tree in front of him. He felt angry, unwilling to betray himself. Let yourself feel a burst of sadness, but even so what? The magic power in his body can no longer support him to break into pieces. Even if they can be released, they may not be able to find more powerful magical animals in the center of the forest. The moment I saw that magical tiger quietly falling to the ground and turning into a corpse, Mandras, desperate and ready to give up his life all the time. Suddenly, a roaring roar sounded from the side. Mandalas, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. A glimmer of hope flashed in his heart, and the moment he opened his eyes, I found that the whole world around me was dark. The sky seemed to be gloomy and covered by dark clouds. When I raised my head, I found that it was not dark clouds, but a huge dragon. That's right, a huge red dragon is hovering in the sky. He looked at the two figures in the magical forest above the ground, and at the tiger that fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. His face changed slightly. This was the land he was guarding, and there were still men who dared to touch him. For a moment, the huge red dragon's face turned dark this time. When his eyes darkened, a surge of anger immediately filled this magical forest. A frightening killing intent shot directly into Mandras' body. Of course, Mandras felt fear, but the soul mage opposite him did not feel anything like it. He just looked at the giant red dragon hovering in the sky quietly. Then he looked down at the figure in front of him, and then he made a choice between Draws and the dragon. All I saw was that the soul mage turned around and quickly retreated back. Anyway, he has already killed two people, and it doesn't matter whether he kills Mandras or not. Even if he didn't do anything, the giant red dragon would definitely cut him into pieces. The moment the soul mage thought this, he didn't think about it at all. The dragon does not distinguish between friend and foe. In the world of the dragon, whoever dares to move in his sight will be the first target of his attack. He only saw the giant red dragon, his vision moved slightly and his pupils turned slightly. He seemed to notice that a dynamic ant appeared in his still world. The next moment, the red giant's entire body flew toward the ant with a bang. The soul mage felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. In an instant, he was also thrown backward. The red dragon was particularly powerful this time, and even for a moment, even he couldn't resist. However, this was not over yet, as the giant red dragon hit him again and hit him hard. The soul mage who had already flown out flew out again. Of course, maybe it's because the soul mage has some good things in him, so these two slaps from the red dragon can't directly break his body. Only the reflection of the soul was seen, and the skeleton's body trembled slightly. The next moment, his body hidden under the cloak slowly raised the staff. A staff made of bones with black light shining on it. There was a bang, and the black light caused by Avada Kedavra directly hit the red dragon. It's a pity that the intermediate Avada Kedavra cannot cause much damage to the red dragon. Instead, a red mark appeared on the red dragon's body and a trace of blood flowed out. Feeling the pain, the giant red dragon roared immediately. His roaring roar echoed throughout the magical forest. Similarly, in the cabin outside the magical forest, Hagrid was startled when he heard this sound. Seeing that Hagrid quickly picked up his hunting dog Yaya and several other magical animals, they ran towards the forest. He was worried about what would happen to Carlos, the dragon he saved. Yes, a roar like this means that the 10 red dragons must be very angry. He saw Hagrid's tall body running towards the forest. The hunting dog Yaya behind him is constantly chasing around. It seemed that Hagrid was chasing the traces of the past when he came to the river. When I saw the river in front of me, I was immediately shocked. He never expected that the roaring sound actually came from the depths of the magical forest. Looking at the river in front of him, Hagrid knew that as long as he crossed this river, he would be able to enter the depths of the magical forest. But once you cross this river, your life is not guaranteed. Perhaps in the middle area of the magical forest, with these magical animals around him to protect him, his life can be guaranteed. He won't be in much danger, plus he is a magician himself. So he was never afraid at all, but once he stepped across the river, he was in the central area. Once you reach the depths, your life will not be guaranteed. But okay, Zhao, Hagrid was frightened again when he thought of the dragon's roaring roar just now. He understood that if something unexpected happened to the red dragon, it would lead to him breaking into Hogwarts Academy. At that time, it will be said that there is a disaster in Hogwarts, and it will also be a disaster in the magical forest. After all, when the red dragon enters Hogwarts Academy, it means that the magicians in Hogwarts will fight the red dragon. At that time, no matter who is killed or injured, it will not be a good thing. He gritted his teeth and saw Hagrid rushing towards the other side of the river. While his body was leaping high, his whole body also landed directly on the other side as if floating. The next moment, several other magical animals around him immediately rushed toward the other side. In this way, the four figures and the seals entered the central area of the magical forest. The moment the two magics collided, the intermediate Avada Kedavra directly broke through the primary Avada Kedavra in an instant. Then it rushed straight to Harry's side. The moment Harry saw the Avada Kedavra rushing towards him, his face changed. He didn't expect that the result of the two identical magics would be like this. In the next moment when this Avada Kedavra was about to hit Harry, similarly, a magic emitting light rushed over fiercely. At the same time, Carlos waved the wolf eye in his hand. The intermediate Avada Kedavra hit the intermediate Avada Kedavra. The light that was finally brought was a loss to both sides, and then it disappeared at the same time. Carlos's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that even if he used all his strength. There was no way to beat Chi Luo in front of him. His magic was like an unshakable rock. Just quietly in front of him, making himself unable to break. Carlos shook his head and turned to look at Harry first. He understood that the current situation did not allow for much thinking. 67 Then, he saw Carlos had come to Chi Luo, grabbed Chi Luo's shoulders and pushed him behind. At this time, the magic wand in Chi Luo's hand was ready to gather Avada Kedavra again. He smashed it towards Harry over there, but at this moment, the magic on the wand in his hand involuntarily tilted upwards. Chi Luo's face darkened slightly. Why didn't he expect Carlos to be so fast? In just a moment, he came in front of him, and in just a moment, he directly broke his defense. With a bang, Carlos did not hesitate at all and then punched hard. That's right, a physical attack, of course, in this world where countless people practice magic. A little physical training can achieve a very strong and terrible effect. I only saw Chi Luo in front of me in the moment when Carlos punched me. The Avada Kedavra in his hand just happened to fall towards the sky. With a bang, it just happened to hit the stone wall above. The broken stones kept falling downwards. Carlos saw this scene, his feet were very hard. Then he rushed towards Harry, and countless broken stones and stones were smashing down crazily. Chi Luo, who was knocked to the ground by Carlos's punch, had no time to react at all. He was buried directly by the countless stones. Carlos immediately turned around when he saw this scene. Holding the staff in his hand, he fiercely pointed at the countless stones that buried Chi Luo. "Get bigger quickly." Those stones became huge in an instant, and they pressed down on Chi Luo, who was originally a petite body. With a puff, Chi Luo only felt a pain in his abdomen, and his body was like blood constantly flowing backwards. This scene happened in front of Harry and Carlos. Carlos couldn't help but exhale a breath of foul air. It hurt, it really hurt. He had just used Drafa's medicine and there were still wounds on his body. Carlos knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely not be able to hold on. "Let's go, get out of here quickly." Harry nodded, then took Carlos with him, and the two of them slowly ran towards the outside of the secret room. Not long after the two people left the secret room, a roaring sound suddenly sounded in the entire passage. The sound of roaring and crazy sounds echoed throughout the passage in the remaining room. Immediately afterwards, the secret room was filled with all kinds of terrifying atmospheres. The black aura was swarming outside, seemingly chasing Carlos and Harry, who were running outside. And in the secret room, because of the place where countless boulders were piled together, suddenly, a magic hit hard upwards. Black magic soared into the sky, passing straight through all the rubble and then through the dome and ceiling. Finally, the 10 figures under the magic were revealed. Chi Luo moved away bit by bit, the one or two stones that were still pressing on him. After he noticed that Carlos had left that day, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, he had no way out and could only risk his life for the rest of his life. "Yeah, Zillo, hurry up. As long as you catch Harry and kill Carlos, then you can live. Otherwise, once caught by Dumbledore, you will die." Of course I know, so you don't need to say anything more." Quirrell said this, and his body quickly began to chase Carlos in the direction they left. Countless black auras continued to spread out from around him. At the same time, countless corpse eaters were continuously born due to countless black auras. Throughout Hogwarts, people are blocking countless red snakes from entering. At this moment, Principal Dumbledore suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where the black energy was spreading. There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes, and then the next moment, his body climbed rapidly, and in an instant he began to fly towards the place where the black energy spread. And in the place where the black energy spreads, at this moment, figures one after another are slowly crawling out. They are all corpse eaters summoned by countless black energy of love. Yes, this is the dark magic that Voldemort is best at, the dark mark. The moment when countless black energy spread throughout the entire Hogwarts Academy. The entire Hogwarts Academy will be filled with Death Eaters. At that time, Hogwarts will fall into the possibility of destruction, and there are signs. Dumbledore didn't want to see this scene, and his body quickly flew towards this side at the same time. Harry and Carlos collided with Zillo in front of them. Chi Luo's speed must be said to be very fast. From the moment he turned over the stone that was pressing on him and then came to Carlos. It can be said that it is just a blink of an eye, 2 or 3 breaths of time, suddenly appeared in Carlos' sight. Carlos shook his head. He was still one step away, and he could escape the secret room. Escape from this prison and go outside. When the time comes, Dumbledore and the others will definitely be able to find themselves. Carlos's face changed slightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. He looked at Zillo in front of him and gritted his teeth, ready to drink the last bottle of Drafa's potion. Ross actually only prepared 3 bottles of this kind of potion card. I used 1 bottle when dealing with those 2 people, and I used 1 bottle before to escape from the magic flow barrier. At this moment, Carlos could only feel that the countless bones and organs in his body were twisting and shaking crazily. That kind of heartbreaking pain is beyond words and cannot be told. But there was no way. Carlos could only accept this pain. His body was trembling slightly, but there was nothing he could do so far. Carlos slowly spoke to Harry. "Harry, we may have to fight hard. Either he dies or we die today. If there is no way to escape, then let's bury him with us." As Carlos spoke, he opened the last bottle of Drafa's potion and poured it into his mouth. The bright red potion slowly fell into Carlos' mouth bit by bit. The blood-like potion brought a huge magic energy area. At this moment, Voldemort, who was walking behind Zillo, was suddenly startled. He never thought that Carlos would use such extreme measures. "Damn it, that potion is a potion made from the blood of a giant dragon, and you just drank it like this. In order to survive, I will do anything, including killing you. Voldemort, you old immortal guy, you are dead when you die. Why don't you suddenly jump out of the grave? Contaminate this world with your skeletal hands." Carlos was really angry. These guys in front of him always like to cause trouble. This is no longer a question of stance, this is a question of justice and evil. Carlos suddenly pulled out the staff in his hand and pointed the staff towards that side. Seeing this scene in front of him, Chi Luo also took out his staff. The moment the three of them looked at each other, a roaring sound suddenly sounded from above. This roaring sound is just a very ordinary body-shattering and bone-crushing magic. However, it was this magic that gave Carlos hope in an instant. Carlos was about to cast Avada Kedavra, but suddenly turned to face him. Harry said quickly, "Harry, we are using obstacles, hurry up." Harry nodded, and suddenly he pointed the staff in his hand at Chi Luo over there. With countless stones, obstacles and magic slowly protruded from the ground. In this way, he blocked the magic that Chilona was about to throw at Harry and Carlos and his sight. At the same time, Carlos also used obstacles, and the two obstacles joined together. Countless obstacles blocked Ava's life from the intermediate magic. Then, Carlos looked up fiercely. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY Aj equals. The next moment he gathered all the magic power and turned his staff. Voldemort seemed to notice something and he immediately shouted, "Hurry up, kill them quickly. If you don't kill them, it will be bad." Chi Luo was also very nervous. Of course he knew that he had to kill the two people in front of him as soon as possible. If we don't kill the two of them, it will definitely be a bad thing. However, it has to be said that the magic power in Cross's body was too terrifying, which made the move just now extremely powerful due to its many obstacles. Think about it, using the magic power of intermediate magic to inject the quality of a primary magic. To that extent, the magnitude has changed the quality, and there was a bang. Countless magic powers gathered on Carlos and slammed towards the ceiling above. His body was shattered into pieces, and his strength penetrated layer after layer of barriers. Finally, it hit the sky 2 levels above. At this moment, Dumbledore was constantly hovering in the sky over there, looking for the direction in which the magic power was gathering. It was also the place where I saw the burst of magic power. Without the slightest hesitation, I saw him immediately riding his broom and rushed over. At this moment, Chi Luo was holding Voldemort behind him. Kinran weighed 10 pounds slightly. He seemed to feel the terror of a powerful magic being approaching. In an instant, Voldemort's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that he still failed, but it didn't matter, there was still time. Ziluo, you failed just like what we promised at the beginning. Since you failed, there will be nothing left to say. No, I haven't failed yet, I still have a chance, I still have a chance. As long as you kill Harry Potter in front of you, as long as you kill him, you can revive. You can become the strongest being. It's so pitiful, Ziluo, my original idea was indeed to kill Harry first. But I never said that by killing Harry, I would become the strongest. Only by killing both Dumbledore and Harry can I become the strongest being, and I will be invincible in this world. So let's make a final farewell to our agreement, Zillo. Dumbledore jumped down from above and suddenly saw that the magic power gathering in front of him was slowly expanding. When he came to Carlos, he looked at Carlos and the two of them cautiously. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, Harry and Carlos, but the magic in their bodies was almost exhausted. It was just that his body became weak, but when he turned his head and looked again, he found that the figure behind him was that of Chi Luo. Ziluo, what is the aura on your body? What's going on? Why do you have Voldemort's auras? At this moment, Dumbledore finally believed what Carlos said to him at that time. Indeed, only Voldemort can have such powerful power. Only Voldemort's breath could create so many corpse eaters. Zillow's mouth slowly opened. He opened his mouth and spat out the first sentence, but Dumbledore's expression suddenly changed. Oh my, long time no see, Dumbledore, it seems you are really too forgetful. You actually forgot who I am, but it doesn't matter, it will be soon. Wait until time passes little by little, and wait until the darkness slowly descends on Hogwarts. I will come to this world again, and when the time comes, my name will resound throughout the entire world. Ha ha ha, then Dumbledore, goodbye. Dumbledore's face turned slightly as he reacted, and seemed to remember who the person in front of him was. Voldemort, why are you parasitic in Xylo's body? It seems that everything that happened in Hogwarts was because of you being a taxi. This moment, the staff in Dumbledore's hand was also raised. Pointing at Voldemort on the other side, Harry and Carlos, who were watching the scene behind them, immediately widened their eyes. They never imagined that they were in this deep, dark chamber. I can actually see the most powerful principal in the history of magic society using his magic. Just looking at the staff in Dumbledore's hand, the magic power gathered little by little. That terrifying magic power is circulating in the sky, turning into huge circles of light one after another, waving and reflecting the power of the world. Shattered to pieces. Dumbledore is old too because he is already an old man. so he saw the current situation more clearly than Harry and Carlos. For 3-3, has learned from his long experience that once an ordinary person or a magician is parasitized by Voldemort, they will no longer be able to be saved. Because their bodies have been swallowed up by the black energy and the demonic energy. Their bodies no longer belong to human bodies but to demonic bodies. The moment when Dumbledore smashed this piece of broken bones, which is the so-called intermediate magic. The vast splendor suddenly shone in front of everyone. At the same time, Voldemort smiled slightly. He was not in a hurry at all. No matter how powerful this magic is, even if it can destroy his own body, what's the use? He is not the subject in the first place. So powerful, Dumbledore, you are still so powerful. From that moment on, you have become such a powerful existence. I never thought that I would be able to receive the magic from the most powerful magician in history. Great, wait for me, I'll be back again when the time comes, Dumbledore. The world will be under my control, will tremble under my arrival, and there will be no survivors. There was a bang, and Chi Luo's body in front of him was slowly emitting light. The moment when the shattering magic hit Chi Luo's body, it was like a bomb, with the fuses in contact tightly hugging each other. Dumbledore secretly said something bad, grabbed the bodies of Harry and Carlos, and suddenly flew upwards. The moment the three of them flew out above, the roaring sound suddenly resounded throughout the secret room. This terrifying white light continued to spread around it. Little by little, it began to swallow up the terrifying fog around it. At this moment, Carlos and Harry were lying quietly on the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Well, the strength of these two little guys is quite good. Under the joint pursuit of Voldemort and Xi Luo, they were able to survive until I came. However, Carlos, your body will not be able to hold on if you continue to use potions. At the same time, because of Voldemort's departure and Xylo's death. As a result, all the red snakes summoned by Voldemort began to disperse throughout Hogwarts. It turned out that in the Chaotic Academy, normalcy and order suddenly began to return. Carlos and Harry were also sent to the infirmary for treatment at the same time. No one knows who triggered this chaos. Does anyone know why Carlos can't wake up at this moment? At this moment in the magical forest, the entire forest is constantly shaking due to the turmoil of the red dragon. At this moment, an unprecedented attack broke out, shaking one after another. Those sounds were constantly echoing, and Hagrid was also running crazily towards the center of the forest. Mandras was quietly squatting under the tree. He raised his head and looked quietly at the red dragon above. He didn't expect that this giant red dragon would actually fight with the soul mage over there. This is simply giving yourself the best chance to escape. Ever since, just as Mandras was preparing to run towards the outskirts of the magical forest. But suddenly he saw the Shisong Hound looking at him quietly. The hunting dog's eyes were full of killing intent, as if it was staring at prey. Go away, otherwise I will kill you. After Mandras said these words, he was about to leave. But suddenly, when he saw the hunting dog, it bared its teeth and fiercely rushed towards him. Immediately afterwards, at the moment when Mandras was about to use magic to expel the predator in front of him, he heard an urgent voice coming from his left front. Everything is petrified. The magic hit Mandras hard, and he felt that the hand and staff he was about to raise stopped directly in place. Inside the body, the last bit of magic power that had been gathered dissipated at this moment. At this moment, his body turned into a stone that was completely unable to move and fell to the ground. Of course, he didn't really turn into stone. At least it could be seen from the surface that his body was a human body, a physical body. When the hunting dog Yaya saw this scene in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly again. Immediately afterwards, he pounced towards Mandra's body over there. However, Hagrid held down its head and said, don't be anxious, that's not what we have to do now. This guy should be the murderer who made these things happen in the magical forest. We have to hurry up and report what's going on here to the Dean. Otherwise, the entire magical forest will be destroyed under the invasion of these guys. Moreover, what happened to the red dragon over there to make it so violent? In fact, let alone Hagrid, even Man 4.1 draws himself doesn't know. What happened to this red dragon to become so violent? Hagrid still remembered that the last time he saw this red dragon so violent was when Carlos entered the magical forest. That time, the red dragon seemed to become frightened and irritable because his child was injured. Could it be said that it is the same this time? In midair, the red dragon completely ignored the countless trees around it. Use your own body to knock down these trees one by one. He opened his mouth and fleshy saliva dripped from his sharp teeth. A ball of flame slowly gathered in front of this mouth. The next moment, the flames continued to expand, and a bang sounded. The flames looked so straight and hit the body of the soul mage over there. The dragon's flames are constantly burning in the entire magical forest. On the ground, it seemed that layer after layer of soil had been burned into charred black marks. The world seemed to be covered with a thin layer of red mist at this moment, looking so bad. He was roaring like hell, looking ahead from the end of the magical forest. You will see that in the forest, in the corner of death, there will always be bursts of painful wailing. Different from the wailing sound, there are more confused sounds. Don't think that the dragon's flame is very weak. It is a dragon that truly has the ability to destroy a city. Even a dragon that can destroy an entire country, that dragon's flames echoing in the sky. It cannot be extinguished on the ground. Hagrid, who kept running towards the outside, saw this scene. He immediately understood that the matter in front of him was no longer something he could resolve. If you don't go back, call Principal Dumbledore to come. Then the entire magical forest will be destroyed instantly in this flame. However, in the flames, no one knew that in a certain corner, bones one after another seemed to be slowly being lifted up. Those bones were the bones of one of the 5 people who broke into the magical forest before. His bones were pulled up from the ground bit by bit, as if a hand was in the void, constantly splicing them together in the flames. Immediately afterwards, these countless bones slowly turned into a human form from the ground. Countless bones formed a skeleton, and in the empty eyes of the skeleton, it seemed that the flame belonging to the soul could be seen. The skeleton first glanced at his 2 palms. They were like bones, and it seemed that traces of the past could still be seen on by Lulu's palms. He was slightly startled. What happened? Why did the backup he had left suddenly become like this? Bones glanced at the numerous green burning annihilations around him. Then he raised his head again and looked at the giant red dragon above. The giant red dragon is still wandering around, and the flames in his mouth are still burning the entire magical forest. On the earth, sparks of flames are engulfing all kinds of life all the time. In Hogwarts Academy, Principal Dumbledore originally said that he was preparing to deal with what happened in the academy. But the next moment, he received an owl letter from Hagrid. According to the words expressed in the letter, Dumbledore learned that a fire was burning in the magical forest at this moment. The fire was about to spread throughout the forest everywhere. Thinking of this, Dumbledore reacted instantly. He couldn't delay any more at this moment, so he glanced at Carlos and Harry, who were lying on the hospital bed next to him. Then he turned his head and looked to the other side of him. Snape seemed to have sensed Dumbledore's call and came directly to his side. "What's going on?" "Hagrid just sent me the letter. The dragon is angry. He is using his fire to devour the entire forest. We have to quickly go to the Shanky Forest and summon teachers and senior students. Mainly those who know the cleaning and repairing arts should come quickly if needed. We need to go to the magical forest to protect it." With that said, Principal Dumbledore immediately caught the broom next to him. Then the whole body sat on it and jumped up. The moment his body flew high. Snef behind him also nodded and immediately started to make arrangements. He respected Dumbledore in front of him. For him, Dumbledore was like his family member. However, it is a pity that the moment this Snape short-circuits, he will want to kill Dumbledore in front of him. On the other side in the magical forest, the flames were still burning every corner of the entire forest. In the forest, all kinds of magical animals are constantly running around, constantly informing all the animals. The fire spread very quickly, and only half an hour passed. The fire was about to spread and cover the entire central area of the forest. Of course, maybe it's because of the existence of those terrifying magical animals in the center of the magical forest. Therefore, in the central area of the forest, the flames are not particularly powerful. Then when the flames began to spread to the middle and outer areas, the magical forest will truly turn into a purgatory. Everyone is ruthless and cannot be extinguished by the power of one person or one life. The flame spread very fast, and it was impossible to extinguish it in an instant relying on human will. So what is needed is more and more people and more lives. The moment when countless Hogwarts figures in the sky came towards the magical forest. Throughout the forest, the magical animals that were constantly putting out the fire were suddenly startled. Immediately afterwards, I saw Principal Dumbledore reach out, and all the students in the advanced class behind him immediately waved the staffs in their hands. Water restoration spell. Countless streams of water were finally summoned directly from their staffs in the form of magic power. Those water flows are like the magic brought by the 831 after another, extinguishing its entire forest from the sky. Watering the fire came, and after those flames burned fiercely, they were about to burn the entire sky. The countless Hogwarts students and teachers who were flying over the forest suddenly felt a burning sensation and an anxious atmosphere. The flames were boiling on his body, and sweat was falling drop by drop towards the ground. The evaporating air seems to bring an inevitable feeling of heat and stuffiness. Of course, maybe it's because of the water tower curse used by countless students. In the forest, countless flames were gradually beginning to be extinguished. As the flames were extinguished, Principal Dumbledore slowly made his final preparations. I saw him clenching a stone in his hand, and the next moment the stone was thrown into the forest. The stone was covered with countless incantations, and the staff in the principal's hand was slowly stretched out. As the incantation on the stone appeared, he spoke softly in his mouth. "The water is coming." From above the ground, countless water spurted out from that small stone. The water rushed to all parts of the forest like big snakes one after another. The giant dragon above was still furious and frantically chasing the sole magician. He still hadn't noticed that in the sky, the people of Hogwarts were constantly extinguishing the fires and disasters it caused. Perhaps in his eyes, as long as he kills the sole mage in front of him, then everything he did would be worthwhile, but he never thought about how bad the impact of his sudden anger would be. Headmaster Dumbledore saw the flames and began to relax his posture. Immediately fly towards the center of the forest. The two parties looked at each other without noticing the sudden third party. Principal Dumbledore first glanced at the giant dragon that was constantly swallowing flames. Then he took another look at the sole mage who was running wildly on the ground and escaping. He shook his head gently, and the next moment Dumbledore waved his hand. The staff flashed a white light in his hand, as the strongest magician in the entire Hogwarts. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's advanced skills quickly became big. The moment it appeared directly, I could only see the big tree under the dragon's body. In front of this rapidly growing object, it suddenly extended upwards and stretched out in an instant. I saw the tree trunk like a straight sword. It instantly penetrated the shoulder of the giant dragon above, and the dragon only felt a slight pain in his shoulders and wings. The whole body fell directly from the sky. At the same time, Principal Dumbledore fiercely waved the staff at the sole mage on the other side. Everything is petrified. Everything was turned to stone by this high-level magic, and the body of the sole magician who was hit froze slightly. It seemed that at this moment he could no longer think about too many things. In an instant, he fell from the battlefield and fell to the ground. The moment his body fell to the ground, Dumbledore sighed softly, followed by a look of helplessness. The dragon slowly raised his head and first glanced at the sole mage who was unable to move on the ground. Then he turned around and glanced at Principal Dumbledore, who was standing proudly in the sky. It can be seen from the eyes that the other party seems to want to fight again. Dumbledore shook his head. He didn't have much to do against these two guys. Generally speaking, giant dragons exist in the form of individual families. That is, they do not live in groups. If this is Dragon Island, then they are the most terrifying existence. However, this is not a dragon island, so the existence of the dragon this time also means that there are only one or two other giant dragons nearby at most. However, Principal Dumbledore shook his head. He did not dare to kill the giant red dragon in front of him. If this giant red dragon is killed, it will trigger revenge from the entire Dragon Island. The principal still understands what kind of terrifying existence Long Island is. Once Dragon Island's revenge is triggered, it will not be him who will suffer the disaster next, but the entire Hogwarts Academy. So can anyone tell me what happened to make you so angry? The giant red dragon blinked its eyes first. Then he shook his head on the ground again, as if he was thinking about whether to answer Principal Dumbledore's question in front of him. But just when this giant red dragon was about to say something, a figure passed by Principal Bulito. The principal narrowed his eyes slightly. That figure was moving very fast, and at the same time, the look of this figure was also very familiar. Carlos. Yes, this figure is Carlos. While he was lying on the bed, he overheard the conversation between the two people in front of him. The moment I learned that there was a giant red dragon that destroyed this magical forest. He could guess that it was this giant dragon. The moment Carlos' figure became more and more obvious, he appeared in the sight of this red giant dragon. The red dragon suddenly became excited and seemed to have transformed from the violent, ruthless, and cold-blooded dragon into a kitten-like dragon. Carlos first came to the dragon's head and then stroked his head. Then Dumbledore turned to look behind him and said, "Mr. Principal, as far as I know, this giant dragon made an agreement with me before. It is absolutely impossible to harm the entire magical forest, nor to other places and animals. Therefore, I think there is definitely a reason why this giant dragon can emit so much fire. Can you please find out the reason first, and then find a way to punish him?" That's right. In Carlos's eyes, wrong is wrong and right is right. Even if Carlos has a relationship with the red dragon in front of him. Even if he knew this giant red dragon, Carlos would never touch his conscience and say something that goes against his conscience. No matter what his reasons are, no matter what the results are. If he does it, he does it. Once he does it, he can't have any regrets. This giant red dragon seemed to be able to hear Carlo's words. I saw him lowering his head slightly, so it was better to say sorry. Principal Dumbledore glanced at the red dragon, then glanced at Carlos and smiled softly. In the end, he still believed in Carlos in front of him. After all, Carlos had made the Drawfa potion before. That is not something that can be obtained casually. So what if he is friends with the giant dragon in front of him? Then it would indeed be understandable if everyone could come up with Drawfa's potion in the future. Letter 3005 OKAY, then we will solve the problem after this giant dragon later. After the flames are extinguished, Carlos, are you coming to help? Ah, but I don't know how to fix it. It doesn't matter, you can come and help carry the gravel. Your speed increases and your other abilities are really good. Carlos was a little helpless, so he slowly floated from the ground into the sky. Then he slowly waved his palm towards the figure in the smoke. The giant dragon shook its head, seemingly slightly injured. However, he can still move. Although his wings are injured and he is unable to fly in the air at this moment, it is only temporary. Wait, Carlos, what did you just say? Dumbledore looked at Carlos in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that what Carlos said would be so terrifying. Carlos shook his head. He didn't care at all about what he said, how shocking it was, but it was the truth. Mr. Principal, there is something we must understand. The giant dragon just now has only just reached its infancy. Before I was a young man, I was able to make friends with this giant dragon. It was because I helped him with his wounds, but I can imagine that. If we say the moment when its father, the adult dragon of their family, did something. Next, it may not just be the magical forest-destroying dragon, but all the places will become devastated. I've seen the threat of that adult dragon, he was so scary. After Carlos finished speaking, Polito next to him also nodded. He understood what Carlos meant. Carlos wanted to relax his attitude towards the young dragon. But sometimes, this is not something you just want to relax. The entire magical forest cannot be regarded as the only territory of Hogwarts. In other words, all the animals in the entire magical forest can be considered part of the forest. They are the masters of the forest, but therein lies the problem. In the entire magical forest, if animals are the masters here, they must include those giant dragons. In other words, judging from the current situation, it can be regarded as internal strife within the family at best, and it is not easy for outsiders to intervene. When the time comes, what do you think about going to see the animals in the magical forest? Currently, we don't have that many manpower to take care of this matter. Therefore, try to protect Hogwarts and the magical forest first. By the way, Carlos, you also have to find time to learn the repair technique and the cleaning technique. Carlos was stunned. Why did he think of it again? Principal Dumbledore, this guy wants to inspect his studies if he disagrees with him. Okay, Mr. Principal, I will definitely study hard when I have time. The matter of the magical forest is basically a success. And when Carlos arrived, he saw an adult dragon in front of him in the cave. Only then did he understand why the young dragon was so angry. After all, that young dragon is almost as smart as a 10-year-old human child. For him, the culprit must be found for his father's physical injuries. Carlos shook his head, then walked over and poured the medicine in his hand onto the wound of the adult dragon in front of him. The resurrection potion was slowly embedded into the wound, and the power of the potion gradually began to appear on his body, allowing the wound to recover. The next moment, only the body wounds of this adult dragon were seen, slowly glued together. It was as if there were countless bugs constantly shaking on the wound. Okay, just pay more attention to your father and don't let his wounds get infected. In a few days, his wounds will be fully recovered, but there is something I don't understand. Why can an ordinary magic hurt your father? The moment Carlos's voice sounded, the adult dragon next to him slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his wound strangely, then felt it and spoke slowly. I don't know what's going on, but I can feel that there seems to be an abyss of power above my wound, which seems to be the breath of a corpse eater. That's right then, that is to say, the culprit who injured the adult dragon in front of him. That is, Voldemort's subordinates, but Voldemort should have left Hogwarts, right? Wait, something is wrong. Only at this moment did Carlos realize that Voldemort just left Hogwarts. But he didn't necessarily leave next to Hogwarts, that is, inside the magical forest. He was able to leave Hogwarts quickly. He must have his own backup plan. After all, Hogwarts is not a place where everyone can come and leave whenever they want. Then, his backup plan must be stored in the magical forest. Carlos thought of such an answer, and suddenly couldn't wait to leave the cave and then ran towards Dumbledore. At this moment, Dumbledore and his students were cleaning up the entire magical forest. He also saw Carlos, the figure floating towards him quickly. Only Dumbledore was seen. He looked at Carlos' figure curiously and asked, "What happened?" I just received news. According to my guess, that guy Voldemort may still be in the magic forest. Principal Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then his face changed slightly and he looked at Carlos with a serious look. Are you sure your guess is correct? But why he was able to escape from Hogwarts Academy? No, what should be said is, why was he able to escape from the academy so easily? Dumbledore slowly floated down, then looked at Carlos and said. Carlos nodded. That's what Carlos meant the next moment. Only at this moment did Dumbledore react. He looked at Carlos, and then there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. In summary, it's almost 1,000 miles, it's such a long distance. Although I didn't find Voldemort, I did see the shadow of a corpse eater. Even the entire magical forest, almost from the outer to the middle and then to the central area. In other words, he left himself a way out if that's the case. So now, just like you said, he may still be in the magical forest. He watched Dumbledore's body fly upwards quickly. What do you mean? That guy Voldemort has a backup plan in the magical forest. So if you want to be in this kind of chaotic magical forest environment, you have to find someone from such a wide range. Although it is not much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, it is definitely no easier than that. How can it be? Let's resolve the matter here as soon as possible. As for my matter, we'll talk about it next time. Looking for the entire magical forest bit by bit, however, the magical forest looks very huge. Mr. Principal, think about it, logically speaking, that guy Voldemort has escaped from Hogwarts Academy. He may indeed have left after all, so much time has passed. It can almost be said that it is as big as 2 Hogwarts. The dragon's wounds are slowly recovering due to the disaster they caused in the magical forest. So the animals in the magical forest unanimously decided to let the dragon live on the cliff next to the magical forest. In other words, they are not allowed to continue living on the mountain in the magical forest. Just like that, the giant dragon's family of 3 flew fiercely towards the cliff next to them. They need to dig caves here again to survive here. But there was nothing that could be done about it because of the young dragon. As a result, the relationship between the dragon family and the magical animals in the magical forest is not very friendly. So even if they live in the magical forest, they will still not be treated friendly by these animal neighbors. At this moment, Carlos is inside Hogwarts College, preparing to finish his last lesson at Hogwarts College. That's right, today is the last class of the first semester at Hogwarts. Time passed by in a hurry, from the time I entered the college and then found the end of the first semester, and soon I would enter the middle-aged class. The next step is to spend this first holiday. I have to say that the holidays at Hogwarts are particularly relaxing. Compared with the holidays in ordinary colleges, Hogwarts only has 1 holiday per semester. But every vacation basically lasts for more than 3 months. Moreover, for such a long vacation, the teachers at Hogwarts and Principal Dumbledore explained it this way. They euphemistically call this holiday an experimental time for students. Then let your students experience a social experiment. Time passed by in a hurry, and when the day finally came to the moment when school was over, before Harry and Hermione came to Carlos's side in a hurry and then asked expectantly, "Hey Carlos, wait a minute, do we want to go together?" Carlos smiled slightly. Of course, we are companions and we must leave Hogwarts together. During the first semester, Carlos and Harry's relationship was particularly good. It can even be regarded as a relationship of life and death. Carlos packed his luggage and hurried towards the station. The train is rolling forward. This train will go directly from Hogwarts. From this magical world, head towards the real world. Only people with magic can board this train to Hogwarts. Likewise, only people with magic can ride such a train on the way out. At this moment, in the real world, figures one after another have arrived at the station. They were eagerly waiting for students to come out of the station one after another. Harry and his parents were outside the station, looking at the crowd outside. Carlos then remembered that Harry's parents seemed to have passed away. At this moment, he should be adopted by Sirius. So is the person in front of me Sirius? Although there are some differences in TV, the differences are not particularly big. Compared to TV, he looks much younger. Immediately afterwards, Hermione and Harry came to Carlos. Each introduced their elders to Acaros, who nodded and smiled slightly. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Carlos Lucifer. In the college, I am grateful to all the students for taking care of me." Sirius' eyes over there narrowed slightly, and he looked into Carlos's eyes quietly. Very much like, the pure blood of Lucifer seems to be blooming in those blue pupils. After Carlos finished speaking, he smiled slowly and looked at the people in the row. "Then we'll see you next semester." With that said, Carlos walked directly into the car next to him, the Gem Edition car. Looking at Carlos's leaving figure, Harry and others finally reacted at this moment. Although in school, the status gap between them and Carlos didn't seem to be any different. But suddenly, the moment they saw Carlos entering a luxury car like this, Harry and others realized that Carlos' identity was different from theirs. There is no need for you to think that Carlos' identity is different from yours. You just need to know that he is your friend. There is no difference or the same between friends. As long as you can always accompany you, then a friend is a friend. Zero, please give me flowers. Hermione's mother spoke slowly, looking at Hermione, Harry, and the others. Then Harry nodded and each led the crowd towards the outside. At this moment, when Carlos was sitting in the car, the driver in front handed a letter from his hand into Carlos's hand. Looking at the name on the letter, Carlos sighed slightly. When did you receive this letter? Master, this letter was received 2 hours ago. The name on the envelope is very ordinary and also very familiar. Lonia Lolita, this is a letter from the lady of the Lonia family. Of course, it's not just this letter, it's also the same time in the same school. In school, he received a letter from Miss Nanaya almost every week. The contents of each letter are almost the same. Previously, Carlos stopped reading after reading 2 letters. Subsequent letters were basically burned as soon as they were received. Shaking his head, Carlos opened the envelope and then slowly took out the nature inside. From the lines of beautiful handwriting, it can be seen that this lady is a person who is very good at aristocratic etiquette. After all, only nobles like them who have been passed down to this day can practice continuously. But Carlos is different. The aristocratic teachings he has received since childhood only told him that he can do it if he wants to do it, and he doesn't have to do it if he doesn't want to do it. But you must learn the etiquette of the nobility. It turns out that the Nanaya family will continue to hold banquets in the near future. He heard that my first semester at Hogwarts was over and asked me to invite me to this party. Oops, it seems there is no way to refuse him this time. The driver in front didn't dare to say anything. He was just a driver of the Lucifer family. He understands what words should be heard and what words should not be heard, what words should be said and what words should not be said. However, Carlos did glance at him, smiled slightly after thinking for a moment, and then pointed to a bell tower in front of him and said, "Stop there for a while, I'll buy some gifts." This is near a clock tower in the 64th area of England Street. At this moment, Carlos looked at the white bell tower and smiled. Of course, anyone who knows him will see that the smile in his eyes at this moment is fake. There is no trace of sincere emotion, just a smile like a robot. Carlos just walked quietly to the side of the bell tower. And on the street not far behind him, the housekeeper was standing quietly next to the car, waiting quietly. Looking at the tightly closed bell tower, the huge pendulum seemed to be still shaking slightly. Of course, this kind of shaking is not very strong, so it will not make the pendulum ring. Even Carlos at this moment could see that the swing of the pendulum at this moment was just a 7 or 83 arc gently pushed by one hand. Immediately afterwards, Carlos smiled and then directly opened the door of the bell tower. That's right, this bell tower has obviously been tightly closed. But it was opened so easily the moment Carlos walked into the bell tower. That door seemed to be suddenly closed slowly by a hand again. The next moment, Carlos walked directly into the interior of the bell tower, climb up the spiral staircase. A circular exit appeared directly above the head. However, what is shocking is that the circular exit at the top of the head is not a pendulum. Although, if you look at it from the outside, the big clock is indeed shaking in people's eyes. But now Carlos, if you go all the way up from the inside of the bell tower. But there were no traces of the pendulum. Instead, there was only one staircase extending downwards. This staircase is very narrow, barely enough for 2 people to pass. Carlos just walked quietly towards the bottom of the stairs. This is the black market of England's magical society. In the past, Carlos got what he wanted in the black market. Of course, only Carlos can enter here directly. If a muggle pushes open the door of the bell tower, then what he enters is just an ordinary bell tower. Only a magician like Carlos can enter a bell tower like this through the magic power of his body. As he walked slowly down the stairs, Carlos looked around at row after row of silent shops. There were also figures passing by one after another next to him. Various people carried various strange objects with them. You can even see a few people with a lizard or a snake crawling on their bodies. These are all magical animals they raise. To be honest, if Carlos really brought his friends here, it might scare the people inside, but then I saw Carlos coming to a store that looked very remote. The moment Carlos appeared in the store without any decoration at all, everyone in the whole store couldn't help but turn their heads and look at Carlos. Although this is a black market, basically everyone here knows each other. After all, in this chaotic society, people who know each other can still recognize each other even if they are wearing masks. As for Carlos, it doesn't matter whether he wears a mask or not. After all, no one can kill themselves in real society. And in the magical society, I am a student of Hogwarts, so I am not afraid at all. Carlos had come to this store before and bought some things. Likewise, I am somewhat familiar with the boss here. The boss behind the counter seemed to see Carlos, and the smile on his face couldn't help but bloom like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Look, who is here? Isn't this Carlos? Long time no see. It's been a long time since you came back to school. How about it? How about Uncle give you a tour? I have received a lot of good things in my store recently. Looking at the boss in front of him, he was walking towards him with an attentive smile. Carlos couldn't help but feel slightly speechless again, if this guy wasn't a bit rich because of his family status. It is absolutely impossible for him to be so attentive. After all, he is his client. No, it should be said that he is his more distinguished client. Carlos shook his head and said directly, "Are you ready for what I asked you to prepare last time? Are you still going to bargain with me? For 1,000 magic gold coins, you will definitely make a profit." The boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "Do you want to introduce the channels to me? To be able to get such good things, you must have particularly good channels." But the international liquid inside the porcelain bottle really surprised the boss in front of him. The size of the porcelain vase is only 1 finger wide. It cannot be said to be thinner than usual. This bottle of dragon's blood is something with a price but no market. I was able to obtain it only after going through various dangers unintentionally. Of course I'm ready, but Carlos, that thing is a legendary thing. It took me a lot of effort to find it. Immediately afterwards, I saw Carlos put the porcelain bottle on the counter and then spoke slowly. "Let me introduce it to my brother. When the time comes, I can share some of the profits with you. So what can you do to trade with me? Let me tell you in advance that if you trade this thing, you cannot use ordinary magic gold coins. I believe you are also a knowledgeable person, and considering the trading relationship between the two of us, I will not bargain with you. For this bottle of dragon blood, in addition to that thing, you must give me 1,000 magic gold coins." "Caros, are you kidding me? 1,000 magic gold coins are enough to buy 10 Scottish staffs." Carlos nodded and then took out a small porcelain bottle from the satchel behind him. He is indeed a realistic guy after seeing Carlos take out this thing. "Anyway, if I go to the black market, I just pick up a few things and go back." Wait, this thing, Carlos, where did you get such a good thing? He just calls himself his brother, but 5.3 doesn't matter to Carlos. "Oh no, Carlos, you have to understand. No matter how priceless dragon blood is, it is not worth that price. After all, the market price is not that high. Otherwise, how about 500 magic gold coins, 500 magic gold coins plus that thing, in exchange for this bottle of dragon blood?" I have to say that this boss is very knowledgeable. He can tell at a glance that the dragon blood in Carlos' hands is relatively pure dragon blood. It can be said that only this kind of pure dragon blood can have such a color. Even those diluted dragon blood cannot have such a color. And this kind of pure dragon blood has a price but no market in the market. Moreover, in this market, even if there has been a transaction of dragon blood in the past 100 years, there are almost only 1 or 2 transactions. Compared with what Carlos asked him to collect, that thing is even worth mentioning compared to dragon blood. "Okay, Lautan, don't continue bargaining with me. 800 gold coins, this is my final bottom line, I will tell you directly. If you don't want to, then forget it, I can wait again. When someone is willing to trade with me, I will go to the auction market to have a look. Maybe there will be something I need there." Carlos said, then slowly took the dragon's blood and walked outside. At this time, the boss became anxious. He hurriedly stopped Carlos and said directly, Okay, that's all. 800 gold coins will be arranged immediately." The next moment, the same small box was taken out from under his cabinet by the boss in front of him. In these reports, everything that happened in these hotels is summarized in one sentence. That is, recently, there are always magicians doing mischief in these hotels. Carlos' face darkened slightly. Of course, he knew this. The nobles who had survived would definitely cause trouble for him. But what he didn't expect was that these guys would actually use such a method, which was obviously untenable. Generally speaking, in the magical world, you cannot enter the muggle world at will to cause trouble. Although my family has now entered the magical aristocracy again, it does not represent my family. Now I am able to withstand the duel with other families. Of course, the reason for this is very simple. After all, it is absolutely impossible for the declining magic aristocracy to be able to compete with the existing magic aristocracy. So situations like this, where nothing can happen in the entire hotel, are almost forbidden. Of course, if Carlos can discover anything about the appearance of the magician. In other words, it is about the magic of some other nobles causing trouble recently. He can directly upload evidence, even if there is no evidence for the accusation. The situation is the same as in the Muggle world. Without evidence, you will never be able to accuse your enemies. Karma has no way to arrest the group of people who framed them and the group of people who caused trouble. But of course Carlos wouldn't do that in the final analysis. What happened this time must have been done by other magic nobles. Usually, Carlos doesn't like to use theory to communicate with others. Sometimes there are so many truths that I don't even believe them anymore. So that's what happened, it's okay, I will help handle this matter. However, Father, has anyone in the Lucifer family been found to have magical talent recently? Lucifer, after all, can be regarded as a noble with a relatively long history. Naturally, the heritage of this family has always been quite terrifying. Similarly, in this background, there are some methods that can detect which family members in the family have magical talents. For example, Carlos was like this back then. The Lucifer family was able to detect this magical talent in Carlos in advance. Then, entering the entire Hogwarts Academy, these things have actually been rumored in the Lucifer family for a long time. So Carlos is very sure that there must be some means in this family that can detect that other people have this talent in their bodies. Delia was slightly startled, and then he slowly began to think. Recently, I have indeed heard that there are 1 or 2 people with such talent. Carlos smiled. Then let's give it a try, although I don't know if we can succeed, let's let them and my Burari. Let's enter Hogwarts College together in the next semester. Delia was slightly startled. He did not expect that his son would say such a thing. As for his younger brother, he had already tested the magic talent in his body just like Carlos. But it is a pity that Carlos's 2 younger brothers also do not have any magic talent in their bodies. Only Carlos was able to detect his powerful magical talent, so he was brought into Hogwarts Academy for training. However, Carlos actually said such words at this moment. This means that Carlos has the ability to give Brary the magical talent. So, you have a way to make Brary also have magic talent. Try it, give it a try, you won't lose anything. If Brary can enter Hogwarts with the other 2 family members who have magical talents, the Lucifer family has truly returned to the magic family once again. I don't want to be the only one in our family. But at Brary's age, is he really still qualified to enter Hogwarts Academy? It doesn't matter, the conditions for entering Hogwarts Academy are actually very simple. Those who are over 13 years old and possess magical talents can also enter Hogwarts Academy from ordinary Muggle families. The next day, Carlos stretched slightly and then slowly sat up from the bed. Immediately after leaving his bed, he dressed and washed and then came outside the room. This is a huge lawn, and at this moment, Brary has heard about what Carlos is going to do. Early in the morning, I was waiting for myself on the lawn. Behind Brawley is his second brother, Hirok. I saw Herlock looking at Carlos in front of him with curiosity. Herlock shook his head helplessly, looking very dissatisfied. Carlos smiled and took out a bottle of magic potion from his backpack. As if being burned by flames, the next moment I saw this bottle of magic potion that was constantly evaporating into mist. The wooden table was placed in front of Burali, and Carlos placed the potion on the table in front of Burari. Stimulate. Then in an instant, I saw that this bottle of orange-red magic potion began to boil continuously. At the age of 13, I will also let you give it a try. By then, if you have reawakened your magic talent, you will not be finished after entering Hogwarts School. Then he slowly walked outside. Of course, his dissatisfaction was actually that his brother treated him like a child. The staff slowly stretched out, and Carlos's eyes flashed with traces of silver light. The potion inside began to evaporate in an instant. Then Bulari looked at his eldest brother in front of him and nodded gently, with a nervous look on his face. There was no trace of falsehood in his determined face. Immediately afterwards, he saw a white and silver light coming directly to the bottle of potion in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Carlos ordered his servants to bring a wooden table. Slowly, it entered Brawley's nose. As it entered the nose, Brawley's eyes began to change. Okay, Herlock, you can go out first. Don't worry, you are only 11 years old now. I will wait for you in the near future. The potion is tinged with red, but to be honest, it is more orange-red than Cayenne Lie's pure red. It seems that Carlos is also confused. Is there any way that Carlos can turn his second brother into a magician like his eldest brother? The most critical point for the awakening of magic power lies in the position of the heart. People like Carlos, who have been gifted with magic since childhood and have awakened their magic. He adapted to the magic power bit by bit, but now that Bulari is like this, if he forcibly awakens the magic power in his body, it requires strong perseverance. After Carlos atomized the potion in front of him, then he looked at Brary in front of him cautiously and said in a very calm tone, Remember, you have to hold on to your heart and you can awaken the magic. The eyes are just the beginning, and the end is only when the heart ends. Brary nodded gently, first feeling a little itching in his eyes. Of course, this itching will end soon, and the next moment it will be the entire nose, then the mouth, then from the neck, throat, and then continue. Yes, this pain gradually increases bit by bit. It's like being burned by a flame, becoming crazily hotter and lighter. The next moment, Bradley felt a heavy feeling in his chest. Then there was a little tingling sensation, and the tingling sensation came in the blink of an eye. It's like a needle-pricking feeling, which is a manifestation of the constant surging of the magic potion into your body. In the end, I only saw 150 Bullari slowly kneeling on the ground. The pain made him roar involuntarily. Of course, Carlos could see that he could endure this kind of pain, so he was not in a hurry. Carlos watched quietly like this, feeling that the magic power in Brawley's body in front of him was slowly awakening. The potion is constantly dissipating, and I don't know how long time has passed. When Brary opened his eyes, it was already the morning of the next day. Next to him, his father, Diari, was silently guarding him at this moment. The moment he saw Bullari waking up, Diari breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took an ordinary mirror from the maid next to him and gave it to Brary. Looking at the mirror, it seems that there is no way to see the figure in the mirror. But then in the mirror, Brary's figure became clearer and clearer. Until the end, you can even see a little bit of Bullari. Diari, who was sitting next to the bed, smiled slightly and seemed to have really succeeded. Okay, it's indeed a success. I didn't expect that there is a way, idea, to reawaken the magic power in a person's body. Although the magical potential in your body is not strong in this society of muggles and magic. Those who can possess such magic power can indeed enter Hogwarts Academy to study. Brary felt his body, although he didn't know what was happening, but he could feel that something was constantly appearing in his body. That big brother. Father, your elder brother is solving something, you should have a good rest. This year, go to Hogwarts with your eldest brother. By the way, there are 2 more, your cousins will also go to Hogwarts together. These days, you should first take a look at some basic magic knowledge for good children. Bradley nodded gently, then slowly lay on the bed and closed his eyes. It seems that he is full of expectations for his future, as for Carlos. At this moment, he had arrived next to a manor near England. Carlos shook his head gently. He was not very good at fighting. However, when it comes to causing destruction, he is just like that group of guys. In order to be able to cause the destruction you want here, Carlos even spent a lot of money and directly used dragon blood to make potions. Of course, this is just a dragon blood package diluted almost 100 times. So Carlos is not very distressed. However, even if he absorbs more than 100 times the dragon's blood, he can still make these guys in front of him drink a pot. This is a bottle of potion that looks almost light green. There is also a bad mark affixed to the porcelain bottle. To put it simply, this is a new type of magic potion made by Carlos, but it is considered a failure. But his failure lay in the fact that he did not produce the results that Carlos expected. Instead, another effect appeared. However, depending on where this effect is, how effective it can be. He gently placed this small bottle almost 500 meters away from this manor. Then he opened the bottle, and the next moment the liquid in the bottle slowly began to evaporate. The evaporated liquid, due to the burning of the dragon's blood, continued to turn into gas, floating in the air bit by bit. The smell from the gas is slowly beginning to dissipate. Carlos smiled slightly and then quickly started to move away. Yes, just as Carlos thought at the time. Making things happen is just making things happen. If no useful evidence can be obtained, it will be of no use at all. Therefore, Carlos did not want to catch them and question them at the beginning. He did not choose to report to the magic courtyard. After all, he had no evidence, and even if he had evidence, he reported it to the magic courtyard. The final result was nothing more than a fair treatment. How can it be like this, where direct revenge can be so refreshing, right now in this manner? One after another, figures who looked like they were wearing rich clothes were walking slowly inside the manor. They looked like they were either rich or noble, and this manor was a hotel manor owned by the Lonia family. That's right, this is a manor where others can play and have fun. As for the Lonia family, there are too many manors like this in the whole of England. Even around the world, there are almost more than 8,000. Of course, Carlos will definitely not travel around the world. If he makes trouble like this, Carlos will at most choose a hotel in England to make trouble. But these smells coming from inside the hotel are getting closer and closer. The next moment, there was a man sitting slowly on a chair in the hotel, feeling the softness next to him. This feeling cannot be expressed in any way. Then at the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain. The pain was like being bitten first, then suddenly he grabbed his private parts. Of course, this wasn't the end yet. Immediately afterwards, he felt a biting sensation coming from his body. Opening his eyes, the man turned around and saw that the gentle woman beside him had now turned into a fierce woman with a fierce look on her face. And inside her mouth, she was biting her lower body crazily. Inside the manor, there were screams and tearing sounds. Those sounds were like the crazy sounds of the devil coming out of hell. They felt the pain and the hope from death and made such sounds. At this moment, Carlos, who was far away from the manor, just smiled gently. Don't worry, this journey is not over yet. As the industry of the Naniel family, each of these manors can almost be said to be a variety of high-ranking officials and wealthy families. Living and playing here, I want to wait for the moment when the same thing happens in every manor. I am afraid that the reputation of the Naniel family and its industry in reality will also suffer a huge blow. Carlos felt that he had never been a good person. You have embraced me with evil, and I will fight back with evil. This is the meaning of Carlos's life and a principle of his work. He quietly looked at the small bottle of white potion in his hand. Then he walked away again. At this moment, in the Naniel family, a group of people are constantly gathering together, and the noisy scene seems to be like the grandpa and aunt selling vegetables in the vegetable market. Constantly looting and clamoring, all kinds of insults seem to be constantly coming out from all kinds of people. Have you never thought of investigating such a strange thing? Marino, what's wrong with you? Why until now, such a big thing has happened, we haven't received any news? Could it be that you have blocked the channels we know? Marillo, do you know what the consequences of your doing this are? Will you bring our Nanaya family into the abyss? Marillo glanced at the old man, and then she looked out the window next to her. Of course she knew who was the most suspicious in this matter, and of course she knew why that person was so suspicious. But she couldn't find evidence. If she couldn't find evidence, she would be the same as Carlos. There was no way to appeal to the magic courtyard. After all, sometimes, whether it was reporting or doing things, evidence was required. Okay, stop arguing. If you continue to argue, can you still solve the problem? Now, the most important thing is to solve the problem quickly and control public opinion. The system of the Lanya family in the real society is not particularly good. As for the criminal, I believe Melillo should have an answer. Or she already has a suspect in her mind. Tell me who did it. Melillo first glanced at her grandfather, then slowly stood up and said, I will handle this matter clearly, please rest assured. After saying that, Melillo slowly turned around and walked outside. He didn't care about the noisy family members inside. His grandfather, after taking a look at Melillo's back, sighed softly. Of course, he knew Melillo's idea, that he wanted to drive all the family circles by himself. As long as all the families gather together, in this way, the entire family circle can become a group of huge forces. This group of forces can represent the right to speak of their family, but the consequences of doing so are also very obvious. Not all families will recognize them as the boss. Not to mention, the three major families with the same level as the Lonier family are the declining nobles. Together, they are a force that can fight against the Nanaya family. If Marillo says so, let her go and experience it. However, we cannot do nothing. Let the people in the magic group pay attention to the recent movements in other manors. If the murderer dares to pick our manor to attack, this means that he must have a certain hatred for our manor. Finally, let's check to see if anyone has had anything happen to us recently. Do they arouse hatred from other magicians, especially within magical society? Then, I saw the old man taking out a porcelain bottle from behind him little by little. There is still a little trace of white magic left on the porcelain bottle. In their eyes, this small porcelain bottle is the murder weapon that harms all their manners. However, they had no clue to catch the owner of this porcelain bottle. Even if this porcelain bottle is sent to a special institution for fingerprint detection, is there any silk screen that can detect the existence of Ren A's fingerprints? 1. This is the power of Carlos, and at this moment, what no one knows is, Carlos had already used his own name to publish an article in a newspaper in real society. In the day-in newspaper office, Carlos called the Lonia family a peaceful place in the world. What happened? Could it be that an article with a hidden secret was published? This article tells all the things that have happened to the Rania family in the entire country recently. There are also what they have done recently and what happened to them in the manor. Everything is said with reason and evidence as if you have seen it yourself. Then other things that should have been false may also become true at this moment. At this moment, Marillo could no longer hold on. She could only sit obediently on her chair and look at the porcelain bottle in her hand. Sometimes neither the truth nor the falsehood is scary, but both the truth and the falsehood are the scariest things. However, the meeting that was dissolved on the first day was reconvened again the next day. She slowly turned her head to look at the grandfather next to her, and then hid the angry and unwilling expression on her face. She was really speechless. She was now very sure who was responsible for this. 0.0. Damn Carlos, damn Lucifer family, do you think you really want to go against me? For example, right now, perhaps many people have no way of knowing whether everything here is true. Melillo's originally panicked expression suddenly became quiet, calm, and sober. But if you are an informed person, you will know that many of the things above are false. The sound of nails hitting the table reached Merle's ears. However, this does not include the fact that many things are also false. In real society, the only families with such powerful influence are Lucifer and some doomsday families. But only one or two of these things need to be seen to be true. In their sight at this moment, the meeting over there with the Lonia family slowly dissolved. Merillo's grandfather, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly glanced at Merillo. Then he stretched out his hand and tapped the table in front of him. Melillo, although I don't know what you're thinking, but as you said, I can leave this matter entirely to you. But I have to know the truth. I have to know who the murderer is. I believe you already have the answer in your heart, but you just can't find the evidence. Merillo sighed softly and then pointed to the west. The smart Rocky quickly realized that his granddaughter Merle was pointing at the Lucifer family. Only the Lucifer family has the capital and ability to oppose them. At least the Lucifer family's industry in reality is absolutely huge. The influence in the real society is completely greater than the influence in the magical society. Rocky's face slightly changed. He originally thought that it might be a smaller family that was responsible for the 543. But now that we know the answer, it turns out to be the Lucifer family, so the result is hard to say. Who caused this incident first? Although I didn't do it myself, it seems that you listened to a few of my complaints. So Tassi completely ignored my advice and took action on his own, attacking the Lucifer family. Well, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What are you thinking? Anyway, I have already persuaded him. Whether he does it later or not is none of my business, and what the result will be is none of my business, right? Silence, a period of silence, and anger continued to spread throughout the conference room. Looking at the family members next to him at this moment, be it Melillo or Rocky, both of them just felt a little irritated. Are you a fool, Merillo? Although the Lucifer family can be considered in decline. However, preparation does not mean that they have no strength. They can find out that the Yakoko family is our vassal family. So you should understand that once they find out, they will not care about what the furniture has done, they will only care about this matter, which is your instruction. Merillo nodded. She didn't think carefully about this matter and she ended up doing it. Grandpa, I understand. There will be a family banquet in a few days. I have invited Carlos from the Lucifer family to attend this family banquet. I will explain it to him personally then. You know, just put the overall situation first. Sometimes personal grudges don't mean anything. The grudges between families are nothing. If you are arrogant, you will probably destroy yourself in the end. Or even destroy the entire family. I don't want that to happen. As he said that, he saw Rocky slowly turning around and walking out of his room. Other family members also slowly began to disperse into the distance. Merillo was seen holding the handle of her chair tightly with one hand, then her face was full of anger. Of course, her anger was directed at Carlos and also at the Tassi who took action casually. Of course, we definitely can't take action against Carlos casually now. But for Tassi, Merillo felt that she could kill him casually. And Carlos at this moment has returned to his family's residence. Looking at the 3 books in front of him, they were dug out from the secret room. Carlos couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. These books were considered the last magical property left by the Lucifer family. Although there is no name of the book on it, it may have been gradually corrupted due to time. When I opened the book, there was even a lot of handwriting inside, which was difficult to read clearly. However, Carlos looked at the book in his hand and could tell at a glance what kind of book it was, a potion book. It is clearly recorded here that measurement and quality may affect the improvement of potion quality. Carlos likes potions, but this is different from Hermione's legendary potions talent. Through his efforts, Carlos was able to control the dosage and materials of the potion to a foolproof level. This also gave Carlos enough confidence to display his abilities. He is now on the far right side of the family, in a corner. This place should be regarded as the best environment in Lucifer Manor. There are not many houses around, and there is no human habitation. Carlos glanced at the open space in front of him and then smiled. Slark, help me move the chair over here and all my materials. I want to do some experiments here. 011. Slack is a housekeeper arranged by his father, Denaya, due to Carlos. This was a young man who looked strong and sturdy. After he nodded slightly, he slowly turned around and began to arrange the maid's work. At this moment, Delia, who was looking at the information in his hand in the study, suddenly heard a roaring sound nearby. And the dragon blood he brought home this time was only 10 bottles. There is no way for me to enter the magical forest and obtain dragon blood. Seeing this scene in front of her, Delia's expression changed slightly, and she was ready to see what happened. There were still sparks on the tabletop, so he immediately started to prepare to put out the fire, but Carlos waved his head and waved his hands, knowing. Of course, don't think that there is a lot of dragon blood, because each bottle of dragon blood in Carlos only contains 1 or 2 drops. Then when he opened the window and took a look, he found that he was in the corner of Lucifer Manor where thick smoke was rising. He looked at the ground in front of him that was constantly billowing with smoke and dust, and at the coughing Carlos. Slack, who came after hearing the sound from behind, was slightly startled. The lack of content is too serious. If every piece of material contains the word one word, the disaster and loss caused in the end will be immeasurable. Thick smoke was rising into the sky, and there seemed to be signs of rain. 1.0 It's just a pity that Hogwarts house is closed now. If you spray the water, it is very likely that the intact materials inside will be destroyed. After Carlos left the black smoke, he coughed continuously. If he didn't refine him, he would never be able to forgive himself in this life. However, Carlos couldn't help feeling when he saw the effect of this bottle of potion. He could feel that the dullness and blockage in his chest was extending. It's okay, it doesn't matter, I have the fire under control. It won't spread on the experimental bench. But at the next moment he saw a familiar figure looming out of the smoke. At this moment, the smoke and dust in the corner are billowing and floating towards the sky. Carlos, on the other hand, stood next to Yanshin, thinking quietly. He was thinking that the piece of information on the book just now looked like snake blood, but it didn't look like snake blood. However, the only things that have the same size as snakes are eels. But if it is eel blood, the color of his blood is completely different. Could it be that I didn't control my dosage properly? Thinking, at this moment, the sky began to gradually darken. When Carlos finally saw the smoke and dust dissipating in front of him, he picked up the intact materials on his experimental bench. Then he took a gentle look and found that there was only a little bit of ashes left on the material, which was still burning. After blowing out the flame, Carlos took another look and found that he could only make 2 copies of the material. Of course, dragon blood does not count. In order to make this thing, Carlos certainly cannot use complete dragon blood to make it so quickly. Of course, the 3 dragon blood must be diluted, and in 2 days there will be a noble banquet. This time, the invitation to the noble banquet was sent directly to home. Carlos knew that he could never be absent again. And instead of the entire Lucifer family, the person who goes to this family banquet must be Carlos. Delia said after taking a look at the invitation in front of her. You also know that something happened during this period, so after going there, try to hold back. However, I can't help you with many things. If it doesn't work, try to protect your own safety before making a decision. Carlos nodded. 2 days later, the noble banquet started here. This time, the aristocratic banquet was different from the last banquet. The doors of the last banquet were set in 10 alleys in the middle of England and Scotland. But this time, it was set directly in Scotland, next to the huge white clock tower before. Although Carlos didn't quite understand why these magic guys like to set up hidden doors next to the clock tower. But to be honest, it's a weird place like this. Maybe it's because it seems to have a higher quality. The old butler took Carlos in the car and headed toward the white clock tower little by little. Carlos was wearing a black suit at the moment, with a curvy figure and handsome appearance. Coupled with that handsome face, it seems that he can be loved by others. Carlos turned his head and glanced at the old housekeeper behind him, nodded and said, "You go back first. After the banquet is over, I will go back by myself." The old housekeeper nodded, then drove his car and drove slowly towards the Lucifer family. One of the reasons why Carlos agreed to attend the Lonia family this time was because Carlos wants to resolve the recent conflicts within the Nelonia family, even though that person is not from the Nanaya family but from other families. But their family is also a vassal family of the Non-Nia family. Therefore, in Carlos' view, beating dogs to see their owners is not very applicable to them. He couldn't control the dogs, he just had to control their owners. As for the second point, it is also very simple. Hogwarts College is on vacation recently, so almost all the children of declining nobles in the academy have gone home. This time the invitation was not just sent to Carlos. The same was also sent to their hands, and every descendant of the fallen nobles received an invitation letter. But this time, they couldn't refuse again. If we say that in the past, everyone focused on their studies and had no way to attend the banquet. Well, this time they have no reason. After all, the organizer of the aristocratic banquet still needs to show some face. If you don't even give them this bit of face, it will be very difficult to live in this world in the future. After waiting next to the clock tower for a while, Carlos saw the same car passing by and then stopped. A figure stepped down from the car, and then another figure stepped down from another car. Although it is said that everyone is a declining noble in this real society. On the contrary, the status of declining nobles is much higher than that of those who have inherited nobles. Carlos glanced at Dorola next to him, smiled slightly and said, "It seems that there is no way to refuse this banquet. If you refuse again, it would be a bit rude. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Sister Lissy, and like us, she is a member of the same declining aristocracy." Carlos nodded, then stretched out his hand and made a polite gentleman's salute. After that, he slowly walked towards a path next to the white clock tower. And from this path, continuing to extend inside, is a door. Immediately afterwards, Carlos looked at the magnificent world around him and couldn't help being speechless for a while. Of course, if someone without magic power opens this door. As expected, it is the oldest magic family that exists to this day. There are every plant, tree, and all kinds of animals here. Lista smiled slightly and then stretched out her hand towards Dorothy next to her. Dorola also nodded, smiled slightly, and the two held each other's hands and walked inside bit by bit. By opening this door, anyone with magic power can directly enter the magical world. Following three figures, one after another, they walked into the crack of the door, and the door was slowly closed. It seems to be completely consistent with the real world, with no possibility of being connected at all. Next to her, Lista smiled softly and walked inside bit by bit. For example, from the moment Carlos entered the manor, several people around him had their eyes on him. It seems that the two of them are planning to form a temporary combination. The figures of the three people also disappeared in this small road. In other words, you can directly enter a noble banquet. Of course, if it is a banquet like this, temporary dance partners and combinations are definitely needed. Whether it is the animals or plants here, you can even see a hint of magic. All he could see was a door facing the wall. However, Carlos is not needed. After all, the people who come here are all respectable people. And they must be people who are connected to each other. Naturally, Carlos's identity is also known to the people here. Of course, if those sights are just the sights of some admirers. Carlos didn't care, but from these sights Carlos saw and felt. Almost all are doubts, hatred, strangeness, and dissatisfaction. Of course, it doesn't matter to Carlos. After all, there is such a long-standing magic aristocrat. They must have their own circle, and it is very normal behavior to join together to express dissatisfaction against themselves. But Carlos didn't care, and just when Carlos slowly walked towards the center filled with food, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a white beam of light heading towards his feet. Through years of experience studying at Hogwarts, Carlos could tell the difference at a glance. It was all petrified magic. Carlos shook his head and his feet stopped in place. This ray of light speed also passed directly in front of Carlos. Then he stabbed the body of a noble next to him. There was a bang, and the noble was caught off guard and felt his body tremble slightly. Then a petrified power continued to appear on his body. Immediately afterwards, his body stopped in place, unable to move any further. The man who used magic was slightly startled, and then looked at that man with a look of panic on his face. Then he looked at Carlos with an angry look, as if he was saying, "What are you hiding from?" Carlos shrugged slightly and continued walking towards the center. What happened here at this moment immediately attracted the attention of the entire venue, including the Lanya family, which held this banquet, and the three major families who were also high-level magic nobles. They also looked at each other. After looking here one after another, they were all looking forward to this excitement happening among the Nanaya family. Melillo and Leonia slowly turned their heads and looked around. Her eyes were full of coldness. She first glanced at Carlos, who was walking slightly toward the center area. Then he looked at the man releasing magic with warning eyes. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "If you still dare to continue to use your hands and feet, then your family will be doomed, but don't underestimate the four superior families here." The reason why Carlos is not afraid of them is because they have no way to do anything to them through formal channels and in real society. Of course, even if they use formal means and do it themselves, the final result is only 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 self-damage. And in this case, for a weak family that has been living in the magical world, the influence of these four major families is huge. After all, in the magical world, apart from those formal magic duels, battles can be said to happen almost every day. Is this Mr. Carlos of the Lucifer family? I have admired the name of Mr. Carlos for a long time. Your name is really inspiring in Hogwarts School. Carlos was stunned and looked at Merillo walking towards him. Then he saw Carlos slowly lifting a drink next to him. Then he put it into his mouth, pursed his lips a little, moistened his throat, and then spoke. Madam, if you can't speak an Eastern language, you'd better try not to speak it, so as not to show off your ridiculous ignorance. After all, battles between families are almost always investigated first. So Carlos also knew who was the Miss Lonia who had been causing trouble for him. What's her name? What does he look like? When you see the Merillo in front of you, Carlos could tell at a glance that this was the queen who had been sending him messages. Hearing Carlos, he bluntly criticized himself. Merillo's eyes twitched slightly, she pursed the corners of her mouth slightly and said, "Does Mr. Carlos really want to be so merciless? Do you know how many magic families are coming to the venue today? Believe me or not, you can't escape from here." Merillo said this in a very soft voice, so soft that only Carlos in front of her could hear it. And Carlos listened to the warning voices one after another. Without showing any expression, he glanced at Merle first, then raised his head and smiled. The next moment, he turned around and looked around. By this time, his face had completely changed. Different from the calm face just now, he now has a panicked, sad, and helpless face. "I'm sorry, Miss Nanaya, I'm sorry that I just escaped that man, that gentleman's magic attack. Please don't blame our Lucifer family for such a thing. You only need to blame me, I'm really sorry." Carlos's voice was loud, and he deliberately amplified it this time. The moment Carlos's voice rang out, Miss Lonia in front of her also felt waves of numbness in her scalp. Obviously, Carlos's gesture was not for Merillo to see. It's not for the surrounding families who are related to the Nanaya family. Almost all of Carlos's gestures were for those declining families who were exactly the same as Carlos and the Lucifer family. Carlos is right in front of you, it's up to the families to take a look. How the declining family rose up to resist them. Previously, they did not invite all the members of the declining family to the banquet. These things have become the most grudges in their hearts. And now, this grudge will become deeper and deeper as conflicts break out, if you are allowed to suppress all declining families at will. Does that mean that their declining family should be destroyed and destroyed? Carlos didn't do anything yet. He just looked at Merillo Gu in front of him with a face full of sadness, pain, and regret. Karma just looked like this, and then he saw Carlos behind him. One figure after another quietly walked over from all around. They stood clearly behind Carlos, their eyes gently staring at Merillo in front of them. "If you don't agree with us, we will start working together." Mr. Rocky, who saw the scene in front of him from above, shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would behave so badly when facing Carlos. Carlos, who looked sad, and Merillo, who looked embarrassed and a little angry, formed a very sharp contrast. The eyes of the two people revealed completely different meanings. One was arrogant and the other was humble. Merillo took a gentle breath. She really wanted to yell and curse. But the reason in her heart told her that she had to apologize to Carlos in front of her. If you don't apologize, the noble banquet you are running at this moment may be ruined. "Mr. Carlos, where is that? We all live in the same world and belong to the same magic family. How could we do such a thing? Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Carlos. If I do anything wrong, please forgive me, Mr. Carlos." That's right. In the end, Merillo still endured this breath. Looking at Carlos in front of him quietly, he said those words. Carlos twitched the corner of his mouth. She really didn't expect that Merillo, a woman who looked full of arrogance, would actually endure this breath. Even actually, he would really show weakness and he would actually give in. However, no matter how hard you surrender, what's the use? At this moment, bad blood has arisen and conflicts have begun to break out. Then even if you give in, I will forgive you at this moment, and the group of people behind you will temporarily disperse. The grudge in everyone's heart still exists. This kind of thing will not disappear gradually as time goes by. It will only continue to expand as time goes by. Rocky, who was above, glanced at his granddaughter and responded promptly but not smart enough. If it were Nuoki, he would definitely do more than just apologize and then also give him a gift. Yes, compensating things is the etiquette that a noble should have. As the organizer, if we lose etiquette in this aspect, it will easily make people laugh. Dorora, who was in the back, couldn't help but look at the scene in front of her. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he realized that Carlos was really different from some of their traditional nobles. If we say that what these traditional nobles like to do is to put politeness first and their own dignity first, then Carlos puts interests first. For Carlos, as long as something friendly to his own interests can happen, then it doesn't matter what he does. Even if he loses his dignity at this moment, it doesn't matter. Next to her, Lista couldn't help but wonder when she saw Dorola like this. The Lucifer family, didn't they teach Carlos what self-respect and education are? Dorora shook his head gently, looked at Lista in front of him, and then said, "You are wrong. Even those of us who are declining nobles still have traditional noble status and continue to this day. As a noble, and in such a family, you must have your own upbringing. However, you must understand one thing: education is just education. It does not mean that it does not conflict with interests. Mr. Carlos, this is not just for the benefit of their Lucifer family. In the same way, we are fighting for the interests of these nobles in our decline. Sometimes things can't just be taken at face value. Lista nodded slightly and then continued to read. Immediately afterwards, I saw Carlos patting his chest sincerely, looking nervous, and then slowly spoke. No, 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 I want to apologize to you, Miss Lonia. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have raised my head to talk to you when I saw you for the first time. I should have knelt down to talk to you. Isn't that right, Miss Lonia? Anger suddenly activated the Malillo in front of him. Her eyes looked at Carlos in front of her, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly. Of course, it seemed that because of Carlos, his tall and handsome body blocked the person. It stood in front of Marillo, so not many people could see her strange face. At this moment, when Quirrell saw the scene in front of him from above, he knew something was going to happen. If this continues, he will definitely not be able to hold back his anger. In Melillo's eyes, the four major families are equal. No one from other families should dare to refute themselves, and no one should dare to resist themselves. However, there is not just a Lucifer family at this moment, not just those declining families. Dare to resist yourself is this Lucifer family in front of you. Now he actually started to laugh at himself. Melillo's fist slowly clenched, and she wanted to stretch out her staff immediately to teach Carlos a lesson. However, Carlos was waiting for his staff to stab him hard. When the time comes, this banquet will turn into a battlefield. He didn't want the battle to end. Since he was going to cause trouble, he should make it bigger. Only when the matter becomes serious will this group of traditional nobles understand. They think their prominent status is actually nothing. If there weren't more magicians in their family, their own talents might not be as good as those of the children of declining nobles. It seemed that, under the leadership of the Lonia family, the crowd at the rear gradually began to surge and become commotion. More and more people are gathering, and more people are gathering among traditional nobles. The crowds on both sides suddenly reached more than 100 people each. More than 100 people looked at each other, and both sides could see 10 chills in each other's eyes. Of course, it was at this moment that Marillo suddenly remembered what her grandfather had said to her. At this noble banquet, I must apologize to Carlos in front of me. We must reconcile with him, if not with the Lucifer family. Then your own industry and reality will continue to be hit by prices. No, after all, for now, Carlos should only be a manager. If once it is attacked and suppressed by the Lucifer family, it will be comprehensively attacked and suppressed. Then, I'm afraid that the Lonier family's industry in the entire England region will be directly destroyed. This is what they least want to see, but at present, they have reached the point where they are riding a tiger and it is difficult to get off. If this continues, it will be a fierce fight which will be completely unexpected. Just when everyone in Dao Weiwei were waiting for everything. Waiting for the two sides of this battlefield to start, suddenly, a figure walked out from the top of the hall at the rear. In Carlos's view, it was a very mature-looking figure. With a smile on his face, he slowly moved toward Carlos and Marillo, who were walking over in front of him. Everyone, today is the day when our Nanya family invites all the major families to a banquet and make a joint appearance. Today, we are all here to revel and give gifts together. Regarding the little conflicts, it is better to put them aside for the time being. Don't be angry, everyone, please disperse. This old gentleman is the former patriarch of the Nanya family. As for the current patriarch of the Nanya family, he is Meililiu's father. However, that clan leader is still somewhere else and has other things to do. Therefore, he could not rush back to attend this banquet. Not to mention this banquet, he didn't even have time to attend other banquets. The so-called appearance meeting mainly means that all the young children in the family come to make a regular appearance. To put it simply, it is a combination of tests and feelings. In the past, Miss Nanya and the Nanya family have held many events. Almost all of the existing families came, only those declining families, the number of people who came in the end was no more than about 110. This time, almost all family members came. Regardless of whether it was a declining or existing family, looking at the old man in front of him and his wise face, Carlos smiled slightly. That's it. It's me who needs to apologize to you. I'm really sorry. It seems that in the future, when I see the Nanya family, I will need to kneel on the ground to ask for a favor. The next moment, there was a bang, and Marillo couldn't help but crush the wine glass. The moment he heard this sound, Chi Luo knew something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, from Merle to behind him, figures one after another suddenly surged with supernatural powers. They quickly rushed towards Carlos and rushed over fiercely. The power in his hands did not stop at all. Yes, although it can be regarded as a free-for-all between families. But in the final analysis, everyone has problems with this fight. Moreover, in order to consider the situation of the respective nobles, they did not use the staff and used magic to fight the other party. After all, Carlos knew that if magic was used, there would be serious casualties in the end. The moment the other side rushed over, a group of people behind Carlos also rushed over. There was a direct melee between the two sides. Regarding the Lonia family, they found some people and went directly to the academy to cause trouble for them, the descendants of the declining nobles. In fact, these declining nobles could no longer bear it any longer. The reason they were fighting now was to avenge the insults they suffered. Dorola's face was full of excitement, and she saw him suddenly throw away the wine glass in his hand and then jumped up. He rushed over there, although his strength in fists and feet was not very strong. But no matter what, he is still a little stronger than this group of weak disciples who only know aristocratic etiquette. The ladies who saw this scene in front of them twitched the corners of their mouths slightly in the distance. It seemed that they had no intention of going up to help. After all, the girls' reserve kept them in place. Especially at this moment, Lista couldn't help but sigh when she saw that her beloved brother Dorora actually had such a violent side. Everything comes so quickly and everything comes so cleverly. There was no practice or any judgment. Conflicts between the nobles of both sides have long since arisen and have continued to evolve. It wasn't until this moment that the quarrel between the Lucifer family and the Lonia family really broke out. There was a thud and Carlos punched a man in the face. The man felt a slight pain and wanted to fight back, but he was kicked out hard by Carlos. Everyone was frightened by Carlos's fierce look. None of them expected that Carlos, a descendant of a declining aristocracy, the skill is actually so powerful. Marillo, who saw the scene in front of her, was even more confused. He just crushed the wine glass. Why did the group of people behind him suddenly rush forward? Even if they charge forward, why can't they defeat Carlos? Please give me flowers 0. Carlos's strength is too strong. Perhaps facing those powerful boxers and those real martial artists, Carlos's strength is not enough. But facing this group of guys who only practice magic all day long and don't practice physical strength at all, Carlos can still deal with it. At this time, Zailuo, who was next to him, drank the last bit of wine and then put down the wine glass in his hand. After he wiped his lips gracefully, the next moment, he picked up the staff from the plate next to him. It was a staff made of pear wood, with thin phoenix patterns carved on it. That is the pattern of the family symbol of the Lonia family. From this staff, you can even smell the fragrance of pear blossoms. Zalo. The next moment, only his hand was seen slowly raising the staff, shattered to pieces. The magic that shattered the bones swayed in the staff, and then smashed into the sky. It exploded like a burst of fire, and the sound of vibrations and explosions resounded throughout the venue. This group of chaotic young people were startled, and they all looked up to the sky. Then he turned to look at the young man in front of him. Just when he was about to continue taking action, Chi Luo spoke. Everyone, today is a banquet specially held by our Nanya family. We just want to connect the feelings between everyone here. Why bother to fight? It would be bad if it hurts the feelings between them and causes conflicts. However, before he finished speaking, he saw a voice coming from the crowd. Then there was a body falling to the ground, and a B***** G sound was heard. This familiar scream immediately made Chi Luo raise his eyebrows. I don't know why, but the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. When he looked carefully, he found that the scream was actually made by Carlos. As for the figure lying on the ground, that person was actually Carlos. At this moment, only one of Carlos' arms was seen and blood was flowing from it. His arm was tied up and a big gash was cut, and his body fell to the ground, unconscious. Quiet, the atmosphere at the scene can be said to be completely quiet. No one dared to make a move and no one continued to make noise. Seeing Carlos, he was lying quietly on the ground with blood flowing out from the wound. Rocky narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the vitality of life in Carlos's body was still so huge at this moment. That vitality is still blowing by like the spring breeze. Yes, this Carlos just looks a little miserable. But in fact, nothing happened. Of course, I could see it. But it doesn't mean that other people can see it, whether it is a declining family or a ready-made noble. Only the great magicians, the truly high-level magicians, could see the condition inside Carlos' body. 170, as for those intermediate and junior magicians, they can't see anything at all. Carlos was still lying on the ground and couldn't help but smile softly when he felt that his arm was not in any pain. Dorora, who saw the scene in front of her from behind, was immediately startled. He immediately remembered that Carlos was a pharmacist. At the same time, he is also a powerful magician. Just like this, an ordinary magician fights. How could Carlos lie on the ground without any ability to fight back? Since he is a pharmacist, it means that Carlos must have some ability to put his body into this state of suspended animation. Then after Dora reacted, she immediately rushed forward, wailing in pain. "Oh, I'm just a little dissatisfied with you, so you just kill me like this. Do you know Carlos? He is also the only existing magician in the Lucifer family. If you do this, are you going to declare war with the Lucifer family?" Good guys, not only the existing family at this moment, but also Rocky. Even at this moment, Carlos, who was lying on the ground, looked speechless, sleeping at the corner of his mouth. Of course he could hear Dorona's voice, and he was just lying down to pretend. "I just want to blackmail them and extort something from them. Dorola is a good guy, but you want them to cut your flesh directly, right? This approach is simply great, a role model for our generation." It has to be said that Carlos is really very happy, but his own happiness must not be revealed in the corners of his mouth. He lay on the ground, feeling excited that Dorola was such a good teammate. He just said these words as soon as he opened or closed his eyes, without even thinking about the consequences. Of course, for Dorola, he didn't want to expose the trouble that the Nanya family had caused him. That guy Delenkas did this, no matter what reason he had, it had nothing to do with him. He only has one request, and that is to make the Lanya family bleed heavily in front of him. So, with the cooperation of these two actors who performed fine performances, the scene once fell into a very embarrassing atmosphere, whether it was a ready-made family or a declining family. The eyes looking at each other were filled with confusion and anger. At this moment, the two sides seemed to be subconsciously cooperating with each other, looking for the murderer who knocked Carlos in front of him into this state. Rocky sighed slightly and then said quickly, hurry up and help Carlos to the bed in the guest room. Our Lonia family will definitely make sure that Carlos's injuries can be cured as soon as possible." In fact, Rocky really wanted to curse. To be honest, he also had a lot of resentment towards Carlos. He didn't expect that this little guy was actually such a skilled actor. If Carlo really fell to the ground, he was on the verge of life and death. So why are you guys watching from the sidelines, just making sarcastic remarks without any intention of saving him? Can't you see this obvious trap? Marillo watched quietly as Carlos was carried onto the bed in the guest room. Then she slowly lay down, clenching her hands tightly, and she wanted to roar angrily. "I want to kill Carlos in front of me right now." However, she knew that she could not do this, as doing so would be tantamount to declaring war with the Lucifer family. The Lucifer family had to declare war with them, after all. The Carlos family, which can be regarded as the entire Lucifer family in existence, has been recognized as the true inheritor of the main line. Under such circumstances, Carlos can be regarded as the real next heir of the Lucifer family. And if all the heirs are killed by you guys, then the Lucifer family will not want to return to the world of magicians without declaring war. Even if there is a magician in their family again, it is impossible for him to be accepted by other magician families. Therefore, it is natural to declare war. In their opinion, the Ruonia family has been too aggressive recently. Again, if the other three major families can't see it, then they are blind. Haven't you considered everything? Haven't you taken the overall situation into consideration? However, what is the result of their doing this? What is their purpose of doing this? Oh, Lanya family, what on earth is going on? The awkward atmosphere eased in an instant. He also arranged for people to enter Hogwarts Academy and wanted to beat up all those declining families one by one. When you held the banquet, why didn't you think about preventing things like this from happening? He wants to rule all the families with his own identity. People don't have the slightest desire to take action. I really feel a pity here. If the next member of the Lucifer family dies, then obviously, the Nanaya family wants to treat themselves as an old man. But when they did this, did they consider the other three families of equal strength? On 2.4, when there was a moment of silence in the atmosphere, a man left with emotion. It is to hold a noble banquet and to unite all the families. He first walked in front of Miss Marillo, then slowly glanced at Carlos's body as he walked away, then smiled softly and said, "The Ruonia family, it's hard to say, will do it again. It has become the target of public criticism." When that man walked through the crowd, he had a polite aura on his body. Except for the Ruonia family, the other three major families just sat quietly beside them. The sound coming out of the man's mouth seemed to be mocking Melillo in front of him. However, Melillo narrowed her eyes slightly, glanced at him lightly, and then stopped talking. But another figure next to Melillo immediately jumped out and was about to accuse the man in front of her. However, Melillo stopped him directly. Obviously, this was to remind herself to pay attention to Carlo's life. no matter whether Carlos is pretending or really doing it now. Next, if Carlos' life is threatened or something goes wrong, then when the Lanya family will be fully responsible. At that time, the Lanya family will definitely not be able to get rid of the name of framing their comrades. After all, the Nanaya family nominally wants to overlap all the families. Of course, no matter what Miss Melillo thinks, the man does continue to keep silent. Turning his head tightly and walking towards the distance, he is not any of the four major families. Now Melillo doesn't know which family this man is from. Just by looking at the badge on his chest, it can be seen that he is a member of an ancient family. It's just that such a family came to befriend him, and Melillo really couldn't figure out what his purpose was. Then Melillo turned his head and looked at his grandfather. Rocky also understood what they meant and nodded. Don't worry, Carlos is absolutely safe in the guest room, and he won't be in any danger of life. If someone wants to take advantage of someone's misfortune, you must have the ability and skills to do so. As for this banquet, Melillo, you can do it yourself. It's best to disband it now. Yes, this banquet has basically been messed up. Whether it's Carlos falling to the ground and his life or death is unknown, or the fight between the two sides of the battle and the fight between the nobles. This already means that the final moment of this banquet has arrived. Melillo couldn't help but sigh. Her thoughts were too simple. Or rather, she looked at the declining family too simply. They may look like a group of children from a declining family, but after their family's full training, they must have strength. Maybe they can't resist as well as the existing nobles. But in terms of strength, they can indeed match any family, one of the four nobles. So Melillo understands that these families are indeed a group of considerable forces. At the beginning, the reason why Melillo wanted to unify them, because she felt that this group of declining guys were too scattered, and dispersion meant that they could be defeated one by one. But now it's not possible. She knows that she has to change her strategy. When the banquet was about to end, Dorora stayed as requested. After all, he was nominally united with Carlos, so he should stay to protect Carlos. But in fact, Carlos understood that Dorora said that he was protecting himself. More importantly, I want to stay with me to blackmail. The deep wound on the arm has been bandaged. Because this is a magical world, there is the power of healing magic. Carlos's wound was considered foolproof and could heal quickly. But what everyone doesn't know is why Carlos hasn't woken up yet. And what surprised Rocky the most was Carlos's wound. It doesn't look fake at all, it just has a real incision. The blood is also real, but why? I can feel the vitality in his body still growing vigorously. Is it like a feeling like thousands of trees are coming back to life? Am I wrong? At this moment, has Carlos' vitality really reached its peak? It shouldn't be, and only Carlos knows what the reason is. In order to be able to make this bottle of fake death potion, he spent a lot of thought. He went to the black market and went around again and again before he found the real materials. What he didn't expect was that the material was actually very simple. Fake potions can be made from the branches of the white-eyed demonic tree. Moreover, this branch is also sold very cheaply on the black market. But this material is indeed an indispensable key material. It can cause a person's body functions to be lost in an instant. But the branches of the white-eyed demonic tree can only make people lose their functions for a while. Coupled with the blessing of dragon blood, the materials are hardcore to each other. The eye potion's suspended animation potion can indeed make Carlos' suspended animation last for a certain period of time. To put it simply, you may not be able to do it in a few days, but you can definitely do it in a few hours. Almost a day later, Carlos slowly opened his eyes from the bed. I am not in a good mood and my mentality is not very good. Sometimes I am like this. Oh, you finally woke up 660. If it weren't for me, I would know that you are very cautious. Carlos really didn't want to fight with such a smart family. If someone bullies me, I will take revenge. Carlos, don't say you are not like this. But even if you don't want to, it has no effect. Carlos slowly sat up from the bed and then looked at his arms. At this moment, the hole there has been treated long ago, and only a white trace can be seen there. It seems that this group of guys from the Nanaya family are indeed very smart. Next to him, Dorola, who was still sleeping soundly, seemed to feel Carlos. After opening his eyes, he immediately turned his head to look. For example, Carlos is still lying on the bed at this moment, and his consciousness is awake. Okay, it's almost time to get back what belongs to us. They understand that they cannot die here yet. Once they die here, it is hard to say what the final result will be. I just wanted to get something, so you better prepare the lion to open its mouth and cut them some meat right. Dorola, you jumped on me so anxiously, didn't you just want to blackmail me with me? I have never let go of what they did to me. If I hadn't known that you were a genius potion master, I would have believed that you were indeed on the verge of life and death. But he knew that his life had fallen into a state of suspended animation. Dorora propped himself up and slowly sat up from the bed. Little by little, he turned his head to look at Carlos, who was still lying on the bed next to him, then smiled and spoke slowly again. Why, Carlos, don't you think you are like this? I have heard about it before when I was in the family. There are almost tens of thousands of hotels under the Lucifer family, and they have all been hit at this moment. Behind the scenes, it seems that it is all the magician's actions. Carlos, even a fool should be able to guess who did this kind of thing, right? Therefore, I believe that you are so smart that you will not be able to guess who did it. You must know that you are the potions genius in the entire Hogwarts Academy. Even Hermione, the new potion genius, couldn't give way. Carlos looked at the ceiling above his head and smiled slightly. Yes, he admitted that the ultimate purpose of coming to this banquet this time was to cause trouble. The second purpose, again, is to disrupt the overall situation and environment of a venue. Currently, the situation of the Lucifer family has reached a very critical point. The Lonia family actually dared to speak against the Lucifer family. This means that the Nanaya family has the strength and courage to eat the entire Lucifer family. But Carlos also understood that he did not have the guts to eat up all the declining families. The same is true not only for Carlos, but also for other declining families. As long as they unite together, they can defeat one of the four major families in front of them. Since you don't want to be a slave controlled by others, a subordinate of others, or a vassal, then you must talk to others as a truly strong person. This is the view between Carlos and Dorola. Yes, so I have to thank you, but your empty-handed behavior is indeed good. But I think it's good, at least you've been pulled to my side, Tilda. Although Dorola has the behavior of a free-handed wolf, after all, he only needs to cry to get a little compensation. Of course, this scene, if it were just Carlos lying there alone, then Carlos will only receive a little compensation at most. For example, a manor, a yard or something, but once there is Duola La together. All of a sudden, the emotions of almost all the declining families were aroused. It was almost as if the Ginlonia family saw the possibility of a union between their families. He knew that the Ruonia family would never let things go unchecked like this. Cutting off the flesh is better than the bad effects it brings. At this moment, the door was slowly knocked open and a figure walked in from the outside. Rocky glanced at Dorola in front of him, who was still sitting on the bed with a smile on his face. The look in his eyes showed no fear, as if he was a truly strong man. Rocky couldn't help but sigh, although his granddaughter also had such a strong courage. But to be honest, he doesn't think highly of his daughter. Sometimes my granddaughter is like this, acting irritably and without any humility. Of course, in Rocky's view, there is nothing wrong with being arrogant, at least in the Lonia family, it is necessary to be tall. But there's nothing wrong with being low-key as well. He turned to look at Carlos, who had already opened his eyes. At this time, Rocky smiled and looked at Carlos calmly. Just like an ordinary old man, that smile seems to give people a very kind and caring smile. He seems to be very kind. Mr. Carlos, you finally woke up. Do you know what happened yesterday? But you are worried about me. I thought you really couldn't return to this beautiful world. What vicious words were spoken in such beautiful words? What a smile, but with such a vicious tone. Carlos smiled slightly and ignored this guy's fault at all. Since he likes it so much, he uses such a smiling tone to say such vicious words in the language of hell. Then he is not in a hurry at all, right? Because it means that he is in a hurry. Sorry, Mr. Lodge, the wounds on my body may still be a little bad. Ouch, it hurts so much, maybe there is something wrong with my heart, so I need to bother you a little bit more here. I'm really sorry, maybe even walking on the ground is a little difficult. Dorora over there couldn't help but want to laugh, but he felt uncomfortable holding it in. Although Rocky's words were so vicious, Carlos's reply was not something that ordinary people could say. If you continue to disturb me, the words in the mouths of other magicians in the outside world will become more and more strange. If word spreads, it may become more and more serious, and then someone accidentally makes a mistake. One person said something and Carlos was going to die in the Nagna family. So the Nanya family is really not human inside and out. Even Carlos finally left here safe and sound. But the rumors spread will not change, Luo Chi smiled slightly. No one knew what was going on in his mind. Dorora, on the other hand, said it in Carlos's ear. Dorora nodded, then slowly stood up from the bed. Then I saw Carlos following Rocky's figure little by little as he walked outside. After taking a look at Carlos, he immediately pretended to help him. Trying to empty the anger in his mind, he nodded slightly and said, that way, it seemed as if he was really on the verge of death. Letter 3005MR. Carlos, I'm sorry, I think you are in good spirits. Maybe your health is almost healed. If you don't give them any discomfort in front of your enemies, then you are still not a human being. Anyway, Carlos was pretending. He didn't care whether he was sick or not, he was sick. It doesn't matter if Carlos the lion opens his mouth a little bit. As long as we don't make too many demands, we will agree. I wonder if Mr. Carlos would like to go out for a walk and let's have a chat. After all, the Lonia family is now considered an older family. Certainly, Rocky said, give you a step, just come down and don't continue playing. I might not be able to get in after a while, you should know what we need, right? Dora smiled softly, put her hand on his shoulder with a weak look on her face, and then walked down bit by bit. If there is anything you want to say, if there is anything you want, just ask. Don't look at Carlos like this, he is not joking. Of course he knows what he and Dora need, or in other words, he certainly knows what the Lucifer family and Dora's Kalia family need. The two families are both declining families. This is the only link and relationship between the two families. Naturally, the most taboo thing for a declining family is the issue of heritage. Lack of background is one of their biggest obstacles. Books about magic like those in the entire Lucifer family. Carlos has almost finished reading it. It can even be said that he has almost finished it when he was just 6 years old. This also means that there are not many books related to magic like those in the Lucifer family. Under such circumstances, neither Carlos nor Dorola. What the two of them needed were books. When Carlos walked into the room in front of him, it felt different all of a sudden. The whole room was resplendent. Looking from below all the way up, there is a huge staircase extending to the top bit by bit. It seemed like the whole place had been hollowed out. Looking up from below him, he saw that the ceiling was almost 500 meters away from him. I have to say that Carlos only thinks that it is really rich. The flow of magic here is completely more solid than the magic outside in 873. Mr. Carlos, please, 11. Carlos didn't care at all and sat on the seat next to him. That was where the guest sat, and next to him Marillo just stayed quietly. It seemed that she had been taught a lesson, but the old man, Rocky, slowly walked towards the side. That's right, he wasn't sitting in the main seat. This made Carlos a little confused. He wondered who would sit on the birth table to negotiate with him. Suddenly, a thin crack opened from the side door, followed by a pair of hands. A pair of gray hands pushed open the door, and then a man wearing white noble clothes walked in from the outside. He came to the main seat and sat down bit by bit. His appearance is very handsome, and even a little wrinkle on his face seems unable to cover up his youthful and handsome appearance. His stubble seems to be on his face and chin, and it can be seen that this is a very serious man. The man first glanced at Carlos in front of him and smiled softly. The smile is very similar to Rocky. It seems bad that this is the son of Mr. Noki. That is, the current patriarch of the Lonia family, Tandislonia. Yes, this is still a count. Hello, Count Tandis. Carlos didn't care at all. He directly named the person in front of him. It looked like he was trying to separate Tandis in front of him from the Lonia family. Tandis, on the other hand, smiled indifferently. He directly put his hands on both sides of his sofa, then looked at Carlos in front of him and said as if he was a superior. Carlos, Lucifer, tell me, what do you need? Hey, I think Mr. Count has misunderstood. It's not that I need something, but that you want to compensate me for something. These are two completely different ways of saying it. Tandis in front of him seemed to be giving away the feeling of a beggar, but Carlos is different. In his philosophy, this is a kind of compensation. Of course, any smart person would be able to tell that the compensation Carlos mentioned was not to compensate for the wounds on his body. It's not that he was guilty here, but that more than 10,000 hotels owned by his family were disturbed by magicians from the Lonia family. Under this incident, Carlos needs compensation. Tandis looked at Carlos in front of him, and then he laughed again. The smile this time was completely different from the smile just now, which was like a superior person's smile. But at this moment, his smile was like a relative of he AI. Friendly, beautiful, and kind, this was Carlos's second impression of him. Carlos couldn't help but become wary in his mind. This is a changeable man, at least when faced with any current affairs of his own, he will have the best reaction and best expression. For example, at this moment he knew that Carlos was not that easy to fool and deal with, so he made a negotiating expression. At the beginning, he really looked down on Carlos. I see, Mr. Carlos, what do you need us to compensate you for? A few days ago, a fire broke out in our family. Smoke enveloped the family and the flames burned the family study. I hope that for the sake of the nobility, the Lonia family can compensate us with a few books. Do you really only need a little bit? How about this? We are willing to open the family library to anyone in the Lucifer family. Including the magic library, I believe Mr. Carlos understands what this means. No, I don't understand, we just need a few books. As for what kind of books the Lonia family is willing to compensate us, how many books, that depends on the sincerity of the Lonia family. Carlos didn't care how much he compensated him. If he could satisfy himself, then he wouldn't talk about it everywhere. It's still a small clan mentality. It has to be said that in his opinion, the declining family only has this kind of confidence. If you're not satisfied, then just wait and see. Then my mouth can probably be kept closed for half a year, otherwise you can add more. Yeah, 50 years then. How about thanking the Lanya family for their generous compensation and gifts? To be honest, if he asked for 1,000 copies, I would agree to give them to him. But I can't guarantee what the final outcome will be. How about 100 copies? Looking at Carlos walking towards the distance, Tandis shook his head gently. 500 copies. The naked threat made Marillo, next to her, even more chilly in her eyes. She looked at Carlos quietly and she could hear what Ka Luakai meant. Tandy smiled slightly, then pointed to the library next to him and said, "After all, Carlos is not an imposing man. But is he smart or timid? He only dares to ask for 500 copies. Just like that, Carlos and Tandis in front of him smiled at each other. Even if he wants 10,000 books, I will give them to him. Even if he wants the entire library, I don't care." However, just when Melillo was about to get angry, he was forced back by a look from his father Tandis. It was like the polite smile among nobles. As much as possible. After Dorora saw Carlos coming out, she immediately pulled him and kept asking this question. Carlos couldn't help but shook his head, waved his hand, and then tested it. There were only 300 copies. Dorola slightly twitched the corner of her mouth. 300, but that's it. 300 copies should be considered the most appropriate price. It's just that it didn't cause the Lanya family to bleed more, which made Dorola a little unhappy. Dorora looked at Carlos in front of her and then also stretched out her hand. "Then I want 150 copies. No, I'll give you 100 copies at most, Tilda." Dorora felt that she was not bad, just 100 books for 100 books. Anyway, he was the one with nothing to lose, so the two of them discussed and walked outside. But none of them noticed that there was a figure hanging somewhere behind them in the distance. This black shadow looks like ink in the shadow. It can sink into the shadow and sink into the darkness at any time. The two walked out of the Nanya family and waved. Dorora looked very anxious. And left with 100 magic books, Carlos shook his head. Holding these handbags, they look obviously a little heavy. Then he walked towards the car that had been waiting for him. And at the moment when Carlos continued to walk forward, his sense of inspiration suddenly seemed to notice something. His footsteps stopped dead in his tracks, stagnating for a moment. It seemed like someone was pulling something from behind me just now. There was a bang, and Carlos seemed to suddenly remember that this scene had happened at the banquet just now. At that time, Carlos was walking in the central area of the banquet. Suddenly, someone from beside him waved his staff and wanted to hit him with all the stone. But at that time, under his own avoidance, he hit another person directly. Carlos's face changed slightly, and he just looked at the light flashing with flames in front of him quietly. He hit his side hard, the speed became faster and faster, and he was about to hit that ordinary person. At that moment, Carlos directly picked up a piece of wood next to him. Then he hit the person who was about to be hit by the magic. There was a thud, and the man felt a slight pain and his footsteps stopped in place. The magic also hit the stone pillar not far behind him. The sound of rattling was heard continuously. This stone pillar originally supported the platform above. At this moment, it was shattering crazily. Yes, this is the magic of shattering the body into pieces. Carlos' face became very ugly. He didn't expect that someone would hate him so much. "I hate myself so much that I even want to use my body to pieces in this urban area. You know, there are a lot of people here. In the Muggle world, you can imagine how violent it would be to use the magic of breaking bones. Under such circumstances, something will happen to him sooner or later. After all, in the Muggle world, magicians are not the only ones who are the most powerful. The magicians here are at best only those with strong personal abilities. Other than that, there was no wool at all." Carlos glanced into the distance. The stone pillars were constantly being shattered into pieces. Then he took another look at the man who was stunned by him. The man was quietly looking at the platform above, about to fall down. Suddenly, panic, roars, and various other sounds continued to sound. When the old housekeeper saw this scene in the distance, his expression immediately changed. He wanted to pull his young master back immediately and run into the car to avoid danger, but Carlos looked at him and said suddenly, "First, drive the car to a safe place. I'm here." After finishing speaking, Carlos suddenly took out his staff. Holding the crystal-clear staff in his hand, Carlos's eyes carefully observed the surroundings. Almost all the crowd below had dispersed towards the surrounding area. Only those few were still trying to avoid the crowd around them, unable to disperse. Carlos didn't hesitate at all. He looked at the stone slab that was smashed towards the ground and waved the staff fiercely to release the magic on that side, although he didn't know what magic he should release. The current situation can only be changed continuously and relying on one's own thinking. 0. Whether it's petrification, enlargement, obstacles, or defensive techniques, these magics seemed inappropriate. In this case, they blocked the platform from floating down from above. What to do? The only solution is levitation. Levitation is actually a magic that has been created a long time ago. But I haven't learned it yet, I've only seen it once or twice in class. The real levitation technique, whether it is releasing a spell or releasing magic power, requires very delicate control. Only then can objects or things be suspended correctly. Carlos had never done it and he didn't know how to do it. Avada Kedavra. Carlos looked to the side and found that many people were still under the stone slab, trying to survive at that moment. When several people on the ground saw this scene, they immediately ran outside. Of course, this time is only 2 or 3 seconds. 2 rays of black dust were put together, and the sputtered light spots directly hit the surrounding walls, creating thin pits one after another. It seems that Carlos can hear whispers from the darkness. The staff held by the black shadow stretched out towards Carlos warmly. He immediately prepared to treat them. However, just when Carlos was about to save them. But he didn't notice at all that a dark figure had sneaked up behind him. Levitate. If Carlos didn't use magic to levitate the stone slab, several of them might be crushed by the stone slab at that moment. Avada Kedavra. That's right, that big stone slab was already suspended in midair by Carlos' levitation technique just before it hit the ground. He didn't hesitate at all. While releasing the levitation technique, the staff immediately stretched out behind him and released it without looking. I could only look at the falling stones over there, suddenly wave my staff and then say. However, these 2 or 3 seconds were enough for the 2 people to escape from the dangerous place. A white light bloomed from the staff, and the light directly hit the stone slab that was originally on the ground. After that, after seeing that there was no chaotic crowd under the stone slab, I felt relieved temporarily. At this time, almost all the stone slabs above had fallen down. There is almost no danger at this moment. Then Carlos turned his head and looked at the man who was releasing Avatar towards him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know the consequences of doing this? In order to kill me, you would even use magic in the Muggle world. The consequence is that you will be judged by the magic court. Aren't you the same? If you use magic in the Muggle world, you will be like me. Carlos, as long as I can drag you into the water, then everything doesn't matter. Carlos glanced at him gently and then slowly took out the phone in his hand. On the other end of the phone, a man's voice said 463. Facing Carlos, the man in black robe did not dare to act rashly. Just watching quietly like this, Carlos made this call and listened quietly to his voice. However, the more he listened, the more frightened he became. He had heard that Carlos's Lucifer family was particularly powerful in reality. But he didn't expect that someone would be so powerful and have the ability to tamper with the world's network information at will. Yes, it was easy for Carlos to make this call. It is necessary to use the newspaper's ability to allow this online information to be tampered with. To put it simply, everyone thinks that this one-time problem is just a problem caused by shoddy construction. It's not a problem caused by magic. In this case, even if Carlos goes to the magic courtyard, he can also explain the situation and he will not be harmed. In addition, because he wanted to save them, he used magic. Under normal circumstances, I am doing this on the premise of saving people. Moreover, even if he used magic, it would not have any impact on the Muggle world. So naturally, I won't have any problems. But the man in black robe in front of him was different. His face darkened slightly. When he really faced Carlos, he finally understood what his employer's words meant. You are indeed Carlos of the Lucifer family. Even now, you are not the patriarch of the family, but he still has the same rights as the family patriarch. Ha 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 ha, I really found my fault, Carlos, you can go and die. Carlos smiled slightly and did not answer the other party's questions at all. He ran directly towards the other side of the road. The man in black robe saw this scene. He immediately started running towards Carlos and then he suddenly found that his feet could not move. What's going on? Why can't I move my feet? Looking down, I found that my body and feet were sinking into the swamp. Although he had heard of Carlos who had the ability to control others, but he didn't expect that Carlos could actually create a swamp on the ground. At this moment, the man in black robe's face changed slightly and he pulled his feet out of the swamp with force. Then he looked at Carlos walking away and chased after him crazily. This time, he had no intention of talking nonsense to Carlos. I saw him get on the broom and fly towards Carlos. The speed was extremely fast and he chased Carlos towards the suburbs. That's right, Carlos didn't plan to let him go this time, but was going to go to the suburbs with him to have some fun. If Carlos really wanted to escape, the swamp that just appeared would not be so certain. It was impossible for him to come out of the swamp so easily. Carlos just wanted to stop him and let him play a chase with himself. The housekeeper quietly looked behind him at the broom chasing him. He looked at the figure on the broom and couldn't help but shook his head gently. Although he knew that world, this was the first time he saw it. But Carlos smiled softly and took out a long box from the back seat next to him. Then he took out the special staff he had prepared. As for the staff he just used, it was just his own backup staff. We are just attending a banquet, so why do we need to bring a special staff? Go to the suburbs ahead, hide in a safe place, and don't come out. After saying that, Carlos' figure had disappeared from the back seat. The old housekeeper nodded, drove his car to a certain place in the suburbs, and hid quietly. At this moment, Carlos was already riding a broom in the air, slowly looking towards the black-robed figure coming towards him in the distance. Then Carlos stretched out a finger and lightly hooked it. As provocative as possible, the man in black robe slowly stretched out his staff. Then I saw Carlos also stretched out his staff. Only then did he realize that the staff in Carlos' hand had completely changed its appearance. It is no longer the ordinary staff just now, but a real special staff. The pattern on the staff is obviously a pattern that can increase magic power. Avada Kedavra. And it hit him hard in the face. It can break the opponent's magic just like now in 3.7. Although looking down from one direction it may not be high, but it must be more than 10 meters tall. In the collision of two identical magics, generally speaking, the one with stronger magic power is stronger. Avada Kedavra. Therefore, Carlos can freely release the magic and magic power in his body. It was directly hit by this Avada Kedavra, and then turned into fragments flying on the ground. Naturally, Avada Kedavra's power also reached the intermediate level at the same time. When Carlos saw that guy, he actually jumped down and smiled softly. Two voices sounded. Carlos and the man in black robe opposite him released Avada Kedavra at the same time, when the opponent thought that his blow was about to knock Carlos down. Immediately afterwards, you soon came to yourself, how could it be possible? There is no one around anymore, this place belongs to the district at this moment. At this moment, Akaros' magic power in his body has reached an intermediate level. As for that one, it's still a broom floating in the air. But suddenly he saw in front of him that the light of Avada Kedavra was getting bigger and bigger. This black-robed figure immediately began to jump downwards. Carlos' Avada Kedavra actually crashed into his own Avada Kedavra. The moment the man in black robe jumped off the broom, his body fell to the ground, and he felt pain, endless pain. He still didn't understand why his Avada Kedavra couldn't beat Carlos's Avada Kedavra. He looked up at Carlos in the sky and he reacted at this time. Carlos was riding a broom and he could easily catch up with him. Even if he ran away, it would be useless. He only saw his face change slightly. It was impossible to escape. At this moment, his legs seemed to have no strength. Carlos, riding a broom from the sky, fell slowly and fiercely. Then he came to the man, looked at his face and said, "You hide your face under the black robe. Do you want people to not see your face, not see your figure? But it's a pity, under my eyes, your ugly, ridiculous, vicious face has been completely seen by me. Do you know you are really ridiculous?" Carlos said, and then stretched out the slender staff in his hand again. On the staff, little by little, ripples flowed together with the marks. Carlos' voice echoed again, using Avada Kedavra. In the instant when the black flames of Avada Kedavra hit the opponent, the man in the black robe immediately changed his face. Indeed, Carlos's Avada Kedavra is still a higher level Avada Kedavra than his own. Could it be that he has become an intermediate magician? How is it possible? You know that I have just passed the intermediate level. Shouldn't the Carlos in front of him be just a junior student in Hogwarts? Even if he is promoted to an intermediate student next year, he can't have intermediate magic. With a bang, the two magics collided. This time, it was the black-robed man who cast the most powerful magic, so naturally they were evenly matched in the battle of magic. The magic that was directly shattered drilled fiercely around. After making a little bit of holes, Carlos raised his staff again. The Muggle world is like this, beautiful and peaceful. The darkness was hidden underground, and with a bang, Avada Kedavra bloomed again. This time, Carlos was very fast. So fast that the other party had no time to react, and saw this black figure under the Avada Kedavra's death flew away fiercely. Ah! The painful scream sounded in the mouth of the black-robed man. Still roaring wildly, the tearing sound came out from his throat bit by bit. While he was in pain, he also felt as if countless bugs and ants were crawling on his body. Is this the pain brought by Avada Kedavra? Carlos looked at him quietly, looking at his face and body distorted by infinite pain. He couldn't help but smile lightly. He had experienced this kind of pain last time. Although last time it was because of the assistance of Drafa's potion. This kind of pain has been reduced a lot, but it is only because the pain of the side effects of the Drafa potion has overshadowed the pain. This time, Carlos did not expect that he could use his own hands to let his enemy enjoy this kind of pain. It hurts. It hurts. Why, how is it possible? You are obviously just a student in the elementary class. You should obviously be just a student. How can you beat me? In this world of magicians, I am a real killer. Then, Mr. Killer, can I ask you a question? Tell me who asked you to kill me. Don't think that Carlos's ears are not good. He had heard the guy in front of him say that he was hired by others to kill himself. Since someone hired him, then the guy in front of him is not the culprit. He is just a killer who benefits from others. The figure that keeps twisting on the ground, the dongsucker with a painful face. He can't say, and dare not say, after all, there must be credit standards in their line of work. Under such circumstances, once he said it, it would be bad for his reputation as a killer. His family might be threatened. This was also the reason why he didn't want to say it. The pain was biting at his body for about an hour. Carlos shook his head and threw a bottle of resurrection potion on him. The resurrection potion could not stop the pain of Avada Kedavra from happening in his body, but it could indeed alleviate his pain and slow down his death. Then Carlos waved to the butler next to him. After the butler nodded, he drove the car to Carlos' side. Together with Carlos, he moved the body that was constantly twisting on the ground to the back seat. Carlos said while sitting on the co-pilot, "Don't worry about the things behind, just send me back after I come out." Just like in the White Bell Tower, the White Bell Tower was from top to bottom. This time we're going to the wheat fields in Scotland. After Carlos finished speaking, he suddenly threw the man in front of him into the wheat field. Carlos nodded, picked up a kerosene lamp from the side, and walked into the basement little by little. Instead, it led to the regular market in the magic world, which was far away from the wizards. After the crack opened, a dark staircase appeared under the wheat field, and this basement was from bottom to top. That's right, when Carlos entered the basement. That's right, Carlos was going to take this black-robed man directly to the magic courtyard. Suddenly, in a surge of magic, the wheat field seemed to have a crack. After seeing that he still had a breath left, Carlos lifted his body and walked towards the wheat field. The wheat in this town can be said to be the place with the most wheat in the whole city. The wheat fields were covered with golden yellow, making people feel comfortable. This staircase did not lead through the black market of the magic world. The old housekeeper behind him wanted to come to help, but was rejected by Carlos. The car came to Scotland little by little, on the left side, to the wheat fields of the town of Radidia. Carlos waved his hands little by little, and then dragged out the black-robed man in the back seat. The sky above his head gradually closed, and a staircase from bottom to top slowly appeared in front of him. This is the wizard's courtyard, and this is the place where wizards' sins are pronounced. This is also the most selfless, fair, and strict place in the wizarding world. May I ask, Mr. Wizard, what do you expect when you come here? Carlos looked at the wizard in front of him and then smiled slightly. He slowly lifted the man in his hand and said, "This man attacked me in the Muggle world. I have evidence that he attacked me. How should you try him?" Time passes very quickly. It can even be said that time passes very quickly. I have to say that in this wizard's courtyard, once you have the evidence, and there is sufficient evidence, then they will definitely be able to make the fastest trial and decision. For example, the man in black robe in front of me, because he did violate the resolutions of the magic and Muggle world. So after that, he was immediately thrown into the magic prison by the magic courtyard. I believe that he will not be able to come out for a long time, but Carlos shook his head at this moment and left the wizard courtyard. Outside, the car was still parked in place, waiting quietly. The old housekeeper nodded slightly, Carlos smiled, sat in the back seat, and followed the car towards home. What he still couldn't figure out at this moment was who wanted to hurt him. Judging from the origin of the whole incident, the people who have enmity with him are the people of the Nanaya family. But would the people of the Lonia family be so stupid, even if they wanted to kill him? How could he take action the moment he left the Lonia family? Could it be said that the thoughts in their heads are feces? Impossible. Carlos thinks it is absolutely impossible. Tandis, the patriarch of the Lonia family. He knew that he was a very smart and rigorous person. It was absolutely impossible for such a smart person to do what he had just left their family's residence. If he directly killed himself, wouldn't it be equivalent to announcing to the world that he was the one who killed him? Doesn't it mean that the Lanya family wants to get rid of Carlos quickly? Tandis is a smart man and Carlos is also a smart man. Both of them are smart people, so they naturally understand this truth. So if it's not the Lanya family, which family is it? Abnormal problems, everything seems to be a contradictory whole. Carlos slowly took out a card from his arms. There is a name written on the card, as well as the family's address and contact number. The name is very simple, Dorola Klee. Yes, this is the address of the Klee family. There was also Dorola's name and their home phone number. If we want to talk about the whole thing, the most unusual part of the whole process. At this moment, Carlos could only think of one thing, that is, Dorora left in a hurry after getting his gift. It seems that in his heart there are very important and urgent things to do, and he left immediately after answering a phone call. If this is the case, is there a possibility that this matter was caused by Dorola? Taking out the phone, Carlos dialed the number on it leisurely. Following two beeps on the other side of the microphone, a person answered the phone on the other side, and Dorora's voice came over calmly. Hello, hello, this is the Klee family, I'm Dorora, what can I do for you? Carlos first thought about how to ask, and finally found that asking directly might be the best option. I'm Carlos Dorora and I have something to ask you. Didn't you receive a phone call when you left the Lonia family? Then after receiving the call, you left in a hurry. I would like to ask, were you in a hurry at that time? Dorora was stunned for a moment, but then he spoke. Remember Lista? She was the girl who went to the Lonia family with us. She was injured in a car accident and was hospitalized. It happened to be in a hospital not far away, so I went to visit her. Dorora, you're lying, do you know that? What do you know, tell me. On the other end of the phone, Dorola Gigi was a little confused. He didn't understand why Carlos said that, then he seemed to notice something and asked cautiously, Carlos, what happened to you? I was attacked by an evil magician in the Muggle world. You and I were separated for almost 2 minutes, do you know what this means? Of course Dorora knew what this meant, which meant that Carlos was suspecting that he had done something wrong. After all, given the circumstances at the time, there was obviously something wrong with him leaving in such a hurry. Dorora on the other end of the phone took a deep breath, and then he said calmly, Letter 3005 at that time, I did receive a call from Lista, and she did tell me that she was injured. I know what you are wondering about. I was also wondering at that time. It is obvious that our magician family has its own magic potion that can heal wounds. But she still told me that she went to the hospital. Thinking about this situation, I feel a little weird. After all, the distance between Lista and Dorola has even reached a very close level. It's impossible for me to believe what I said, but it's true, whether it's Dorola or Sister Liz. But don't let me chop off your hands first, that would be too bad. Then let me see who is reaching out with a hand from behind and wants to chop me off. I originally thought that since Voldemort was missing from this stabbing, my life would be peaceful. Dorola on the other side couldn't help but sigh slightly when she heard the busy signal coming from the other end of the phone. The scenery was extending towards the back, and there was a trace of smile in his eyes. On the contrary, his own life has ushered in more dangerous and exciting activities. Good Carlos couldn't believe it for the moment. He slowly hung up the phone and looked out the window quietly. It's just that what he said is too unreasonable in some places. Carlos was a little silent. It wasn't that he didn't believe Dorora, but what he didn't expect was that he would even return to this Muggle world. Under such circumstances, the two of them are likely to join forces and deceive themselves. But I couldn't figure it out at the time. What was the problem and where was the weirdness? This man, Carlos, mistakenly believed that Lista might be in a relationship with Dorora. But now that I hear you say it, the problems and things are all connected. He knew that Carlos would not believe him for the time being, even if he encountered such a situation. Dorola thought for a while, then he picked up the phone in his hand and dialed the number. A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, Sister Liz. A somewhat confused voice sounded like a mosquito from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Dorora felt a little bit weird or something strange. Dorora shook her head and then spoke slowly. Where are you and why are you not in the hospital now? Originally, it was just a test, but maybe it was because Dorola's voice was very cold. It was like snow in winter, so the other end was silent. The relationship between him and Sister Lissy can actually be regarded as a good friend. Lista, after all, has been playing with him since she was a child. The two of them were also detected with magical talents together since they were young. Whether it is the relationship between two families or the relationship between two children growing up together. Dorora also understood that the family wanted her to marry Lista. In this case, the two families can come together with a legitimate relationship. In this case, the two families will have an excuse to face it together. But obviously, 853 Lista didn't think so, or in other words, her family didn't think so. Sister Liz on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then her voice slowly came over. It seems you already know, Dorola. I don't want you to get involved in Carlos's matter. You have to know Carlos's family. Lucifer has offended the Nanaya family. He was offended so severely that there was no room for change. You should understand what the consequences will be. It seems that you are indeed not in the hospital. I will go find your father and ask him clearly. I want to see if he plans to become a vassal of the Lonia family or if he plans to be a good person. After hanging up the phone, Dorora frowned slightly, leaving Carlos alone for the time being. As for whether this was Lista's choice or whether it was their family's choice. What is the strangest thing about Dorora? When the car is driving on the highway and keeps rushing forward, there was a splash of water at the end of the road which kept exploding due to the speed of the car. On the other side, Lista, who was waiting in the room, looked at the phone in her hand and finally shook her head gently. She likes Dorora, and it can even be said that this is something that the two families have known since childhood. Lista also understood that it was just that Dorora had not expressed any feelings to her since she was a child. This feeling makes Sister Liz a little desperate or a little disappointed. She was very sad, but she still liked Dorora. This kind of liking made her feel for a time that she was thinking about Dorora and him. But what she never understood was what Dorora was thinking. What Dorora has been thinking about is how to let her family and these declining families survive. How to let these declining families occupy a place in this place under the pressure. Dorora has never been the one to consider her own feelings. Of course, maybe he also loves Lista, but he is willing to hide this love in his heart for the time being. However, it is precisely because of this delay that misunderstandings arise. The relationship between the two people became somewhat contradictory, and the two people were unable to understand each other's thoughts, resulting in such a situation. With 2 clicks, the door slowly opened, and a tall woman walked in bit by bit from the outside. She has a pair of very fair and long legs, and the denim shorts set off her fair skin very well. Blonde and blue-eyed, his face looks quite young with a slight smile. She walked toward Sister Liz on this side little by little, then smiled softly and said, "What's wrong? My little girl adds, what happened to make you so sad?" "Mom, let me guess. Oh my, it must be that boy from Dorora again." However, Lista, you have to understand that it is not easy to know a man's heart. Submitting to a man is not simply about pleasing a man. Submitting and pleasing will only distort the relationship between the two of you. Lista shook her head gently. She didn't know how to explain so much to her mother. In his opinion, his mother is a very perfect woman. His mother is the first family member in her family to successfully awaken her magical talent. And his father is the man who continues the legacy of magic in the family. Of course, his father is very peaceful and equal in front of his mother. The relationship between the two of them is like that of friends, but some are better than friends. They talk about everything, but they also quarrel. Of course, in the eyes of both of them, this is a very normal relationship. When their fathers are outside, they will respect each other. In Lista's opinion at that time, her parents had a perfect relationship. After all, this kid Dorora also has a talent for magic. Even if his father joined this family, that's why you can pursue the person you like with the person you like. Lista, as much as I don't want to judge whether what you did this time was right or wrong, I believe the person you like is also thinking, what are you thinking? This is a very fair and very lucky thing for you. But he frowned from time to time, shook his eyes from time to time, and then picked up the cup in front of him from time to time and drank the red wine bit by bit. If you are the only one in the family who has inherited the magic talent, and it is precisely because your eldest brother and your younger brother both have this magical talent, do you think you can still be with him? So you can't just think about yourself. You should feel very lucky, Lista, because of the relationship between your mother and me. There seems to be a trace of tenderness on the slightly tipsy face with fair skin. But you should think carefully about the person you like. What is he thinking? Ha 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 ha, oh my, I can't believe that you actually have such troubles now. So your eldest brother and your younger brother both have Dharma talents. Lista told everything. His mother listened quietly and listened. Listening to what her own daughter said, she immediately remembered the scene when she first met her husband. You are like this, and so is he. Think more about the person you love. What is he thinking? Go and apologize to her and make things clear. After all, you were just looking for an excuse to let him go, weren't you? You had no involvement in this. By the way, you should also apologize to the boy named Carlos. After all, he suffered unreasonable disasters from you. Oh, no, he didn't suffer unreasonable disasters from you either. Mom, I heard that what she did at Lonia's house was very successful. Ah, so I rushed back to think about it and see what this young man was like. How powerful is he, and how can he escape the persecution of the Lonia family? The tall lady slowly left the room on elegant high heels. Lista slowly lay down on the remaining sofa, feeling the cold leather on the sofa. After the sofa brought her a trace of pure smell, she suddenly woke up, because she heard the maid outside tell her that Tirola was coming. Dorola looked at the huge family estate in front of her. And here is Lista's family, the Chris family. Following the lead of the old housekeeper, Dorola slowly walked into the manor. Little by little, he headed to the hall, passed the hall little by little, and then entered the study. He needs to pay a visit first. At this moment, the patriarch of the Chris family is here, Shilak Chris. And this Lilo Clementi was Lista's father, in other words, Lista's mother, that beautiful lady Lilia. Good evening, Mr. Lai. It's a good night, Laura, young man, come in, I know what you want to do this time. I have given birth to 3 children in my life, and you are the only one who is a girl. I don't know how to teach him, because I have never had a complete concept of teaching girls. But I think that when she was growing up, I gave her a lot and taught her many correct concepts. If she did something bad, I hope you can forgive her. So Dorola, what did you come to do? What a good guy, he deserves to be born in the same family. This unreasonable character made Dora not know how to take what the man in front of her said. After all, that sister Lissy really did something that was said to be good and hard to say, but in fact it was not particularly bad. At most, Lista was worried about her own safety and asked her to leave. But he did one thing wrong, that is, Carlos was not that stupid and neither was Dorola. Both of them are smart people. Since they are smart people, they will naturally understand the situation at that time. But similarly, the stance is the issue that the two want to determine. Sorry, I didn't come here to punish Sister Liz. I just want to have a good talk with you, Uncle. I want to know what the Chris family thinks of the 4 major families recently. Direct and confident, Dorola is that simple. If he wants to ask anything, he just wants to ask it. For him, he doesn't like beating around the bush, nor does he like that kind of behavior. He was different from Carlos, and Carlos didn't like it either. But Carlos will try his best to play within this rule. But Dorona is different. He is like a poisonous snake, the kind that bites anyone it catches without letting go at all. Lailuo narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect that the young man in front of him looked as old as his daughter. To be able to be so vicious, the teeth in his mouth seemed to be tearing at his own flesh and skin tightly, refusing to move at all. Are you taking a stand? Are you trying to force yourself to take a side? Boy, do you know what you are doing now. The Chris family has always been under my control and has lived for such a long time. You can't just make a decision casually, right? But Uncle, shouldn't you make a decision at this time? The two of them looked at each other slowly, in the awkward atmosphere in the study room. A knock on the door slowly sounded from outside, and a gentle voice slowly came from outside. Lelo, I heard that Dorora, that little b*** D is here, can you let me see him? Of course it's no problem. That little b** D is forcing me to make some decisions right in front of me. Come in. Beautiful ladies are eye-catching in front of everyone. Even if it was Dorola, when he looked at the lady in front of him, he couldn't help but want to lower his head. Please give me flowers. Of course, as the future heir of the family, Dorora directly raised her head and looked at the lady in front of her. Lilia looked at Dorola in front of her quietly, and Dorora also looked at Lilia in front of her quietly. There was not much exchange of glances between the two. After a moment, Lilia smiled softly. Dorora, Lista, you are very sad right now. Do you want to go find her first? Let's talk to her first. Dorora smiled, then stood up with an apologetic look on her face. After saying goodbye, she slowly walked away. Lilia was calling Dorora to give them some time to discuss. After all, Dorora has long heard that the Chris family is nominally run by Lailuo. However, it is actually controlled by the couple. No matter what important matter there is, it is decided by the husband and wife through discussion. And now, do you want to find Lista by yourself? Outside the door of the room, he paused for a moment, then smiled, looked at the housekeeper next to him and said, Please take me to Miss Lista. The two of them walked slowly towards a room not far away. At this moment, on the other side, the Lonia family also received a letter from Carlos. This letter was delivered to Tanda Stans by Carlos himself. When Tandy slowly opened his handwritten letter, he looked at the words one after another on the envelope. And between the lines, although it is said to be peaceful, it is mixed with all kinds of dangers. Yes, Carlos told Tandys about the attack he suffered as soon as he left the Lonia family. And Tandys, after learning these things, first smiled slightly and then became vigilant. He understands that things may develop in a direction that he does not expect. Sure enough, the moment he held Carlos's letter in his hand, he realized how terrifying Carlos's insidiousness was. He actually threatened me. He, a fallen heir, actually dared to threaten me, but I really feel like a threat. Tandys was very angry about Carlos daring to threaten her. He was actually angry, but he was also very angry about the attack on Carlos. As for the reason, it's very simple. It's obvious that when Carlos was attacked, someone was framing the Nanya family. No matter how angry the Lonia family was, They would not be stupid enough to take action as soon as Carlos left their family's residence. Only a complete idiot can do this kind of thing. Obviously, the Lonia family was not among them, so naturally, Yuandis understood. While Carlos was threatening them, he was also reminding them that someone was behind the scenes. So when it comes to being able to threaten Carlos, and when it comes to being able to do evil things under the noses of the Lanya family, what kind of existence are there in the Seven Zeros family and forces? At this moment, the Lonia family can only think of other families that exist equally with them, such as the other three major families. Obviously, the other three major families also know about Carlos and have conflicts with their Lonia family. It can even be said that it reaches a level of hatred. Naturally, as long as the news of the Lanya family killing Carlos spreads in the direction of public opinion, it will spread throughout the magical world. Then the Lucifer family would have to go to war with the Lonia family. A very serious change will occur in the position of all families. For example, what does the Lonia family rely on to unite other families now? It's just relying on their family's strength and reputation. If even their credibility has fallen, then their ability to unite other families has disappeared. In this case, whether it is a declining family or a ready-made family, it is difficult to continue to trust the Lonia family. This is a matter of credibility. Let people go and find out who is trying to frame us and find out who attacked Carlos during my time. Remember, we must find out. Melillo nodded beside him and then walked down immediately. She is also a very smart lady, except that she is a little proud and a little arrogant. She also understands what the situation is like at the moment. Rocky smiled softly now that his son was back. Then I don't need to worry about so many things at this moment. After taking a look at his son, Tandy's Luo Chi said. Besides those three major families, you still have to be careful of a group of people. Father, I know that the declining families will definitely not be willing to become vassals of the other four major families. They may take desperate measures to frame Carlos's death on us or the other three major families. In this case, conflicts will be implanted in the hearts of all families. Anyway, you have to remember that what you see in front of you cannot be trusted or heard. When Carlos once again returned to the family's residence, Delia was already in the study, waiting for Carlos' arrival. After taking a look at the intact Carlos, Delia breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way Carlos is now considered the most valuable asset of the Lucifer family. The knowledge stored in his mind, his identity in Hogwarts, and his connections. Carlos will build his own network of magicians in this generation. When this network of people gathers together little by little, the Lucifer family can be truly re-emerged. As long as you're not injured, can you tell which families want to attack you? It's hard to say. It's possible for the three major families, and it's also possible for other declining families. In short, there are many, many people in this world who want to attack us. Even inside Hogwarts, there are people who want to attack me. As for the Legunia family, I have excluded them from the attack list. Because if they want to attack me, it will not be in line with their strategic direction. Now that we have come this far, now that we have become a magician, then Carlos knew that he would eventually make enemies. Making enemies early and making enemies late are the same, so earlier, let others focus all their attention on you. If it is removed from the family, the safety of the Lucifer family can be preserved for the time being. This is what Carlos thinks, and Delia also understands what Carlos thinks. After the father and son nodded gently, Carlos left the study. Then they came to the living room. The butler smiled and put a cup of coffee in front of Carlos. Carlos nodded and said, "Have someone put all the books in the car into the study. Yes, when you have free time, call the three boys and go to the study to read these magic books." As for the three boys Carlos mentioned, two of them are members of the Lucifer family branch, and the others are members with magician talents. And the other one is Carlos's younger brother Herlock. Next, I will be a student in the intermediate class, but I haven't seen Harry and the others for a long time. Time flies by so quickly, and it's the beginning of the second semester. At this moment, Herlock looked faintly at Carlos in front of him from the side, and then walked over strangely and asked, "Brother, I will grow up, I will. You have to understand that danger always exists everywhere. Whether they are nobles, commoners, or magicians, they all experience their own dangers every moment. In half a month's time, it will be time for Hogwarts to start school." To be honest, even Carlos didn't expect that the vacation time outside would pass so quickly. "Brother, do you really have to go through so many dangers to become a magician?" When the time comes, Carlos will take these three family members with magical talents to Hogwarts. Carlos drank the coffee in his hand gently, and then said to the second brother next to him, "Only by having the ability and strength to face danger can the family be better able to reproduce. In 3 months, I left Hogwarts College and then returned home. After thinking about it for a while, Carlos found that it was indeed most comfortable to get along with them. The danger now is just coming in advance, so it grows. Hulok nodded 5.3. He believed his elder brother's words. Then he looked at his elder brother one last time, smiled, and said, "Don't think that you are in danger as long as you become a magician. Are you safe before you become a magician?" At this moment, Harry was waiting slowly near the Scottish church. He held an invitation letter in his hand, which was sent to him by Carlos. Of course, Carlos also sent it to Hermione, Ronald, and Ginny. In fact, Ginny's relationship with Harry during the first semester was not particularly friendly. It can even be said that it is just a common and familiar relationship. Carlos knew that the relationship between Ginny and Harry would begin to heat up in the second semester. However, it is also a good thing for the two of them to get familiar with each other and get to know each other in advance. After all, where there is a beginning, there can be an end. Harry looked at Ronald and Ginny coming from a distance and couldn't help but smile softly. Similarly, Hermione also slowly walked over from the side. After the four of them looked at each other, they nodded and headed towards the address given by Carlos. Whether it's the Potter family or the Velez family, they all belong to the Wizarding family, although three said that the Wizarding family is divided into two major families, mixed blood and pure blood. But Carlos also understood that these two families must be busy fighting. For example, the four major families are the legendary pureblood families, and there are many struggles among the four major families. Carlos really couldn't understand why the pureblood family was so worried. Will wizards born in Muggle families and wizards born in mixed-blood wizarding families take away their status just because they don't work hard? Welcome everyone, I am the steward of the Carlos family, please come with us. When the Potter family reached Harry's generation, Harry was the only one left. So Harry sometimes didn't regard himself as a member of the wizarding family. Instead, he regarded himself as a member of the Muggle family. To put it simply, he does not approve of those annoying guys in the wizard family, but he quite recognized Ronald and Carlos. Following the tree-lined path, a group of people slowly walked into the family courtyard. In the courtyard, a huge fountain is slowly sprinkling spring water. Carlos' figure was moving slowly towards the corner of the fountain. The first time they saw Carlos, Ginny and Ronald walked up slowly. He said hello with a very pure aristocratic etiquette, and Carlos returned the courtesy gently, then smiled and said, "Okay guys, today I am entertaining you all as a classmate and friend. Forget about such complicated etiquette. I would like to ask, have you done your homework?" Carlos said and looked at Hermione and Ronald. They were surprised at first, and then Ronald's face was full of doubts. Homework? He didn't seem to have heard of that thing, Hermione said with a slight smile. Carlos, please stop teasing Ronald. The principal has already told you about homework. We just need to try it out, we don't need to actually build it. Moreover, given my family's situation, it is difficult to find corresponding experimental materials to try. Carlos nodded indeed. Take them to the living room first. They'll be back in a moment. In the living room at this moment, Hulok and Brary were waiting quietly. Looking at the group of four people walking in from outside, two young guys immediately walked over to say hello. Harry smiled softly and asked, "You two are the two younger brothers that Carlos often talks about. They are not bad, they look quite handsome. This is just a small gathering of friends, Carlos, and there are not so many cumbersome etiquette." Naturally, the few of us played in the living room in a relatively happy and unrestrained manner. There was only half a month left before school started. During this time, Carlos and they didn't want to make any more preparations. Anyway, just have fun, it's just Ronald and Ginny over there. Carlos looked at Carlos with some worry. Of course, Carlos also saw the worry on the faces of these two people and asked strangely, "You two, what's going on? Why are you looking at me so worriedly?" Ronald sighed quietly and then told the reason. "Carlos, are you really okay with something recently? I heard that you were attacked in the city." It's okay, don't you understand my strength? Even if he is attacked, he can't beat me. Don't you see, I'm just sitting here right now." Carlos invited the two of them here this time not because he wanted to use the power of their family. Although the Velez family is very powerful, it is also a pure-blood family. But Carlos didn't want to be involved in this kind of thing. Friends are friends and family is family. For Carlos, this is a stage where one must be clear-cut. Just have fun here, you two, don't think too much. I have my own way to solve my problems. Don't worry, thank you both for your concern, and by the way, Ginny, what do you think of Harry? Ginny looked at Carlos in front of her with a strange face, then turned her head and looked at Harry, who was chatting with Hermione over there, and asked strangely, "What's going on? I think it's okay." "It's nothing, I just feel that you two seem to match each other quite well, whether it's the way you talk or the way you act." Time passed little by little. After several people had dinner, Carlos arranged for someone to send them back. Immediately afterwards, he returned to the study alone and quietly began to read the 400 magic books. That's right, Carlos plans to read all 400 magic books in this half-month before going to the academy. He believed that some special spells could be found in these magic books. But after reading these books over and over again, he discovered that many of the spells were actually very commonly used in real life. But in battle, it is not commonly used. There are no books on combat magic here, which represents the Lanya family. The magic books for combat must have been placed elsewhere. When I let myself choose books, I didn't take myself to look for the books there. But it doesn't matter. Being able to get so many books for free is also a very lucky thing for Carlos. So far, the Lucifer family can be regarded as a mixed-blood wizard family. Under such circumstances, their family had very little information and few magic books. Time passed bit by bit, and half a month passed very quickly. In this half-month, Carlos did the same and read all 400 books. Meeting Harry again, Carlos looked at Harry and Ronald and couldn't help but smile. Then he pulled out the three younger brothers who were about the same age behind him. These three people are the three members of the family who have been detected with magical talents. One of them is his younger brother Hirok. With a smile on his face, Herlock glanced at Harry and Ronald in front of him, looking very humble. As for the other two family members, they looked at Harry arrogantly. Completely dismissive, in their opinion, the family's education is to tell them. For those people who are not from the wizarding family, you must face them with this attitude. For this reason, Carlos told them more than once that they couldn't do this, not to mention that their families were pure-blood wizards. Because of this attitude, it is difficult to be recognized by everyone in Hogwarts College. Of course, unless your ambition is big enough, unless your strength is strong enough. Moreover, the existing concepts of the Lucifer family are due to the cooperation between Delia and Carlos. A completely different transformation has taken place than before. After all, it's just a mixed-race family. The biggest advantage of a mixed-race family is that they can play with Muggle families. Harry and Ronald nodded slightly. After the three of them smiled at each other, they headed towards the entrance of the station, that is, the wall. When the group of people crashed into the wall, the magical power brought them to the Hogwarts station. This year, Hagrid will continue to protect the new students, while the old students will have no one to protect them. As a second-grade student, that is, an intermediate class student, Harry, Carlos, and Ronald must go to the middle car. As for Herlock and the other three freshmen, they need to ride in the front carriage under the leadership of Brother High. Carlos glanced at Hagrid over there and then said, "You three go to the car in front. That teacher will be your teacher for the Magical Animal Awareness class. Remember, he will lead you to Hogwarts." The three of them nodded. The two family members could only show arrogant expressions when facing other people. But when facing Carlos, the two of them didn't dare. Because they often heard in the ears of their fathers that their father seemed to be very afraid of Carlos. Although he was very angry at Carlos' behavior, he was also afraid of Carlos' strength. As for Carlos, Harry, and Ronald, why stop here? The reason is simple: because they are waiting for someone. After a while, a figure slowly walked out from the wall. Hermione glanced at Harry and Carlos in front of her and smiled slightly. Yes, the three of them were waiting for Hermione, and just like that, the four teams gathered together again. The four of them slowly walked into the middle of the carriage, then found a seat for four and sat down slowly. I wonder what I will learn in the intermediate class. I'm really looking forward to it. I think magic is very compatible with many items and many things in this world. By the way, do you know who the teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the intermediate class will be? Let's just chat and chat. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher of the intermediate class. That's right, for the intermediate class, the most important thing now is the teacher for the Defense Against Dark Arts class, which has not yet been determined. This is a big deal. After all, in the junior class, the teacher of the Magic Defense class was Mr. Zillow. Already lost his life because of Voldemort. So in the intermediate class, who will be the teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course in the intermediate class? Although Carlos knew who would be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher next, but he didn't intend to say it, he smiled softly and then shook his head slightly. Accompanied by the hum of the train, the sound echoed throughout the road. This train bound for Hogwarts the second semester also slowly started to move. The train hummed slightly on the railway, and now it was inside Hogwarts. The new students have been taken off the train by Hagrid. They will follow Hagrid, pass through various places, and experience various magical powers. Then I went to Hogwarts School and actually received Herlock's admission notice. He received it a month after he obtained the magic talent. So he is considered a student who entered school relatively late, that is, he is relatively less talented. However, in Hogwarts, magic has never been divided into priorities or unique potentials. Sometimes your single potential cannot survive in Hogwarts. Take Hermione for example, she has a superb talent for potions, and her learning ability is also very strong. That's why we can survive well in several positions. Carlos may not be able to use these high-level magics until now. As for Carlos, to be honest, Carlos still doesn't know which aspect he is stronger in. At this moment, Carlos was like a child and said something willful. In addition to his strong control of a batch of materials and grasp of quantity, any magic he sees can be copied, just like a universal copy machine. Okay, everyone, let us continue to study and achieve in the second semester of Hogwarts. I will be the most powerful and greatest magician. But Harry is different, this is a monster, also 10 bugs. Carlos really didn't realize that he had any other potential. Under such circumstances, his horizons have broadened a lot. Looking at the campus in front of him, Carlos smiled slightly. Not only that, although his potential is not the strongest in Hogwarts, because of his family, he is often associated with those in power. Several people next to him also laughed and then walked into the gate of Hogwarts together. But in Hogwarts, it is considered to be above average. Even if he only has such a powerful talent, he can still succeed every time. If it weren't for my own plugin, I would have seen others using Avada Kedavra from the beginning. As for Ronald, he is a very careful young man. Even until now, he still doesn't understand where his talent lies. On the other side in the Lonia family, Tandy's, Lonia glanced at the man in front of her. Although he was kneeling in front of him, he could not see any trace of regret or remorse in his eyes. He is like a machine, he just keeps apologizing and apologizing. Tandy's has heard too many such apologies. He doesn't like this kind of apology very much, because in his opinion, as long as you apologize in this world, you can get forgiveness from others. So what is magic used for? Tandy shook his head slightly. Then he slowly extended the staff in his hand to the head of the man in front of him and spoke slowly. We searched for a long time and finally found a person, a mercenary magician who issued a mission. Let them kill Carlos the moment he leaves our Lonia family. Then we checked again and found out that that person was your friend. That person told us that you instigated him to do this. In fact, he didn't even know who Carlos was or whose name he was. Then we found you, and then after we found you, all the clues were cut off. Of course, 110, all your previous threads have been drained by us. You are like a bug standing alone in the dark with no one to help you. However, you are really powerful. I really don't understand why a strong man like you would rather die than tell who he is. The man knelt on the ground, praying and begging. Although he was begging, there was no trace of sincerity in his pleading voice. It was as if he was eager to die at this moment. Tandy's couldn't help but frowned. It was the hardest thing to deal with such a guy. Magic can make a person lose his life, and magic can make a person bewitched. But again, magic can only do this. He has great strength and terrifying abilities, but he had no choice but to make people tell the truth. Marillo behind looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh slightly, then she walked over little by little and said, "Why don't you let me try it?" Tandy's turned and glanced at his daughter. After all, she is her daughter, although Adeb said she was a little disappointed. But those who should be educated still need to be educated, he nodded. Then she asked Marillo to try it herself. Marillo smiled and then took out a blue medicine bottle from her pocket. Inside the medicine, there was a blue liquid flowing. After Marillo laughed, she poured the liquid directly into the man's mouth. The man seemed to have suffered a violent blow suddenly. The entire body seemed to be instantly pierced by countless spikes, crazily piercing into various places inside. The skin, flesh, and even bones, blood, and heart were all painfully pierced by countless sharp thorns. Endless pain, like a swimming dragon, constantly flows on his body everywhere and under his skin. Melillo knew that at this moment he seemed to be suffering some kind of torture. Tandy smiled slightly and then quietly watched the time unfold bit by bit. Almost finally, after a week of this pain, that man finally changed the way he spoke. He no longer repeated but slowly said a person's name. "Morsha, please kill me and give me a happy life. I really don't want to betray him. I really don't dare to betray him. If I betray him, my family, my friends, and everything about me will be destroyed. I don't want to and I don't want to. Don't worry, as long as you answer our questions, I will give you a treat. And our Lanya family can do our best to guarantee it. We will do our best to save your family and your friends. Tell me, who arranged for you to kill Carlos?" "His name is Morsha. I don't know which family he is from, and I don't know if he is a magician. He gave me a sum of money, asked me to get the money, hire someone from the Magician Mercenary Association, and then ask that person to kill Carlos. It was that simple." Tandy's nodded, then glanced at Merle. Marillo was slightly startled. "Do it yourself. Although Merillo often arranges for others to kill people, but she has never done it herself, Tandy smiled softly and said, "The human heart is a very interesting place. You only need to use magic to gently penetrate his heart. Merillo, everyone has to go through this. Now that he is back, let him have a good time. You too have to go through this journey. Only those who have become wizards are real wizards." Merillo was somewhat silent and looked at the man in front of her who was kneeling on the ground, wailing in pain. "No, there is a person I know, Dorola, and there is another person I half know, Lista." Carlos also smiled slightly and walked over. "Because with my naked eyes I didn't see Harry, Ronald, and Hermione. Is it just because they are the protagonists?" Carlos frowned, and there seemed to be a faint weirdness in his eyes. On the other side, inside Hogwarts College, Carlos looked at the intermediate classroom in front of him and couldn't help being slightly stunned. What the hell, why are the two of them here, etc.? Shattered to pieces. It seemed that the two of them didn't mind what happened that time at all. Could it be said that all the people here are children of the family? Then she shook her head gently. The next moment she stretched out her staff and pointed it firmly at the heart of the man in front of her. "Harry and Ronald's two families are also wizarding families. Why are they not here?" When I looked at them at a glance, almost all of them were people I didn't know. After Dorora saw Carlo's voice from the corner, she gave a slight gesture. "Look, we are really destined to be assigned to the same class in the second semester. The probability is obviously 1-2. Lista was a little reserved next to her, looking very embarrassed. But that's not right if we talk about family, but it didn't matter anymore. When Carlos walked into the Zhanji class, he realized that something was wrong, something very wrong. In my impression, the intermediate classroom in TV seems to look different. At this moment, Harry and others who were in the second class also looked confused and confused. They looked at the strange figures in front of them one after another, and there seemed to be unfamiliar looks on the faces of those figures. Knowing that they and Carlos were in different classes, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Can't they see what the school's intention is for doing this? There are many rumors about Hogwarts House. In the past, someone had spread rumors that there was a grading system in Hogwarts College. Level, Harry thought that might not be the case. Even if his level potential talent is not very strong, isn't there Hermione next to him? With her potion talent, Hermione can definitely be equal to Carlos Tilda. If Hermione, who had the same potion talent as Carlos, couldn't sit in the same classroom as Carlos, then this so-called hierarchical system may be a false rumor. However, the next moment I saw Luo N, who had returned from chatting with the group over there, and looked at Harry slowly. "I heard that this arrangement may have been made by Mr. Snape. Mr. Snape, I'm a little dissatisfied with that. Family members who do evil things, so they were arranged together. In other words, the people in the other class are almost all family members, but I'm a little confused. You and I should obviously be on that side. The problem lies here, there is something strange in Harry's eyes. It was as if this sorting was just to isolate himself from Carlos. On the other side, Carlos, who was in the classroom, also started chatting with Dorola. Through the words from Dorola, he learned something. For example, the teacher of the defense against the dark arts course will indeed become Snecuo. Snape will be the teacher of the defense against the dark arts class in the intermediate class. As for the teacher of the defense against the dark arts class in the junior class, someone else is there. After all, in this magical world, no kind of talent can be found. There are still many talents who are familiar with magic and combat. Normally, Carlos would meet a lot of masters in Quang Fa society. But the question lies here, is Snef just another class besides Carlos? In the entire Hogwarts, there are two classes in the intermediate class, and the second class is the class where the protagonist group is located. For another example, there are almost no classes other than the protagonist group and the people the protagonist knows. For example, Ginny, she is also in his second class. My first class is my current class. Is it considered a marginal class? If Snape is unwilling to teach this class, what is the reason? Carlos thought it might be because of himself, or it might be because Snape had begun to undergo strange changes. For example, his thinking and consciousness will kill that legendary gentleman in the second semester. Time passed little by little, and Carlos, who was waiting in the class, was about to ask someone what was going on. But at this time, a figure came in from outside. It was a very strong-looking figure. This person did not appear in the Harry Potter movies. In other words, this is a character who appears out of thin air. Maybe he has appeared somewhere before, but he has no memory. The man walked to the top of the podium and then glanced at all the people below. Then he slowly spoke. "Hello, fellow students, my name is Polycus Tunia. Please give me your advice. During this semester of the intermediate class, I will look after you." The corner of Carlos's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, now the truth is finally revealed. The moment he heard the 2 or 3 words Lonia, he understood who the person in front of him was. As for was it Mr. Snape who put them in other classes like the legend says, Carlos doesn't care now. What he has to guard against now is the man in front of him named Bicaris Leonia. Dorola next to him twitched the corners of his mouth slightly and he wanted to say something. But when I looked at Carlos, his calm expression and eyes, please give me flowers. He also knew that Carlos might not care about this teacher. Pokali's Nanaya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he first glanced around at everyone in the classroom. In this first classroom, there were almost 20 people in the entire classroom. If they are arranged horizontally, there will be 5 columns, and one column will contain 5 people. His eyes seemed to glance at Carlos faintly, and then turned to other places. It seems that he does have some purpose here this time. Carlos looked around. Only then did I realize that there seemed to be a lot of students here, all from before. The descendants of the declining nobles who appeared at Loria's family banquet. This means that there are many students here who have appeared before. So naturally, Carlos knew that if he wanted to kill him, where would he go? Just like Carlos at that time, even though he had already gone to the Muggle world at that time. The Academy is no different from the outside world of magic society. Outside, you may encounter all kinds of things. Those who think they are bad people will always think that they are bad people. This impression cannot be changed. Finally, I went out of my way to have the same relationship with every classmate. Time passed by minute, and there was no teaching in this lesson. He also had a big fight with the Lanya family. Could it be said that he came specifically to take revenge on himself? But Carlos, after thinking about it, realized that something was wrong. The impression of the Lanya family had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. No. Revenge on everyone here, Carlos shook his head, impossible. He will still be attacked by a sudden magician. It leaves a good impression that the Lonia family is approachable. So if he is not here to cause trouble, then what is he here for? Could it be that he came here this time to leave a good impression on everyone? Pokalis was up there, chatting with every classmate. If he really wanted to take revenge on himself, he would certainly not be able to do so in this Hogwarts Academy. Those who think they are good people will always think they are good people. Time passed quickly, and it was time to finish class in a hurry. Today is the first day of school for the intermediate class. Carlos just watched Harry and Hermione come to him. With a frown on his face, Carlos smiled slightly and said, "What happened to make this happen?" Carlos, don't be surprised when I say this. Sweep, did you know that this is Teacher Snape? It was the teacher who gave us potions class before us. He is now in charge of my magic defense class, and I feel like that Teacher Snape seems to have deliberately targeted you and transferred you to other classes. Carlos shook his head slightly, looked at Harry in front of him and said with a smile, "Harry, it's like this sometimes. There are many things in this world that cannot be what others want. When I came to this class, 027, there was no way to avoid danger. Do you know who the teacher of our class is? Although I don't know him, he seems to be the new teacher recruited by the principal. His name is Pocalypse Lonia." The moment I heard these 3 words Lonia, Ronald and Harry were both slightly stunned, although Harry was not without help from his family. However, in general, the Potter family is still one of the pure-blood magical wizard families. Harry Potter still doesn't have an identity, so he still heard about some things that happened in the family. At least Ronald told him what Carlos had encountered before. After the two looked at each other, they sighed slightly. It can be seen that life in this intermediate class is not very easy. Zillow left, Snape arrived now, and Pokalis. At the same time, in the junior class, a woman wearing glasses slowly walked onto the stage. She has a curvy figure, and besides her wavy blonde hair, she always has a slight smile on her face. Her eyes seem to be like blue water gems, beautiful and moving. She looked at each of the classmates below and then spoke slowly. "From today on, I am your junior class teacher, and my name is Elizabeth Slee. In this class, sitting below are 3 students from the Lucifer family with magical talents." Herlock was sitting quietly and solemnly in the middle of the classroom. Her eyes were fixed on the woman in front of her, Elizabeth, whom she did not recognize. But he knew the name Sly. Among the 4 oldest existing pureblood wizard families, one of them is the Slay family. To be honest, this family is very weird and magical. The main members of the family are composed of almost 4 parts. There is a peripheral part, an internal part, a main battle part, and a main peace part. At this stage, when all families are completely dispersed, conflicts between families are completely inevitable. For some families, due to the development of the times, their thoughts have long been no longer reflected in war. For them, peace is hard won. But some families are different, it seems, because the family is too worried about peace. As a result, some militants emerged one after another in the family. Even Herlock knew that there were several militants in his Lucifer family. If we really want to say it, even Carlos is one of them. After all, in Carlos' philosophy, whoever touches him will be moved back. The reason why the Lonia family no longer takes action against all the hotels owned by the Lucifer family. Therefore, Carlos also withdrew his plan for the Lonia family. So the Lonia family seemed to be living in peace with Carlos during this period. In the junior class, Hellock saw for the first time that magic could allow a person to fly in the air. It was not just limited flight like Carlos. For the first time, he saw that magic has so many different knowledges, be it defense courses or potions courses. One after another, these fantastic fantasy worlds were displayed in Herlock's eyes for the first time. This was something he never dared to imagine in the past. Bells rang throughout Hogwarts. Herlock was going to have a meal in the cafeteria first and then return to the dormitory. At this moment, a figure walked behind him and asked slowly, "How's it going? How do you feel about your junior life?" Herlock quickly turned his head and looked behind him, and found that behind him was Carlos and Harry and the others. Harry couldn't help but smile softly when he saw Herlock in front of him and saw him wearing magic robes. "By the way, Herlock, which college are you assigned to?" "Ravenclaw." "Ah, it turns out to be the representative of wisdom." "Not bad, not bad. It seems that you will become very smart in the future, Herlock." "No, you are already very smart now. How about it? Is this the first time you have experienced a different kind of magic in this magical world?" Carlos hesitated and took a strange step next to him. That's right, he blocked Carlos' path as if he was heading towards Carlos. "I would go to Hogwarts. I always knew I would see a world like this. It is not a bad result. Instead, it will become the path and motivation that inspires you to grow and keep moving forward and exploring." As the day came to an end, Carlos nodded and prepared to return to his dormitory. But at this moment, Carlos saw a figure coming towards him. That figure seemed to be walking straight towards him. "So H-Lock, you have to understand 0.8 that this is the life of a person. Just do something for yourself." Well, it seemed that he wanted to avoid this figure, but Bikaris slowly shook his head. "Are you excited?" "No, not particularly excited. Maybe it's because I've known it since I was a child. The food in the canteen is actually quite good and is very acceptable to many people. However, it doesn't matter to Herlock. Excitement and high spirits are not a bad thing." "H-Lock, how did you feel when you first entered this world? And how did you calm down my current moods?" Herlock lowered his head slightly and he was a little silent. A group of 5 people slowly arrived at the canteen, so let go of this excitement bit by bit. It seemed interesting that he took another step in the direction of Carlos. Then he slowly raised his head, looked at Carlos in front of him and asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, teacher, what can I do for you?" Bocalis stood in front of Carlos, quietly looking at the young man in front of him who was about the same height as himself. Although the two were about the same height and the age difference was not big, at least it seemed so to Bocalis in front of him. He seemed to be only 10 years older than Carlos, but Bocalis didn't look any old. Bocalis smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand and pointed to this area, saying, "Carlos, what do you think of this place? Don't answer me Hogwarts, I'm talking about the whole world." His smile was very perfect, as if it had the ability to warn people and take them away. However, Carlos looked at him with full of caution and said, "Really? I think it's very good, very good." Well, everything seemed to be frozen in place all of a sudden. Bocalis looked at Carlos and Carlos looked at Bocalis. The next moment he burst into laughter and his golden hair fluttered slowly in the air. His eyes closed slightly, as if he felt a burst of laughter at Carlos's answer at this moment. The next moment, the smile on his face suddenly stagnated. After the smile disappeared, a crazy and evil face was revealed. He looked at Carlos in front of him and then spoke little by little. "I only give you one chance. Leave the Lucifer family and join our Lonia family, then I will forgive you. Anything you do, any path you choose, I can let you go. And you just need to join the Lonia family." Carlos frowned and was slightly stunned. He had never thought of it. Bocalis, this guy actually came in here to do his own thing, and he came in specifically. This feeling immediately made Carlos feel flattered, and he smiled slowly. His smile was completely unconventional, and it seemed to be a smile of complete contempt. Why does the Lanya family want to try the feeling of biting off the guest's meat in its manner? If you still want to try it, then I don't care. At most, use your small industry to collide with our Lucifer family's huge business. You can break hundreds or thousands of our families, I don't care. I'm afraid that by then, I will drag down all the industries of your Lanya family in reality. I just don't know if you still have the ability and smile to continue talking to me like this." Carlos smiled, his voice was very calm and his tone was very indifferent. He was like an animal without any emotion. He stared at the guy in front of him quietly, and at this time, Bocalis' anger was gradually devouring his reason. He wanted to roar and threaten Carlos in front of him angrily. But he knew that once he did this, there would be only one result in the end, that is, both sides would be broken. He did not want this result, nor did he want to get this result. So the evil wolf became a fickle wolf. He slowly grasped the staff in his hand, and it seemed that he wanted to tear it off like Carlos in front of him. But he remembered that Carlos was a very cunning man in front of him, especially after hearing what his elder brother told him. He understood that Carlos in front of him could use his own strategies to destroy his industry. Therefore, Carlos's IQ and strategy are definitely more superior than Meleag's. Shaking his head, Bikanis smiled, then slowly passed Carlos and walked towards the distance. Carlos didn't need to panic and walked towards his room, and the moment Carlos appeared in the room, an owl slowly landed. After removing the envelope from the owl's feet, Carlos opened it and took a look. This was not sent by the Lonier family, and certainly not by the Lucifer family. It was sent to Carlos by someone he didn't expect, Dumbledore. That's right, the legendary magician Principal Dumbledore is the principal of this college at the moment. This letter was the envelope he passed over. The letter stated that Pokalis had actually been a teacher in this school from the beginning. But other times, he didn't have any desire to stay in school and talk to students about new ideas. It was different now, and even Dumbledore felt confused. Pokalis actually offered to teach in the intermediate class. This was also the weirdest thing that made Principal Dumbledore feel at that time. After checking, I found that the Pokalis guy actually moved Carlos from the second class list to the first class. Finally, Carlos felt that a point of doubt appeared. At the beginning, Carlos was always wondering why he and Harry would be separated. Is it just because Harry and the others are the main protagonists, but I am not? Maybe in Hogwarts he wouldn't do anything to himself. Later, Carlos discovered that this was not the case. What I really don't understand is why Carlos refused to join the Lonia family. In the Lonia family, Tandys glanced at the envelope from his brother and couldn't help being slightly stunned. If you think about it, when you transfer yourself from Class 1 to Class 2, there will only be 483 members of Pokali's family. The reason why I didn't go to Class 1 was because there was someone who was causing trouble in the class. I will recruit Carlos to the Lonia family, but my brother needs to give him a correct identity. Carlos is very strong, at least in my opinion. His potential and talent are definitely more powerful than ordinary wizards. As a member of the Lonia family, would it be too much for Bikaris to take revenge on him? Brother, apart from bargaining with him and having a fight with him from the Lonia family, is there anything else you haven't talked about? There was nothing stated on the envelope, just a few words. He would actually do this, blatantly provoking and threatening himself. In Tandy's view, these things were not the reason why Carlos became their enemy. Then a cold wind blew out from the side. Tandys, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, raised his eyebrows slightly at first. However, although these are related to myself, I must say them. But one day I will leave Hogwarts. He actually didn't expect this kid from the Lucifer family named Carlos.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.